Chapter 14-15. Gu Fei and He Tian were ambushed. The demonic ape emperor had already been killed by the old flood dragon and became its food. The old flood dragon and the other 4 beasts were guarding the ancient ruins, wanting to kill Gu Fei and He Tian as well. It was especially so for Gu Fei. As a human martial body, his entire body was exuberant. His entire person was like a human-shaped treasure medicine. Old Dragon's eyes lit up as he looked at Gu Fei. The white ape, black bear, scorpion, and snake surrounding Gu Fei and He Tian were not weak. Each of them was filled with murderous aura. It was unknown how many creatures had been slaughtered to form such a terrifying murderous aura. Reckless. Gu Fei's face revealed a trace of a sneer. His whole body was surging with martial Dao true power. Yin and Yang Qi lingered on his body, and an illusory Yin-Yang diagram emerged from his body. The powerful aura made the 4 beasts palpitate. Even the old flood dragon was moved. This person was able to fight with the demonic ape emperor for 2 rounds and escape unscathed. It seemed that he was not simple. It seems that you have some skills, but it is still useless. Today, you are destined to become our food. The old flood dragon's whole body was surging, and an even more powerful aura burst out from his body. Humph. It is still a bit early to say these words. Gu Fei was calm and composed, causing these savage beasts to be unable to figure out his actual strength. Was he bluffing? Or did he really have an incomparably powerful cultivation and strength? You are only a first heavenly layer. I will kill you. The scorpion walked up and immediately attacked. A demonic blue light rushed out from behind him and then shot towards Gu Fei. Within the blue light was a scorpion hook. This scorpion hook pierced through the void and instantly stabbed Gu Fei's chest. It was about to stab into Gu Fei's chest at an extremely fast speed. No wonder this scorpion was full of confidence. This scorpion had the cultivation and strength of an almighty at the 3rd firmament. It was 2 realms higher than Gu Fei and was extremely powerful. Humph. Gu Fei sneered and allowed the blue light to stab into his chest. He did not even bother to dodge. This caused all the wild beasts to be stunned. What? The one who was the most shocked was this scorpion. No one knew better than him how powerful his scorpion tail was. His scorpion tail could not pierce through the body of this human. How is this possible? One had to know that this scorpion tail of his could even pierce through divine iron. How could it not pierce through the body of a human cultivator who was only a first heavenly layer of Almighty? Just as the scorpion wanted to retract its scorpion tail, Gu Fei reached out and grabbed the scorpion tail in his hand. Then, he pulled it hard. Roar! The scorpion roared and flew towards Gu Fei. Its scorpion tail was almost torn off by Gu Fei, which frightened it out of its wits. Bang! Gu Fei directly punched out and hit the body of the scorpion. The expression on the scorpion's face immediately stiffened. Then, a pair of eyes that were flickering with a fierce light gradually dimmed. When the old dragon and the other 3 beasts saw this scene, they were dumbfounded as if they had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world. Boom! The power of Gu Fei's fist exploded in an instant, and the body of the scorpion immediately exploded. Blood, flesh, tendons, and bones splattered in all directions. The scene was extremely bloody. The white ape and the black bear, who were closest to the scorpion, were splattered with beast blood. The warm beast blood woke the 2 beasts up from their shock. How is this possible? This scorpion was an ancient species, a fierce beast in this wild world. God knows how many creatures have died in its hands. But now, this fierce beast's physical body was destroyed by a human with a single punch. Even its primordial spirit could not escape. Both its body and soul were directly destroyed. Everything happened too quickly and too suddenly. It was so fast that the old dragon and the other 3 beasts did not even have time to react before the scorpion was killed. Roar! The old dragon roared angrily, and the whole world shook. The cultivation of a sixth heavenly layer almighty erupted. Transparent ripples appeared in the void around him, and the void became unstable. You deserve to die. The old dragon roared, and dark blood and chi swept across the world, shrouding the area. He was like a peerless demon, pressing towards Gu Fei. Go! Gu Fei punched out, blasting a path in the dark blood and chi. He then grabbed He Tian, who was next to him, and threw He Tian out. Boss, He Tian could not control himself, and directly flew hundreds of miles away. Only then did he stabilize his body in the void. Boom! Terrifying energy ripples spread out in all directions. Gu Fei and the old flood dragon were fighting fiercely. The void was shattering and the earth was cracking. Even the ruins that were protected by the ancient Dao patterns were affected by the shockwaves. The white ape, the black bear, and the giant snake wanted to retreat, but Gu Fei used the void steps and did not fight the old dragon head-on. Instead, he moved quickly in the void. Swoosh! Gu Fei was still fighting with the old dragon. In the next moment, he appeared in front of the giant snake and directly attacked it. The giant snake was scared out of its wits. It opened its mouth and desperately spat out a red bead at Gu Fei. Then, it turned around and fled. Boom! Endless blood light spread out from the bead, and a destructive aura spread between the sky and the earth. Such power made people's hearts palpitate. This human was so strong that it could not be imagined with common sense. Even the scorpion was killed by him in an instant. It was definitely not a match for him. The giant snake did not care so much. It actually wanted to self-destruct the inner core that it had cultivated for countless years. At the moment, it could only save its life. Roar! The old dragon's body was covered in dark blood and chi. He rushed from afar, wanting to save the giant snake. A dark hand grabbed at Gu Fei. He wanted Gu Fei to be busy and give up on killing the giant snake. However, Gu Fei was unstoppable. He punched at the giant snake with his right fist and blocked the old dragon's dark hand with his left fist. The power of yin and yang was vast. Bang! Gu Fei's fist power was like breaking dry weeds and smashed the red bead that the giant snake spat out. The power of yin and yang dispersed the terrifying power of destruction emitted by the red bead. No! The giant snake roared angrily. Its body turned into a cloud of blood mist and floated in the void. Even its spirit was destroyed by Gu Fei's fist power. Another wild beast was killed by Gu Fei on the spot. The white ape and the black bear were scared out of their wits. They turned around and fled without thinking. Was this guy really a human? He was more of a beast than wild beasts. Just as Gu Fei was about to chase after the other two wild beasts, the old dragon finally arrived. The dark blood and chi were monstrous. The dark hand shattered the void and collided with Gu Fei's left hand. Bang! Gu Fei was sent flying thousands of feet away by the old dragon's attack. The cultivation of a sixth heaven was not a joke. Moreover, the old dragon's body seemed to be abnormally strong. At this time, the old dragon looked at his palm and saw that a layer of white frost had appeared on his palm. A chill was drilling into his arm. The old dragon circulated the spiritual essence in his body. White steam rose from his palm and forced out all the chill that had invaded his palm. Good Lord! When Gu Fei saw this scene, he was secretly shocked. The old dragon's chi and chi were too vigorous. Could it be that the old dragon cultivated some evil skill? I'm going to eat you. Elder Jiao clenched his teeth. Two of his most capable subordinates were actually killed by this puny human. This caused him to go crazy with anger, and his eyes turned red. Roar! The old dragon opened his mouth and directly turned into a huge mouth. It swallowed the sky and the earth and swallowed Gu Fei. The huge mouth emitted a power that swallowed the sky, causing Gu Fei to fly towards the old dragon's mouth involuntarily. A cruel smile appeared on Gu Fei's face as he allowed the old serpent to swallow him into its body. Rumble, the void trembled and the big mouth closed. Gu Fei was swallowed into the old dragon's body. The dark blood and qi in the sky converged into the old dragon's body. Sounds of wind and thunder came from the old dragon's body. He wanted to use the great evil power to refine Gu Fei in his body. This was a treasure medicine in human form. He did not want to waste such a treasure medicine. The exuberant vitality in Gu Fei was definitely a treasure to the old dragon. After refining Gu Fei's qi and qi, the old dragon thought that he could raise his cultivation and strength to the 7th heavenly layer. Boss, when He Tian saw Gu Fei being swallowed by the old dragon, he could not help but be shocked and angry. Boss was so weak? How was it possible that he was swallowed by the old dragon in just a few moves? Ah! Congratulations, my lord. When the white ape and black bear saw Gu Fei being swallowed, they laughed and came forward to congratulate the old dragon. Scram! Elder Jiao roared at the two beasts, then sat down cross-legged in the void, fully activating the spiritual ether in his body. He had used this move countless times, and no one could resist it. In the end, they would all be completely refined by him. The white ape and black bear looked at each other and hurriedly retreated. Then, they stared at He Tian. These two guys, He Tian was taken aback, but he wasn't afraid. As long as the old flood dragon didn't make a move, he believed that he could still fight against these two wild beasts. This was because these two wild beasts were the weakest among the 4 wild beasts in terms of cultivation and strength. Gu Fei had just killed the 2 beasts with the strongest cultivation and strength. Swoosh! He Tian directly turned around and left. In the blink of an eye, he was on the horizon. His speed was really incredible. Want to escape? When the white ape and black bear saw this, they immediately chased after him. Their speed was also extremely fast. When He Tian and the 2 beasts disappeared in the horizon, the old dragon, who was sitting cross-legged in the void and wanted to refine Gu Fei, suddenly changed his expression. Then, with a boom, his whole body exploded and his bones were crushed. Target =_blank. Chapter 14:16. Indestructible Martial Saint Volume 2 Chapter 14:24. The Truth Path of the Great Tao. Indestructible Martial Saint Volume 2 Chapter 14:24. The Truth Path of the Great Tao. Xuanhuan Fantasy. Indestructible Martial Saint Volume 2 Chapter 14:24. The Truth Path of the Great Tao. Download Indestructible Martial Saint to your phone to read. Volume 2 Chapter 14:24. The Truth Path of the Great Tao. Novel name, Indestructible Martial Saint. Author, Liang Family. 3rd Young Master Type, Xuanhuan Fantasy. Indestructible Martial Saint Volume 2 Chapter 14:24. The Truth Path of the Great Tao. Old Jiao was incomparably powerful. He swallowed Gu Fei into his body in one gulp. Then, he operated his supreme evil technique, wanting to completely refine Gu Fei who was in his body. The life force in Gu Fei's body was extremely vigorous. It was a great treasure for old Jiao's evil technique. After refining Gu Fei's blood essence, his cultivation base would definitely rise to another level. However, old Jiao's expression quickly changed. An endless amount of dark red evil power gathered towards his abdomen, wrapping Gu Fei in layers. Blood-red threads, like a blood-red cocoon, wrapped around Gu Fei. Countless threads on Gu Fei's body emitted a dark red evil light. The evil power was vast and mighty. However, he realized that his evil technique could not extract the life essence from Gu Fei's body. What's going on? Old Jiao was shocked. One should know that if he swallowed an ordinary expert, as long as the dark red evil power wrapped around that person, he would be able to completely devour that person's spirit. But Gu Fei's spirit was like a boulder. It could not be moved at all. Not a single bit could be extracted and turned into old Jiao's power. Old Flood Dragon circulated his evil technique with all his might. He even used the dark blood-colored inner core that he had cultivated. In the dark blood-colored sea of evil power, a dark blood-colored evil bead floated in the saint's cultivation record like an evil sun. Rumble. The blood-colored sea emanated a heaven-devouring power. An evil sun transformed into a black hole that began to devour Gu Fei's essence, energy, and soul. At this moment, both of Gu Fei's eyes were tightly shut as his body trembled slightly. Strands of essence, energy and soul began to leak out. It seemed as though Gu Fei could no longer resist the devouring power. Wisps of essence, qi, and soul seeped out from Gu Fei's body, and were immediately assimilated by the blood-red evil force outside his body, and then devoured. This old flood dragon's cultivation method was too evil. It was actually stealing other people's Dao fruits. Elder Jiao was overjoyed, thinking that he was about to succeed. However, just when he thought that he could devour Gu Fei's essence, Gu Fei suddenly opened his eyes. Swoosh! Two incomparably sharp gazes shot out from Gu Fei's eyes, piercing through the layers of blood-colored evil energy around his body. He was not unconscious at all. What? Elder Jiao's shock was no small matter. How was it possible that the other party did not lose his mind and fall into a deep coma? What shocked old Jiao even more was that an extremely powerful force had erupted from this human's body. Even the energy void within his body was shaking violently. It was the otherworldly Azura's battle soul sky-ripping zero. Roar! Elder Jiao sensed danger. He circulated the evil force in his body with all his might, wanting to suppress the vast and boundless energy fluctuations that erupted from Gu Fei's body. However, the force that erupted from Gu Fei's body was too powerful. It was like 100,000 volcanoes erupting at the same time. The void was collapsing, and in an instant, it engulfed the entire dark blood-colored energy space. Boom! With an earth-shattering sound, Elder Jiao's body exploded from the mighty and unstoppable force that erupted from Gu Fei's body. The blood-colored energy void exploded, and a large pile of things fell from the void. Spiritual qi soared into the sky, and auspicious colors rose. These things were Elder Jiao's collection. A dark blood-colored phantom rushed out from the exploded flesh and blood. A wave of primordial spirit power emanated from the evil figure. This was Elder Jiao's primordial spirit. His body had exploded, but his primordial spirit managed to escape. It was quite impressive that his primordial spirit was not directly destroyed. However, Elder Jiao's primordial spirit was extremely weak, and it seemed that it could dissipate at any time. The bloody figure rushed into the sky and used the primordial spirit escape technique to escape. He didn't even want the collection that was destroyed by Gu Fei. However, there was no way Gu Fei would let the old flood dragon's primordial spirit escape. When he was in the old flood dragon's body just now, he clearly sensed what kind of evil cultivation method the old flood dragon was cultivating. It was the 9 reincarnations divine beggars list. This was a terrifying evil skill that relied on devouring other people's Dao fruits to infinitely increase one's own cultivation. As long as Elder Jiao's primordial spirit escaped, it would not take long for him to recover. Swoosh! Gu Fei walked out of the bloody mist. He traveled 100 miles with a single step and instantly caught up to Elder Jiao's primordial spirit. He then reached out and grabbed Elder Jiao's primordial spirit. As he grabbed Elder Jiao's primordial spirit, Gu Fei used his other hand to collect the large pile of divine materials that had fallen from the sky. Spare me! At this moment, Elder Jiao's life and death were at the mercy of Gu Fei. He only wanted to live and did not care about anything else. He actually humbly begged Gu Fei for mercy. Spare you? Didn't you want to refine me just now? Gu Fei's words were extremely cold. In the world of cultivation, the weak were prey to the strong. This was a rule that everyone had to abide by. Whoever had the harder fist could control the other party's life and death. It was as simple as that. As long as you spare my life, I am willing to become your slave and be at your beck and call, Elder Jiao said. Old Flood Dragon uttered such words. Becoming a slave of the human race was definitely an incomparably humiliating thing in this desolate world. The Old Flood Dragon wanted to live, so it couldn't care less. City Beauty, read the full text for free. Bam! Gu Fei simply ignored the pleading of the Elder Jiao. He clenched his hand and directly crushed the Elder Jiao's eyes. Then, he infused the power of primordial spirit into his inner world and into the bodies of the 3 undying emperors. There was a powerful force in Gu Fei's inner world. The leader of the 3 undying tribes was the Undying Emperor, whose cultivation base was equivalent to a 9th heaven immortal emperor. The cultivation and strength of these 3 undying emperors were expected to break through to the almighty realm and become undying emperors. Even so, this force was already strong enough to fight for Gu Fei. Once it appeared in the human world, it would definitely cause chaos in a region. After Gu Fei had done all this, he closed his inner world and looked towards the direction where He Tian had disappeared. He Tian had lured the white ape and black bear to a faraway place for a battle. Swoosh! Gu Fei's figure disappeared in the void. In a mountain range in the desolate world, 3 incomparably powerful auras erupted. 3 experts were fighting endlessly in the depths of this mountain range. Boom! A divine light swept out from the depths of the mountain range. A mountain peak was immediately broken in half and fell down, causing a cloud of dust to rise in the surrounding area. Bump into waves in Jianghu. A golden fist completely condensed from energy struck out from the mountain range, smashing a huge mountain. The heaven and earth shook as if doomsday had arrived. You human cultivator, hurry up and accept your death. Otherwise, you'll have to suffer the pain of soul refinement. A sharp voice came from the mountain range, causing one's hair to stand on end. Monkey, why are you talking so much to this guy? I don't want to lose my fun so soon. Another simple and honest voice emitted a trace of killing intent. I'm going to extract his soul and suppress it in a latrine pit for 10,000 years. Ha! Loud laughter came from the depths of the mountain range. 2 terrifying fiendish auras surged out, seemingly suppressing another equally powerful aura. This was a battle between almighty realm experts. It was extremely intense. Humph! You want to kill me? You're not qualified. A third voice was heard. I can kill you alone. The sharp voice resounded. Then, a huge figure stood up from the depths of the mountain range. It was a white ape. Rumble, the white ape's body was filled with murderous aura. Every move it made could shatter mountains and trample the earth. The power it displayed was earth-shattering. Bam! The ape, which was as big as a mountain, directly slammed its palm down, shattering the void between heaven and earth. Even the chaotic chi was released. The full text of the Flower Master was free to read. Buzz! The void trembled. A yin-yang diagram rushed up from below the ape's big hand. It obliterated everything in all directions and directly crushed the ape's big hand. Roar! The ape let out a roar. The yin-yang diagram was like the existence of the Great Way, showing its unpredictable combat power. Yin and yang intertwined, forming a terrible killing technique. The yin-yang diagram quickly crossed the void like the trajectory of the Great Way. In an instant, the ape was cut in half at the waist, and its huge body transformed into the void. How is this possible? The white ape was shocked. The opponent had mastered a terrible killing technique. The yin-yang diagram was like the trajectory of the Great Way, and it was impossible to resist. Soon, a head flew into the sky. The white ape beast had been beheaded. The other big bear was scared out of its wits when it saw this scene. It immediately turned around and fled. In the wild world, escaping was not a shameful thing. The yin-yang diagram turned in the void and flew directly toward the black bear. The speed of the yin-yang diagram was extremely fast. The fate of the black bear had long been decided. Weren't you very awe-inspiring just now? Why are you running away now? He Tian's voice came from the yin-yang diagram. He turned into the yin-yang diagram, and the power of yin and yang intertwined, evolving the Great Way. This was the trajectory of the Great Way living in Silicon Valley. Swish! The yin-yang diagram flashed, and a large cloud of blood mist erupted from the black bear. A phantom that was no different from the black bear was extracted from the black bear's body and then submerged into the yin-yang diagram. With just one blow, the powerful black bear was beheaded on the spot. Even its primordial spirit could not escape. It was completely and utterly dead, and nothing was left. After beheading the black bear, the yin-yang diagram dissipated, and a figure appeared in the void. All right. At this moment, an almost imperceptible ripple appeared in the void next to He Tian. Then, a figure walked out from the void. This person was Gu Fei. He had arrived long ago, but he did not show himself. With He Tian's cultivation, it was not difficult for him to kill these two beasts. Therefore, Gu Fei did not want to interfere in the battle between He Tian and the two beasts. Go! Just at this moment, an extremely powerful aura appeared in the distance. An unimaginable existence had arrived. Gu Fei and He Tian exchanged glances before tearing apart the void and escaping. As soon as Gu Fei and He Tian left, a fiery red figure descended from the sky on a fiery cloud. Watch the first no ads, please get the goods, please share it and recommend it to your friends. If you like Liang family's third Young Master's Indestructible Martial Saint, if you haven't finished reading it, you can, keyboard, enter square root, keyboard recommended reading. Sword-wielding song The legendary mage Another World Survival Record Playing Game Ground Unscrupulous Special Forces Reborn Me for Basketball Demon Cultivation Technique The Strongest Abandoned Young Master Final Evolution 80 years later Shaolin Abbot seeking help from Devil General Knight Genius Fortune Teller. If you like Liang family's third Young Master's Indestructible Martial Saint, please add Indestructible Martial Saint for convenience in future reading. If you have any suggestions for Indestructible Martial Saint, please send a message to the administrator. Collect all kinds of fantasy and fantasy novels for you. Provide Indestructible Martial Lord, Volume 2, Chapter 1424, The Truth Track of the Great Way. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1417. To be continued, 89, free novel reading, to be continued, 89. Free novel reading, boom. Endless fire swept down from the sky, enveloping the whole area in a sea of fire, burning the heaven and the earth. A terrifying silhouette emerged from the sea of fire. Everything within a radius of 12 miles was burned to ashes. Even the earth sank down and turned into magma. That terrifying existence had arrived, but Gu Fei and He Tian had already retreated. Roar! In the middle of the sea of fire, the primordial beast that looked like the vermilion bird roared at the sky. He couldn't sense any auras from Gu Fei and He Tian because they had already left. Swish! That ferocious beast did not stay for long. It soared into the sky and rushed into the depths of this region. The monstrous flames burned half of the sky red. In an ancient temple in the depths of the wildland, monk Fa Tian finally found a Buddhist treasure. It was a string of Buddhist beads. The string of Buddhist beads was dull and lusterless. It seemed as if it had lost all its spirit chi. However, monk Fa Tian knew that this Buddhist treasure had been sealed by someone. As long as the seal was broken, this Buddhist treasure would be able to display its true power. As long as the seal is broken, it should be enough to deal with those two fellows. Monk Fa Tian walked out of the ancient temple. He then soared into the sky and flew towards a secret place. Soon, he disappeared into the void. At this time, Gu Fei and He Tian arrived at an unfamiliar place. This place was shrouded in mist. The spirit chi was so thick that it could not be dispersed. There were also the silhouettes of spirit beasts roaming about. He Tian couldn't help but feel apprehensive when he saw this scene. This place was probably occupied by an unknown and terrifying spirit beast. This was not a good thing. Gu Fei and He Tian carefully advanced forward. This was a valley. The area of the valley was not very big. However, the spirit qi was much thicker than other places. There was no danger along the way. When they passed through a peach blossom forest, a sudden breeze blew past. The plum blossoms danced in the sky. After that, an extremely obscure murderous aura appeared in the air. Swoosh! A long sword was silently hidden amidst the plum blossoms that filled the sky, piercing towards Gu Fei's glabella. As long as this sword pierced into Gu Fei's glabella, the Naiwan palace within Gu Fei's glabella would definitely be broken and he would be severely injured. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. Then, he raised his hand and used his fingers to catch the sword that was stabbing towards him. Then, he exerted force on his fingers and with a bang, the entire sword was shattered. Someone in the dark cried out in alarm and quickly fled far away. Trying to escape. He Tian pointed a finger and shattered the void. A beam of yin-yang immortal power shot out from his finger, piercing through the void and shooting towards the person in the dark. This was an attack at the almighty level. He Tian's finger power was incomparably sharp. However, He Tian's attack didn't seem to hit anything. The person who launched the sneak attack had already disappeared into the distance. Assassin? And he's a professional killer. Gu Fei frowned. How could there be assassins in this world? One must know that this was a trial ground created by the ancient Buddhist lord in order to train the younger generation of Buddhas. Boss, why didn't you continue attacking? He Tian was a little surprised. It should be known that Gu Fei's cultivation and strength were invincible among those of the same level. If Gu Fei continued to attack, he might be able to kill that person. They have already made their move, and they will continue to make their move. I will wait for them to find me. Gu Fei was very confident. He cultivated one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the anti-void secret art, profound insight of the void. No one in the same realm could hide in front of him without being discovered. He Tian heard this and did not say anything more. They continued to walk through the peach blossom forest. Suddenly, they came to the front of a thatched cottage. They had never imagined that there was a thatched cottage behind the peach blossom forest. The hut was very simple, with walls made of withered grass and twigs, a bluestone road in front of the hut, and a small waterfall not far behind the hut. Waterfalls, springs, flowers everywhere, it's like a fairyland. Good place. Gu Fei and He Tian couldn't help but nod, especially He Tian. He observed the general situation of heaven and earth and knew that this thatched cottage was built on top of an earth vein spirit cave. The spirit qi of the earth vein rose from the spirit cave, endless and inexhaustible. Cultivating in the thatched cottage would definitely yield twice the results with half the effort. There was no dust in the thatched cottage. It was obvious that someone was living in it. Perhaps the assassin who suddenly attacked Gu Fei was cultivating here. This small valley was simply a paradise. There were no strong auras of wild beasts in the surroundings. Boss, let's stay here. He Tian said. No one knew better than him how extraordinary this valley was. With the yin-yang divine eyes, the general situation of heaven and earth would appear in his eyes. Gu Fei nodded and walked into the thatched cottage. He sat on a praying mat weaved from spirit herbs and began cultivating. After a series of battles, his cultivation had increased significantly. He felt that he could already break through to the second heavenly layer of Almighty Realm. He Tian didn't dare to be careless. He began to wander around the small valley and imprint ancient and profound formation patterns. He didn't even hesitate to expend Yuan Qi to set up a corner of the extreme Dao formation pattern. Just as He Tian was setting up the formation, the space above the valley where He Tian and Gu Fei had settled down shattered. A fiery figure walked out of the void. An extremely terrifying aura spread out in the air, shaking the surroundings and causing all beasts to tremble in fear. He escaped. The figure stood in the sea of flames. His appearance was very blurry, but the fiendish and violent aura swept through the heavens and earth. Humph! That person sneered and pointed downwards. A ball of fiery divine light flew out and bombarded the valley below. It was like a divine sun descending. Rumble! The entire world began to shake. Then, ancient and profound formation patterns began to appear in the surroundings of the valley below. The divine sun descended and the mighty power obliterated everything. Formation patterns were constantly being obliterated. The entire valley was collapsing. It was like the end of the world. In the end, only the formation patterns in 4 places continued to flicker with divine light. They emitted an indestructible divinity. Even the divine sun could not obliterate them. Extreme Tao formation pattern. The existence in the sea of flames was shocked. Could it be that some extreme expert outside had sent his descendant or disciple here to train? At the thought of this, even the powerful existence broke out in a cold sweat. Looks like I better not meddle in other people's business. The existence muttered and directly tore open the void. He stepped in and instantly fled far away, leaving this place of trouble. The peerless existence in the wilderness did not know that the outside world had changed drastically. It was no longer suitable to become a sage. Not to mention extreme experts, even sages were extinct. In this way, Gu Fei and He Tian had unknowingly escaped a calamity. At this time, in a small valley in the wilderness, He Tian was setting up a formation. Gu Fei was sitting in a thatched hut, trying to break through the shackles of cultivation. Rumble, the sound of wind and thunder came from Gu Fei's dantian. A primal divine light was circulating in the middle of his dantian. The vast yin and yang energy was intertwining. With the primal divine light as the center, the 2 extreme energies began to fuse and be refined into primal essence energy. However, this speed was very fast. It consumed endless yin and yang energy to refine a trace of primal essence energy. The light condensed from the primal essence energy was still very small. In his dantian, Gu Fei's yin and yang energy gradually contracted and expanded faster. He wanted to try to break through to the second layer of Almighty. He could not retreat. When He Tian returned from setting up the formation, he saw that Gu Fei had already entered a meditative state. His body was filled with yin and yang energy. The yin and yang energy intertwined and a yin-yang diagram appeared faintly on his body. Boss's cultivation technique, He Tian knew that Gu Fei walked the path of martial arts. It was not the immortal Dao or the divine Dao. However, the true energy that Gu Fei cultivated was somewhat similar to his yin-yang immortal energy. However, He Tian had to admit that the yin-yang true energy cultivated by Gu Fei was the purest. It seemed to be more powerful than his yin-yang immortal energy. He Tian watched for a while outside the thatched hut before turning to leave. He found a place to comprehend his own Dao. Severing the Dao of others to comprehend one's own Dao. This was the cultivation of almighty existences. There was no shortcut. Time passed. Unknowingly, half a month had passed. During this period, many powerful existences appeared outside the small valley in an attempt to snatch it back. However, the formation that He Tian had set up was no joke. One almighty human expert was completely trapped inside the formation when he stepped into it. Then, he was annihilated by the formation. As a result, the formation around the small valley deterred the invading experts. No one dared to barge into the formation because no one was willing to die. Some people started cursing outside the small valley. However, He Tian and Gu Fei ignored them. During this half a month, the yin and yang energy in Gu Fei's body contracted and expanded thousands of times. After 100,000 times, Gu Fei felt something in his body break. Rumble, the endless yin and yang energy in his dantian frantically gathered towards the primordial divine light. The yin and yang energy was rapidly transforming into yin and yang energy. Gu Fei felt as though all the energy in his body had been sucked out in an instant. Boom! A muffled sound came from his dantian. Then, his body shook violently. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. He had finally succeeded. His muscles and bones were thundering. The Dao patterns that were branded on his bone body had traces of primordial essence energy surrounding it. His martial body had become even stronger. The primordial essence energy in his dantian had become the size of a thumb. Gu Fei felt as though his body was filled with power. He could shatter the heaven and earth with a single punch. Keep the reply. To be continued. 89 Free novel read target =_blank. Chapter 14:18. After a series of battles, Gu Fei's cultivation and strength were on the verge of a breakthrough. After half a month of consolidation and refinement, his cultivation finally broke through to the second heavenly layer. Roar! Gu Fei stood up from the cottage and roared furiously at the sky. A terrifying sound wave spread in all directions, and the cottage was the first to bear the brunt of it. Boom! The entire cottage flew up in an instant. Then, everything turned into dust in the next moment, scattering into the surroundings. Transparent ripples of space spread outwards. The surrounding trees were affected, the waterfalls flowed in reverse, and the heavens and earth trembled. A single roar shook the mountains and rivers. Gu Fei's roar was definitely earth-shattering. It was even more terrifying than a regular sound assassination technique. It was enough to make a perfected immortal above the 9 heavens tremble. Boss succeeded in breaking through? In the distance, Erebus, who had been cultivating on top of a large rock, was so shocked by this roar that he fell off the rock. He was extremely shocked. What's going on? Outside the valley, the human experts who had blocked the entrance to the valley for over half a month were also shocked. The roar that came from the valley caused their blood to rumble. Brother Yi, who exactly did you provoke? A dark-skinned man's expression changed several times. The person who let out the roar from the valley was definitely a terrifying expert. Even the mountains and rivers trembled from the roar. An existence like that was not someone they could fight against. Brother Yi, I'll be leaving first. A young man in green clothes who emanated peerlessly sharp fluctuations of sword chi cupped his hands towards the other young man, and then he turned around and left. Li Qingyi, you, the young man who was addressed as Brother Yi was both shocked and angry when he saw this. What's going on? They didn't even see the enemy's shadow, and they're already running? Brother Yi, farewell. The dark-skinned man also cupped his hands at the cultivator with the surname Yi. He then soared into the sky and turned into a ray of golden light. He charged into the distance and soon disappeared into the horizon. You, Cultivator Yi, absolutely didn't expect that a single roar from the person in the valley would scare away the 2 powerful helpers he had invited. Li Qingyi cultivated in the ancient Tao of the sword. A single strike of her sword could dominate the world, and she was one of the top sword cultivators in the wilderness. As for the dark-skinned man, he came from a clan in the depths of the wildlands. The clan was very low-key, and they didn't have many members. However, every member of the clan was an expert. A hunchbacked, black-clothed old man appeared behind Cultivator Yi and said, "Young master, with this old servant here, the person in the valley won't be able to cause any trouble." The old man was like a ghost. When he appeared, he did not make a sound. It was as if he had directly walked out of the void. Humph! These 2 fellows. The cultivator surnamed Yi was furious. These 2 people normally called him brothers, but as soon as they saw that the other party was powerful, they immediately ran away. This was too excessive. The moment the 2 of them ran away, the cultivator surnamed Yi had already decided to cut ties with them. He didn't want friends like these. After the roar, the small valley calmed down. The cultivator surnamed Yi and the hunchbacked old man didn't dare to enter because the entire valley was enveloped by a killing formation. This formation was capable of slaying existences at the almighty realm. Moreover, this formation emitted a terrifying aura. This was an aura that could make even almighty realm cultivators bow down. Although it was weak, it was enough to intimidate everyone. He Tian didn't hesitate to pay a heavy price to lay down an incomplete extreme Dao formation. Even the hunchbacked old man knew that he wouldn't be able to resist this power, so he didn't want to try. No one was willing to joke around with their own lives. At this time, Gu Fei sat down in the valley and began to circulate his mysterious technique. He wanted to stabilize his current realm. The blood in his body surged like thunder, emitting rumbling sounds. He Tian originally wanted to step forward, but after seeing this, he stopped and retreated. Just how powerful is a second-layer almighty realm cultivator? He Tian muttered to himself. He knew that the path of martial cultivation was to cultivate the martial body. The martial body was the source of all power. A successful cultivator would be invincible among the same rank. The current Gu Fei might already be able to fight against a 6th or 7th layer almighty realm cultivator. Cultivating without knowing the time, more than half a month had passed. The spiritual energy in the valley was very rich. Gu Fei sat cross-legged on top of a cave connected to the earth veins and breathed in spiritual energy every day. The newly born power in his body gradually calmed down and completely fused with his martial body. After stabilizing his realm, Gu Fei knew that he had to challenge even more powerful beasts. This was a kind of cultivation method, putting oneself on the edge of death to survive. Only in a moment of life and death could the hidden power in Gu Fei's body be stimulated. Those two still haven't left? Gu Fei stood up from the ground. He immediately sensed two powerful auras outside the valley. These two auras weren't concealed in the slightest. "Boss, you're finally out of seclusion." He Tian rushed over from afar and congratulated Gu Fei. The stronger Gu Fei was, the safer he would be. He wouldn't have to worry about being intercepted by his enemies. "Your cultivation has also improved a lot." With a glance, Gu Fei could see He Tian's cultivation and strength. He Tian's cultivation had also reached the peak of the 1st layer almighty realm. With this kind of cultivation and strength, he could only challenge existences of a higher level. "Boss, the two people outside the valley haven't left yet. Should we?" He Tian's expression became sinister. He didn't intend to let those two people go. "Let's go and take a look." Gu Fei's words were very concise and didn't waste any time. Swoosh! Gu Fei's figure directly disappeared into the void as if he had escaped into the void of heaven and earth. It was impossible to determine which direction he went. Someone's going to be unlucky. He Tian smiled coldly and then flew forward. When he arrived above the entrance of the valley, Gu Fei was confronting the hunchbacked old man. Meanwhile, the cultivator with the surname Yi glared fiercely at Gu Fei. He was holding a magic treasure in his hand. The magic treasure emitted an obscure holy aura. Holy weapon? He Tian faced the cultivator with the surname Yi. A faintly discernible sword light circled around his body. It was the power that the invisible sword emitted on its own. "Your opponent is me." He Tian stared at the young cultivator in front of him. Yin and Yang celestial force intertwined around his body. A yin-yang diagram began to appear on his body, emitting a palpitating fluctuation. Great Dao phenomenon? The cultivator surnamed Yi was extremely knowledgeable. With a single look, he could tell that this human had cultivated out a phenomenon of the Great Dao. This was truly unbelievable. One had to know that even people with a higher cultivation state than my Tian would find it hard to activate their own phenomenon of the Great Dao. Scared? If you're really scared, I think you should just end it yourself. He Tian was very confident. This cultivator with the surname Ye's strength and cultivation were not weak. However, he was nothing compared to Han Han. If Gu Fei were to make a move, he would definitely be able to kill him in an instant. Scared? I, Yi Wuji, have never known the word scared ever since I was born. The cultivator with the surname Yi was infuriated by He Tian. This guy actually dared to look down on him. How detestable. He immediately made a move and sent out a net, trying to capture He Tian. Swoosh! The net enveloped a part of the void, making it difficult for Mahakala to evade. Since it was difficult to evade, then there was no need to evade. With a thought from Mahakala, a nearly invisible sword light flashed through the void. The sword light wasn't obvious, but the power it displayed was even more shocking. He Tian had been cultivating in the valley for less than 2 months. During this period of time, he had been refining that invisible sword day and night. Today, he could finally use this sword and unleash its full power. The net that shrouded down from the sky was torn open by that sword light. He Tian shot up into the sky and charged through the hole. Yi Wuji was both shocked and angry at the sight of this. His net was weaved out of the most precious sky worm silk. Ordinary treasures wouldn't be able to break through it. Swoosh! After He Tian broke free, he immediately retaliated against Yi Wuji. Streaks of nearly invisible sword light shot towards Yi Wuji, wanting to kill him. Yi Wuji was a human from the wildlands. He came from an ancient family. It was said that this family had once produced an extreme powerhouse. Although the wildlands was a trial ground created by the Buddhist Lord, there weren't only descendants of the Buddhist Lord in this trial ground. There were also other humans. These humans originally lived in this part of the wildlands. Later on, they were sealed here by the Buddhist Lord and couldn't leave the wildlands. The wildlands was a world of wild beasts. Even Monk Fadian and the others weren't willing to provoke the powerful kings of wild beasts. Legend had it that there was a king of wild beasts that was only half a step away from becoming a beast venerable. However, such a king of wild beasts had never appeared in the wildlands before. At this time, He Tian and Yi Wuji started fighting. Their cultivation levels were about the same. This was an intense and dangerous battle. Rumble, Yi Wuji extended his hand and summoned a torrential river. The torrential river water rushed towards black sky, and even the void collapsed from the pressure of the river. This, He Tian couldn't help but be shocked. What kind of divine ability was this? He did not dare to be careless. His hands danced in front of him, and the power of yin and yang surged out from his hands. The entire void in front of him was shaking. Yin-yang shift. The monstrous river that was rushing towards He Tian was immediately moved to the side, rushing past He Tian. Then, He Tian soared into the sky, his entire body turning into a yin-yang diagram as he spun and flew towards Yi Wuji. Target equals _blank. Chapter 14:19. The owner of the valley, Yi Wuji, who had been forced away by Gu Fei and He Tian, stood guard outside the valley. He finally encountered Gu Fei and the others. Both sides did not speak much and immediately began fighting. Rumble, the black-clothed hunchbacked old man's aura continued to rise. The void around him trembled and transparent spatial ripples spread outwards. A powerful aura spread across the world, causing the nearby mountains to crumble. The savage beasts within a radius of several thousand li trembled in fear. This hunchbacked old man's cultivation was truly astonishing. Even Gu Fei frowned. A 9th heavenly layer almighty? With such cultivation, even in the heaven realm, he would definitely be an overlord. And the aura exuding from Gu Fei's body was not weak either. The yin and yang true force on his body was vast and mighty. His long hair fluttered without any wind. His entire person gave off an extremely powerful sense of oppression. Although the aura exuded from Gu Fei's body was not very fierce, it displayed an aura of supremacy in the world. Good fellow, not simple indeed. The black-clothed hunchbacked old man felt the aura exuding from Gu Fei's body and was secretly shocked. This person seemed to be cultivating the martial Tao created by the martial ancestor. A martial artist's physique was definitely one of the most terrifying physiques in the world. This made the hunchbacked old man have no choice but to be cautious. A successful martial artist was invincible in the same realm. This was not a legend, but a reality. The two did not immediately attack, but their auras had already locked onto each other. As long as the other revealed the slightest flaw, they would immediately launch a lightning-fast attack. At this level of cultivation, as long as one's essence, energy, and spirit were all raised to the peak realm, and then suddenly attacked with all their strength, there was a chance that a terrifying attack that surpassed one's own cultivation would erupt. This was a life-and-death battle. Sometimes, victory could be decided in a single move. And while Gu Fei and the black-clothed hunchbacked old man were confronting each other, He Tian and Yi Wuji were engaged in a fierce battle. The two of them moved quickly in the void, each displaying their powerful battle prowess. He Tian displayed the Yin-Yang Grand Dao. His body turned into a Yin-Yang Dao diagram as he rushed towards Yi Wuji. The power of Yin and Yang surged, evolving the great Dao of heaven and earth. This was the path that the great Dao had taken. He Tian had activated the power of the great Dao, causing Yi Wuji to be incomparably shocked. This was a manifestation of the great Dao. The power of the great Dao was difficult to resist, so Yi Wuji had to retreat. At the same time, he displayed his own Dao. Eternal clear sky. Yi Wuji shouted, and then he suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, the entire world underwent an unbelievable change. Rumble, a blue sky appeared between the heavens and the earth. Above it, streams of primordial energy descended. The blue energy rose and the turbid energy sank. It was as if a primordial world was evolving. This was a type of Dao trace that could draw upon the power of the great Dao to attack the opponent. This Yi Wuji was also an extraordinary expert. One had to know that Dao traces were not that easy to cultivate. Humph. So what if it's the blue sky? I will break it all the same. From the Yin-Yang Dao diagram, He Tian's divine sense fluctuated. His body turned into a Dao diagram as he soared into the sky, directly meeting the descending blue sky. This was a battle between Dao traces. The Yin-Yang Dao diagram broke through the layers of primordial energy and directly collided with the blue sky. The Yin-Yang Dao diagram trembled, and the blue sky violently shook. The collision of the two Dao traces seemed to be inextricably entangled. It was difficult to determine the victor in a short period of time. And on the other side, Gu Fei and the black-robed hunchbacked old man also attacked. The black-robed hunchbacked old man was very calm and didn't attack first. Gu Fei was incomparably domineering. He displayed an invincible aura and directly attacked. His right hand turned into a giant golden hand that emitted a world-destroying fluctuation as it slammed towards the black-robed hunchbacked old man. This was the first time that Gu Fei had successfully broken through the shackles of his cultivation. As a second-layer Supreme Elder, this was the first time that he fought against someone. As soon as the heaven-covering hand appeared, the giant golden hand immediately enveloped the entire world, locking down the void. It gave off a feeling that there was no way to escape. A powerful force descended from the giant golden hand, shattering the void and obliterating everything. Wherever the giant hand passed, nothing was left behind. It really is a martial arts battle skill. The black-robed hunchbacked old man came from an ancient family in the wild world. His knowledge was extraordinary and he recognized the origin of the cultivation method that Gu Fei cultivated. Shua. The old man's figure suddenly blurred. Then, the void in front of Gu Fei fluctuated. He felt danger and all the pores on his body opened up. This guy, Gu Fei's expression changed. He directly retreated, retreating more than 10 miles in an instant. And where he originally stood, a black-robed hunchbacked old man appeared. An art of assassination? Gu Fei frowned. This old man was very dangerous. Instead of retreating under his heaven-covering hand, he did the exact opposite and instantly appeared before Gu Fei. In this way, Gu Fei's heaven-covering hand lost its target with the form displacement transposition. Schwa. The hunchbacked old man's figure once again disappeared. This old man was proficient in the art of assassination. It was as if he was walking in the void, eerie, dangerous, and impossible to defend against. Umph. Gu Fei snickered. Did he think that he could defeat him just like that? A purplish-gold vertical mark appeared between his brows. Then, a purplish-gold divine light shot out, as if a supreme divine eye had opened. This was the martial path heavenly eye that Gu Fei cultivated. With the martial path heavenly eye, all illusions could be seen through. Gu Fei successfully captured the black-robed old man's movement trajectory and threw a simple punch. Bam! The black-robed old man was knocked out of the void by Gu Fei's punch. He was both shocked and enraged. How was this possible? Could it be that Gu Fei had cultivated the martial path heavenly eye? At this moment, the old man's art of assassination was no longer effective against Gu Fei. Die! Gu Fei displayed the yin-yang reincarnation fists. His fists exuded a power that shook the heaven and earth. One punch was enough to shatter an entire region. The black-robed old man flickered in and out of existence in the void. Even Gu Fei found it hard to sense his movement trajectory at first glance. A ninth-level existence was extremely difficult to deal with. Gu Fei felt that it was very taxing. One should know that his opponent was an unimaginably experienced assassin. His art of assassination was enough to make others stay away from him. Coward, Gu Fei continued to defend against the old man's attacks. The old man didn't even try to fight him head-on. This made Gu Fei feel powerless but powerless. Rip! One of Gu Fei's sleeves was ripped off by the black-robed old man. If he hadn't dodged in time, his arm might have been ripped off as well. Preposterous, Gu Fei was both shocked and enraged. In the next moment, he used one of the 9 esoteric arts of the Immortal Tao, the anti-void secret art. He also escaped into the void and launched a counterattack against the black-robed old man. What? The black-robed old man was truly shocked. He never expected that his opponent could also use an art of assassination against him. 2 figures flickered in and out of existence in the void. Their movements were so fast that one couldn't even see their shadows. Boom! Bam! Muffled sounds came from the void. The heaven and earth trembled. Gu Fei and the black-robed old man fought endlessly. Neither could suppress the other. To see the first episode without advertisements, please go to Please Share. Target =_blank. Chapter 1420. Holy Weapon. Gu Fei stared at the old man's right hand. It was a black glove with black light circulating on it and ancient runes engraved on it. In today's world, it was impossible for a sage to appear. Therefore, all the holy weapons were created by ancient sages. You can actually withstand my black killing glove and not die. The one who was most shocked was the old man. He had this glove for thousands of years and had already refined it to the point where it was connected to his mind. He could use at least 50% of its power. 50% of the power of a holy weapon was definitely enough to kill a mighty being. Even a sage-to-be would not dare to face it head-on, not to mention a second heavenly layer mighty being. You are a monster, the old man murmured to himself. This was the first time he had met someone with such a powerful physique. No one would believe him if he said that he could withstand a holy weapon with his body alone. The clash between Gu Fei and the black-clothed old man had turned the area within a radius of several hundred miles into a desert. Except for the small valley that was protected by a corner of my Tian's formation, everything else had been flattened. The extreme Dao rune was hard to destroy. It could automatically absorb the surrounding spiritual qi. Although it was only a corner of the rune, it was not something that a mighty being could break. Again. Gu Fei had just made a breakthrough in his cultivation and did not know where to find someone to spar with. He was more than happy to meet a 9th heavenly layer mighty being. Boom! Without any superfluous words, Gu Fei directly spoke with his fists. He was too lazy to know who his opponent was. His right fist transformed into a divine sun, emitting an extremely powerful fluctuation, and smashed towards the black-clothed old man. The monstrous fist energy swept across the sky and the earth. This was the most direct display of power. There were no tricks. At Gu Fei's level, there was no need for tricks to win. Rumble, the sky and earth shook. Gu Fei's fist was like a divine sun streaking across the sky. His combat strength was unparalleled, shocking the world. One punch was enough to shatter the world and reverse the universe. Swoosh! The black-clothed old man did not want to clash head-on with Gu Fei. Gu Fei's martial body was just too powerful, able to withstand saint weapons head-on. A cloud of black qi surged out from his body, and then disappeared in an instant, escaping into the void. Bam! The place where the black-robed old man stood was blasted apart by Gu Fei's punch, instantly turning into a chaotic void. Even the primordial chaotic aura was blasted out by him. The Tao he walked was the Tao of the utmost. He did not need to use Tao laws when fighting others like the immortal Tao or the divine Tao. His fists were Tao laws. Although the black-clothed old man was shocked that Gu Fei had an extremely strong physique, it didn't mean that he would be scared away by Gu Fei. After all, he was an almighty killer who had climbed out of a pile of corpses. He entered the Tao through killing and successfully severed his Tao, cultivating to the 9th heavenly layer of the Almighty. This in itself was a capital that could intimidate all other almighty cultivators of the same level. A black shadow appeared behind Gu Fei without a sound. A black saber left a black line in the void, then slashed towards the back of Gu Fei's neck. The almighty killer's divine sense was not weak. His killing techniques had also reached the peak of perfection. If it was an ordinary almighty, they would not even know how they died in front of him. The black saber quickly slashed through Gu Fei's neck, actually separating his head from his neck. Did the black-clothed old man actually succeed? However, the black-clothed old man was not happy. Gu Fei's figure gradually dissipated. The Gu Fei whose head was chopped off by the black-clothed old man was only an illusion, not Gu Fei's real body. In the next moment, Gu Fei's figure appeared next to the black-clothed old man. Then, his right hand turned into a saber and slashed diagonally towards the old man, wanting to kill the old man on the spot. What kind of divine sense is this? The black-clothed old man was incomparably shocked. The divine sense Gu Fei displayed was too terrifying. He could actually merge with the void, only being able to sense it when he got close. Bang! The black-clothed old man was directly shattered. However, this was only an afterimage. The black-clothed old man's divine sense of killing was very strange. It was as if he could escape into the void and merge with the world. Gu Fei and the black-clothed old man both wanted to kill each other. Although there was no great enmity between them, this kind of battle was extremely dangerous. As long as one of them revealed the slightest flaw, the other would be able to seize the opportunity and launch a fatal attack. There was a high chance that the other would be killed on the spot. At this time, He Tian and Yi Wuji started fighting again. A yin-yang Dao diagram enveloped the entire world, pressing down on the clear sky. The power of the yin-yang Dao poured down, as if it could truly suppress the eternal clear sky. Yi Wuji transformed into the eternal clear sky and similarly attracted the power of the great Tao. He Tian didn't completely occupy the upper hand. The eternal clear sky shook, and there were several times when the yin-yang Dao diagram above was almost blown away. You only have this kind of method? You want to kill me? You still don't have the qualifications. He Tian's voice echoed out from the yin-yang Dao diagram. After that, a figure walked out from the yin-yang Dao diagram. That person's black hair fluttered in the wind and his gaze was like lightning. This person was He Tian. You dare to break into my eternal clear sky? Yi Wuji's figure appeared in the eternal clear sky. He stared at He Tian, who walked out from the yin-yang Dao diagram. His battle intent was unparalleled. This was an existence that resembled both a god and a devil. It had to be said that Yi Wuji was a powerful opponent. The reason he was forced to retreat that day was because Gu Fei and He Tian came together. He knew that he wasn't a match for them, so after a single strike, he fled thousands of miles away. For an existence with such a cultivation base and a sneak attack, as long as he didn't succeed in one strike, there was no other chance. If he didn't retreat, he would only be killed by the other party. He originally thought that he had invited people to take revenge, but after the people he invited sensed Gu Fei's strength, they all retreated in the spirit of brotherhood. This caused Yi Wuji's lungs to explode with anger. However, he wasn't worried because his old servant had already returned. Only this old servant alone was enough to kill all these people. Why wouldn't I dare? Watch me kill you. He Tian changed his usual demeanor. At this time, he was extremely domineering. He took a step forward, and in the next moment, his figure appeared in the eternal clear sky. As expected, you dare to come in. You are too arrogant. Arrogant people often don't live long. Yi Wuji immediately rushed over. With a wave of his hand, he summoned chaos dragons that rushed towards He Tian, wanting to kill He Tian on the spot. Rumble, 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 above the eternal clear sky, the chaos dragons that descended were tens of thousands of feet long. They contained a terrifying power that could destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth, just like when the world was first created. Buzz! The yin-yang Dao diagram above the eternal clear sky trembled. Under the vast and terrifying yin-yang Dao power, the chaos dragons that descended from the eternal clear sky were completely annihilated. As the two Dao traces attacked each other, the eternal clear sky also counterattacked. Streaks of chaos lightning appeared, turning into a sea of chaos lightning that resisted the yin-yang Dao power. You want to use the power of Dao traces to kill me? You should save your energy. He Tian also cultivated the 9 secrets of the immortal Dao. This was something he had learned from Gu Fei. One had to know that this was an invincible immortal divine technique created by the supreme Dao ancestor. Everyone was envious of it. Swish! He Tian disappeared from where he stood, as if he had escaped into the void of heaven and earth. This was one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Dao, the anti-void secret technique. However, in the eternal clear sky, Yi Wuji was the supreme god. He could sense everything in the eternal clear sky. Although He Tian had transformed into the void, he could still sense him. Boom! The earth soared. Under Yi Wuji's feet, the earth's essence surged violently. The ground shook violently as dragons rushed out, knocking He Tian out of the void. Very good. He Tian's expression was solemn. It seemed that he couldn't use the anti-void secret technique here. However, he had cultivated more than one immortal divine technique. In terms of methods, he had a lot of them. The dragons formed from the earth's essence didn't dissipate. Instead, they became even more terrifying. They were like true dragons born from the primordial era. They emitted extremely terrifying waves that tore apart the heaven and earth as they pounced towards He Tian. In the eternal clear sky, Yi Wuji could be said to have the absolute advantage. Humph! He Tian sneered. An extremely powerful wave of energy erupted from his body. Next, the yin and yang Dao diagrams flew out from his body and slashed towards the dragons. Each Dao diagram carried the power of the Dao. Wherever they passed, they destroyed the void of heaven and earth. The dragons were destroyed by the Dao diagrams and dissipated in the eternal clear sky. After the yin and yang Dao diagrams destroyed the dragons, they directly slashed towards Yi Wuji. Yi Wuji's expression changed. The appearance of the path of the great Dao was definitely a great killing force that could destroy everything. Even the power of the eternal clear sky couldn't suppress it. In this place, I am invincible. Yi Wuji was infuriated. This was his territory, yet this guy still dared to act so arrogantly? This was something Yi Wuji couldn't accept. He laughed angrily, and then the azure chi around his body surged. Rumble, the entire world shook. Yi Wuji seemed to have turned into an azure deity that could split the heavens and earth apart. He stood between the heavens and earth, his entire body emitting terrifying waves. Break for me. Yi Wuji turned into an azure deity. He stretched out his hand and directly grabbed towards the yin and yang Dao diagrams. Dao laws interweaved on his hand, forcefully resisting the yin and yang Dao diagrams. The yin and yang Dao diagrams weren't destroyed, but they were all sent flying by the azure hand. Yi Wuji drew the power of the entire eternal clear sky to resist the yin and yang Dao diagrams. The eternal clear sky was also a type of Dao trace. The power of Dao laws was unfathomably powerful. This was the law of the great Dao of the world. It was enough to resist the yin and yang Dao diagrams that were also Dao traces. Buzz. At this time, a loud explosion came from outside the eternal clear sky. The true yin and yang Dao diagrams were descending, causing the entire eternal clear sky to tremble. Swoosh. Just as Yi Wuji was in a stalemate with the yin and yang Dao diagrams, He Tian finally attacked. A nearly transparent sword light flew out from his body. To see the first advertisement, please go to please share, target =_blank. Chapter 1421. He Tian had been refining the invisible divine sword for a while now. At this time, he could already cause the invisible divine sword to emit a trace of saint-level sword energy. Although it was only a weak trace of sword energy, it was enough to make one's heart palpitate. At this time, He Tian's Dao trace was still fighting with Yi Wuji's Dao trace. He Tian's sudden move surprised Yi Wuji. The nearly transparent sword light couldn't completely merge with the surrounding void and could be seen with the naked eye. Yi Wuji wasn't an ordinary person, so he could naturally sense He Tian's attack. Swish! The invisible divine sword's speed was extremely fast. In an instant, it arrived in front of Yi Wuji. In the next moment, Yi Wuji would be cut in half at the waist. The deep cold sword energy attacked his body, causing all the pores on Yi Wuji's body to explode. He felt a great danger, and his scalp went numb. This was an instinctive reaction that would only appear at a critical moment when his life was in danger. Clang! With a thought from Yi Wuji, the everlasting clear sky was suddenly filled with sword energy. The azure energy in the sky turned into azure heavenly swords that fell from the sky, slashing towards He Tian. Above the earth, primal chaos sword energy condensed from the essence of the earth and rushed towards the nearly transparent sword light. However, all of this was futile. The invisible sword light was invincible. The layers of primal chaos sword energy were broken apart. The invisible sword light pierced through the void, heading straight for Yi Wuji. Yi Wuji turned into an azure deity and displayed the strongest power of the everlasting clear sky. His fists forcefully collided with the invisible sword light, causing the entire everlasting clear sky to tremble. Humph! At this time, He Tian soared into the sky. Taking advantage of the fact that the power of the everlasting clear sky was crazily gathering towards the azure deity, he displayed a divine ability and broke through the seal of this world. Rumble! A yin-yang Dao diagram squeezed through the hole that appeared in the everlasting clear sky. It forcefully pushed open the blue sky and entered the everlasting clear sky. With my body as the great Dao, I am invincible. He Tian was extremely flirtatious and domineering. He took a step forwards, becoming one with the yin-yang Dao diagram that descended from the heavens. The Dao diagram trembled and a vast and mighty destructive energy rippled outwards. The Dao traces of the ancient clear sky almost collapsed. Cracks began to appear in the everlasting clear sky. It was on the verge of collapsing. Roar! The blue divinity reared his head back and roared, his entire body blooming with endless divine light. Wherever he stood, the vast power of the yin-yang Dao diagram couldn't even approach him. Bam! Yi Wuji's godlike figure punched away the invisible divine sword. Then, he rushed towards the yin-yang Dao diagram. With every step he took, the entire ancient void trembled. This was an azure celestial being who was unimaginably powerful, and could be said to be invincible among those of the same level. Unfortunately, he had encountered He Tian, and He Tian was also a freak who could challenge experts of a higher level than him. The two of them had also cultivated Dao traces. Their strength could be said to be evenly matched. The godlike battle Dao diagram caused the heavens to collapse and the earth to shatter. The power of the ancient clear sky finally submerged into the body of the azure celestial being, displaying a peerlessly terrifying might. He Tian's yin-yang Dao diagram was constantly blasted away. Even He Tian was almost knocked out of the yin-yang Dao diagram, unable to fuse with it. Yi Wuji's godlike figure had unparalleled combat strength. Azure chi curled around his body, and with every punch, galaxies and universes could be faintly seen, containing an unparalleled might that could split apart the heavens and earth. Bzz. The yin-yang Dao diagram trembled. He Tian walked out from the Dao diagram once more. The Dao diagram above his head transformed into a yin-yang divine figure that clashed with the azure celestial being. Rumble, 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 the entire heaven and earth trembled. The intensity of the battle between He Tian and Yi Wuji was in no way inferior to the battle between Gu Fei and the supreme existence of the path of slaughter. In fact, it was even more intense. Large swathes of mountains collapsed, and the beasts in the surrounding regions were all frightened away. A battle of this level had long since alarmed the experts of the other regions. In the distant sky, there was a vague demonic qi. In other directions, there were also several baleful qi. There were also great demons and beasts that had cultivated to a certain level watching from the sidelines. Although the desolate world had been refined by the Buddhist sovereign into the third level of the Buddhist palace and was used as a training ground for the Buddhist path, there were already natives living here. The beasts and some ancient clans were the main characters of this desolate world. On the contrary, after the disappearance of the Buddhist sovereign, the Buddhist path could no longer control this world. Moreover, many supreme existences had once appeared in this desolate world. These existences were incomparably powerful, and some of them even had the qualifications to break through to the extreme sovereign realm. How could such existences be willing to be sealed by the Buddhist sovereign in this desolate world? For such existences, their stage was the sixth Tao of the three realms. Many powerful existences had tried to break through the Buddhist sovereign's seal, but in the end, all of them failed, whether it was the ancient clans or the great demons. The Yi clan occupied a region in the desolate world. They were the overlord of this region. Although they didn't have many people, each of them had an extremely powerful cultivation. As the two gods battled, their attacks were filled with Tao laws. The power of the yin-yang Tao laws was simply too great. Yin and yang essence energy fell from the yin-yang Tao diagram, turning into yin-yang Tao runes in the hands of He Tian's yin-yang god form. It drew upon the power of the heavens and attacked Yi Wuji's azure celestial god form without end. At the level of He Tian and Yi Wuji, they had already comprehended their own Tao. With Tao laws on their bodies, their combat prowess would definitely soar. This was the power of severing one's Tao. Without severing one's Tao, one would still be an ant. Only after severing one's Tao would one have the qualifications to become an extreme sovereign and become the strongest existence in the world. That brat from the Yi clan has grown up. He's so young, yet he has already cultivated the Tao. This kind of cultivation is truly frightening. I heard that a genius has also appeared in the Li clan. A few demons and beasts were conversing. The desolate world was a cage for demons and beasts that weren't Buddhist disciples, and even humans from the desolate era. Even for a Buddhist disciple, it wasn't an easy task to get out of this desolate place. Although entering the third level of the Buddhist palace was easy, it was extremely difficult to get out. Otherwise, all life in the desolate world wouldn't have been trapped for so many years. Yi Wuji's performance shocked the spectating great demons and savage beasts. However, Yi Wuji's opponent was also incomparably powerful. He fought Yi Wuji relentlessly and showed no signs of being defeated. The battle between He Tian and Yi Wuji continued. It was difficult to determine a victor in a short period of time. Meanwhile, the battle between Gu Fei and the supreme expert of the Tao of Slaughter had reached its climax. Their speed had reached a level where the naked eye couldn't even see them. Boom! The supreme expert of the Tao of Slaughter punched out. His black fiend gloves emitted boundless black light. Monstrous baleful energy surged, as if there were countless evil spirits howling within the black light. This feeling caused one's scalp to go numb. To see the first advertisement, please go to, please share, target equals, _blank. Chapter 1422. The black fiend glove's baleful aura soared into the starry sky. This fearsome weapon was too powerful. It was a saint weapon refined by an ancient ferocious person. One punch could shake the starry sky, especially when such a fearsome weapon was in the hands of a murderous cultivator. Gu Fei and the murderous cultivator were already fighting in the starry sky. This was a primordial era starry sky that had existed for countless years. Every star was emitting the aura of the primordial era. Boom! The murderous cultivator's fist shook the heavens and the earth. The terrifying power nearly caused the stars in the sky to fall. In an instant, it enveloped Gu Fei. This was a saint-class power exploding. Roar! Gu Fei bellowed. His long hair danced wildly, his eyes flashing like lightning. His martial true force was vast. Great Tao patterns began to appear on his skin. This was the Tao pattern that he had branded into his bones. Divine light shone through his flesh and bones. A wisp of saintly might was emitted from his body. After severing the Tao, Gu Fei had condensed his own Tao. His Tao was extremely tyrannical. It pressed forward. The stronger the opponent, the stronger his battle intent. He could sense a dangerous aura from the black fiend glove. The murderous cultivator was shocked when he saw the changes on Gu Fei's body. What was he trying to do by branding his body with the great Tao? Was he trying to refine himself into a saint weapon? Branding his body with the great Tao would allow his body to achieve eternity. This was the cultivation path of the martial path. Although the martial ancestor had created the martial path, it was just to give the human cultivators another option to become a saint. Creating the martial path was to point out another path for the human cultivators to reach the extreme Tao Paragon realm. Now, Gu Fei was walking in this direction. Bang! Without dodging, Gu Fei's right fist released rays of extreme Yang Tao patterns. He gathered the extreme Yang energy in the world and suddenly punched at the murderous cultivator's fist. Buzz! The entire void in front of Gu Fei's fist let out a rumbling sound. Then, the entire void collapsed. The stars behind him were shaking and cracking. Boom! The two fists smashed together. A visible ripple spread out from the point of collision. Gu Fei and the murderous cultivator flew back at the same time. Swish! The entire void was being annihilated. The vast and mighty power of destruction destroyed everything, leaving nothing behind. A few stars that were close by immediately exploded in the sky, blooming with the most brilliant divine splendor. Bam! Gu Fei flew tens of thousands of miles backward and smashed into the vast planet behind him. The entire planet was immediately covered with cracks, as if it could collapse at any time. The eternal starry sky was affected. Roar! Gu Fei seemed to have gone mad. His entire arm was bleeding. The attack just now had caused a great impact on his right arm. His bones were cracked and almost shattered. The powerful life force in his body surged towards his right arm, causing it to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. In an instant, his right arm was as good as new, as if it had never been injured. The indestructible martial body had been tempered thousands of times. Even if the martial body was shattered, it could still be reconstructed. At Gu Fei's realm, regenerating flesh and blood was something that could be done with just a thought. Gu Fei's body trembled as his yin-yang true force erupted, and the huge star behind him, which was already filled with cracks, immediately crumbled apart, causing the space within a radius of a few thousand li to turn chaotic. This was the star exploding. The terrifying power of destruction engulfed everything. Just as the star was crumbling, Gu Fei had already rushed forward. This murderous cultivator was definitely a good opponent. He could fight to his heart's content. Blood-stained clothes pressing forward. Such a powerful physical body. The murderous cultivator already knew that Gu Fei was a martial arts inheritor, but he was still shocked. He had already used all his strength in that punch, but his opponent was only injured and not killed. On the contrary, even though he had the black fiend gloves, he still suffered from the impact. The blood in his body was tumbling, and he nearly vomited a mouthful of blood. Swish! The murderous cultivator's figure was moving rapidly in the starry sky. It was impossible to see with the naked eye. His movement technique was extremely strange. He was like a ghost that rushed out from hell. Boom! After another huge collision, Gu Fei was once again sent flying. The existence of the ninth heavenly layer was incomparably powerful. If Gu Fei hadn't broken through to the second heavenly layer, he probably wouldn't know how many times he would have been killed by this killing Tao Almighty. The Black Fiend Gloves was a saint artifact, and Gu Fei had made up his mind from the beginning. Unless it was a true life and death situation, he would not use the saint artifact. He wanted to temper his martial body. Only through an extremely intense battle would he be able to stimulate the martial body's potential, allowing the potential power to be released. After Gu Fei was sent flying, he immediately rushed forward again. He was constantly being sent flying. His battle clothes were tattered, and blood splattered across the starry sky. It was extremely tragic. "You are crazy." In the end, even the murderous cultivator felt a chill in his heart. Gu Fei was like an undying cockroach. Even if he was struck in a vital spot, he would immediately rush forward again. Boom! The Black Fiend Gloves released ancient Tao patterns that condensed the power of the Great Tao. The Saint Artifact's power was gradually stimulated by 10%, 20%, 30%. Bam! The murderous cultivator punched at Gu Fei's chest, causing Gu Fei's chest to cave in. He was sent flying while vomiting blood. This punch had already used more than 30% of the Black Fiend Glove's power. It nearly caused Gu Fei's chest to turn red, and his sternum to shatter into countless pieces. All right. Gu Fei exhaled and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His entire body was surging with vitality, and his body emitted the sound of bones grinding. His chest, which had caved in from the Black Fiend fist, was gradually recovering. The regeneration of his muscles, bones, and flesh was absolutely unimaginable in the past, but now, everything had become possible. Gu Fei's face flushed red. As his chest heaved up and down, he spat out a mouthful of extravasated blood. Swish! His injuries were completely healed in an instant. He then used the void steps to force his way towards the murderous cultivator. His battle intent was still blazing, and he was still incomparably powerful. This human, there were many powerful existences watching this battle in the starry sky. The aura presences of Gu Fei and the murderous cultivator were too powerful, and it was impossible for them not to notice. Gu Fei's unyielding attitude had caused some of the powerful existences on the ground to feel fear, especially Gu Fei's tough body, which shocked some of the great demons and savage beasts. Since when did the human have such a powerful body? He could actually go head-on against a saint weapon? One had to know that in this desolate world, the great demons and savage beasts were blessed by the heavens. They had innately powerful bodies, and this was something that the human race could not compare with. Furthermore, that murderous cultivator was an expert from the Yi clan, and he was one of the top figures in the entire desolate world. Such a figure even used a saint weapon and still could not kill this human. It was truly unbelievable. Gu Fei was getting stronger as the battle went on, causing the murderous cultivator to be terrified. Furthermore, he realized that he could not kill this brat who was only at the second firmament of Almighty. Even with a ninth firmament of Almighty's cultivation and the use of a saint weapon, he could not kill this brat. Even the murderous cultivator found it unbelievable. Azura slaughter domain. The murderous cultivator let out an enraged roar, and his spirit was instantly raised to its peak state. He then opened up a terrifying slaughter field with a punch, which devoured the charging Gu Fei. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1423. Azura slaughter domain. The supreme cultivator roared in rage. He finally used his trump card. His eyes were like a venomous snake as he stared at Gu Fei. With a punch, he blasted open an area of the void. Rumble, this dark void instantly enveloped the entire heaven and earth, swallowing Gu Fei who was rushing over. The speed of this domain was so fast that Gu Fei couldn't react in time. Gu Fei was taken aback. The space he had rushed into was filled with baleful aura. It was as if there was a terrifying fiendish god slumbering inside. Swish! Before Gu Fei could figure out the situation around him, a black light flashed by and he felt a sharp pain from his waist. He was slashed by someone. There was no blood spurting out from the wound. Gu Fei's blood essence was extremely condensed. This kind of injury couldn't cause him to lose any blood essence. The wound was so deep that the bone could be seen, but it was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The killer was nowhere to be seen, but Gu Fei felt an extreme sense of danger, as if he could lose his life at any time. Just now, it was the killer who attacked. After entering my Azura slaughter domain, there's only one ending for you, death. The killer's voice resounded in the void. Gu Fei found that the killer's voice came from all directions. He couldn't tell the killer's location at all, which made him frown. The wound on his waist was healing rapidly and disappeared in the blink of an eye. If an ordinary Almighty was struck by that killing path Almighty, he would have been chopped in half at the waist. How could there only be a wound left? Scoundrel! Gu Fei activated his martial Dao Heavenly Eye and scanned the surroundings. However, he found that the martial Dao Heavenly Eye could only see a few miles before reaching the end. This seemed to be a void formed by Dao marks and Dao laws. I'm going to torture you to my heart's content. Killing Dao Almighty beings entered the Dao through killing, so their killing intent was much stronger than ordinary Ninth Heaven Almighty beings. The killing path great experts' cold words caused people's hearts to palpitate. Want to kill me? Unless you're a saint. Gu Fei said in disdain. The killing Dao Almighty's sacred art was too strange. He was thinking about how to break this sacred art. Watch how I kill you. I'll make you accept your death wholeheartedly. The murderous Almighty's voice rang out again. 10 square punches. At this time, Gu Fei attacked. His fists revealed the mysteries of yin and yang. His right fist was yang and his left fist was yin. His hands were like yin and yang eyes, and his body was like the yin and yang dividing line in the middle of the yin-yang Dao diagram. Boom! The boundless fist energy was like 100,000 volcanoes. Countless fists blasted out in all directions, filling the entire void in an instant. In the entire void, apart from fists, there was only more fists. The power of the fists surged into the sky and shook the earth. Even the true heaven and earth would be destroyed, let alone a domain that was supposed to be opened up. Rumble, in the Azura death domain, a dark spatial crack appeared. In the darkness, the cries of the killing Dao Almighty were heard. He didn't think that Gu Fei would be so fierce. Too strong. He was truly punching out in all directions. It was a completely indiscriminate attack. Every single punch contained immense power, and every single punch could pierce through the heavens and earth. Gu Fei was going all out. He wanted to force out the killing Tao Almighty that was hiding in the darkness. However, Gu Fei succeeded. This indiscriminate attack left the killing Tao Almighty with no place to hide. He was forced out of the void by Gu Fei's fists. Roar! The killing Tao Almighty roared towards the sky. His murderous intent soared to the heavens. He originally wanted to slowly grind Gu Fei to death, but now, Gu Fei had messed up his plan. This made him extremely angry. Break for me! Gu Fei roared. An even more powerful force erupted from his body. Countless fists were burning, blooming with supreme power. What? The killing Tao Almighty was shocked. How could this guy still have the ability to launch such a powerful attack? Could it be that his power was endless? Up until now, Gu Fei didn't show any signs of exhaustion. Instead, he became more and more courageous as he fought. It was as if he had endless power to use. Boom! With a loud sound, the Azura death domain of the killing Tao Almighty collapsed completely. The killing Tao Almighty suffered a great impact. It was as if a giant hammer had ruthlessly smashed his chest. His entire body spurted out blood as he was sent flying hundreds of miles away. Just as Gu Fei broke out of the Azura killing domain, he felt drained. That strike from before had expended a great deal of his essence. But in just a few breaths, he had completely recovered. Pure spiritual energy surged from his dantian, the chest meridian on his chest, and the space between his eyebrows. These spiritual energies were rapidly spreading throughout his body, replenishing his yuan qi. The collapse of the Azura death domain formed an energy storm that wreaked havoc in the void for thousands of miles. Some small stars were constantly shattered. Only those big stars didn't fall. Kill! Gu Fei was like an ancient god of slaughter descending into the world. His murderous aura was comparable to the killing Tao Almighty. With just a few steps, he had already killed his way to the front of the killing Tao Almighty. Die! He was domineering to the extreme. So what if it was a killing Tao Almighty from the ninth heavens? He would still kill him. He directly struck out with the heaven-covering palm. A huge golden palm smashed down towards the killing Tao Almighty. The destructive power could destroy everything. How is this possible? The killing Tao Almighty turned pale with fright. He couldn't help but be shocked because the strength of his opponent's physique was far stronger and more terrifying than he had imagined. The killing Tao Almighty wanted to escape, but he discovered that the void around him had been sealed by Gu Fei's heaven-covering palm. He had nowhere to run. This was forcing him to face it head-on. There was no other way. The killing Tao Almighty could only face Gu Fei head-on. His right fist emitted a terrifying murderous aura. On the black glove, ancient Tao runes were flashing. The power of the great Tao interweaved as if there was a ferocious beast awakening on the glove. The power of the Saint Realm was vast and mighty, giving people a powerful sense of oppression. The one who will die is you. The killing Tao Almighty roared. This little guy in front of him was actually so ferocious. It really made his lungs explode with anger. He also began to go all out, using the power of the black glove with all his might. Boom! The golden palm and the black glove collided fiercely. The power of the Saint Realm collided, shattering the void and collapsing the heaven and earth. It had the power to destroy heaven and earth. The black glove was, after all, a holy weapon. The killing Tao Almighty used his full strength to fight with Gu Fei without holding anything back. His combat strength unknowingly increased by a lot. The golden palm was sent flying high into the sky and then dissipated in the void. Swish! After sending the golden palm flying, the killing Tao Almighty pointed out with a finger. A black light shot out, piercing towards Gu Fei's forehead. With a flip of his hand, Gu Fei wiped away the incoming black light. Then, a purple-golden divine light shot out from between his brows and turned into a sword that slashed at the mighty cultivator of the path of slaughter. This is, the killing Tao. Almighty was shocked to see Gu Fei use such a killing art. Like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bow, he quickly retreated, not daring to face it head-on. However, the primordial spirit Tao sword was extremely fast. It arrived in an instant, and there was no way to avoid it. Buzz! The primordial spirit Tao sword vibrated and the void was torn apart. The killing Tao Almighty avoided being hit in the vitals, but his shoulder was pierced by the primordial spirit Tao sword. Blood splattered. This was a divine sword that contained the power of the great Tao. After being injured by such power, it was very difficult to recover. The killing Tao Almighty was shocked and furious. The legendary primordial spirit Tao sword? The killing Tao Almighty was shocked. Wasn't this immortal killing art long lost? How could someone still use it? This was a killing art created by the supreme Tao ancestor. Buzz! The Tao sword hummed. After piercing the killing Tao Almighty's shoulder, it did not stop. Instead, it turned in the void and flew back towards the killing Tao Almighty. This, the primordial spirit Tao sword did not turn back until it hit its target. The killing Tao Almighty's expression changed. This killing art was too terrifying. He could only retreat and activate the Black Spectre glove, using his saint-tier power to wear down the primordial spirit Tao sword's power. Clang! The primordial spirit Tao sword and the Black Spectre glove clashed continuously. The killing Tao Almighty was forced back step by step. More sword wounds appeared on his body, and blood flowed freely. Wounds caused by the primordial spirit Tao sword were difficult to heal. Even a ninth firmament killing Tao Almighty was the same. The power of the great Tao that had invaded the wound could not be removed. The killing Tao Almighty wanted to stop the bleeding, but it was useless. The loss of essence blood could not be ignored. His body would become weak and affect his battle strength. Bang! Just as the Almighty Being was retreating, a figure appeared behind him and threw a punch, instantly landing on the Almighty Being's back. This punch almost broke the killing Tao Almighty's spine, causing him to vomit blood and fly back. Distracted, his entire right arm was almost chopped off by the primordial spirit Tao sword. How is this possible? How can there be two? The killing Tao Almighty was dumbfounded. Because the one who attacked behind him was also Gu Fei. At this time, there were actually two Gu Feis. How could he not be shocked? The two Gu Feis pressed towards the killing Tao Almighty together. Both of them were surging with blood qi. It seemed like both of them were real bodies. This made the killing Tao Almighty's scalp go numb. Could it be? The killing Tao Almighty seemed to suddenly think of something. His expression was extremely ugly. He then turned and left, not daring to continue fighting with Gu Fei. You want to leave now? Is that even possible? When Gu Fei saw that the mighty figure of the Tao of Slaughter was about to escape, his attacks became even sharper. His primordial spirit Tao sword was like a purple-gold divine dragon, rampaging through heaven and earth, constantly attacking the mighty figure of the Tao of Slaughter. As for the other Gu Fei, he displayed the yin-yang reincarnation fist, striking out with the ultimate profundities of the martial way. Gu Fei's true body, wielding the 9 heaven stars sword, was pressing towards the killing path Almighty expert. As a result, the tables were turned, and the slaughter path Almighty was now in danger. To see the first ad free, please go to Please share, target =_blank. Chapter 1424. Gu Fei used the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao to conjure a Tao body with unparalleled might. He actually managed to force the mighty figure, who had achieved his Tao through killing, to flee. Swish! The primordial spirit Tao sword crisscrossed the world as though it had transformed into a purple-gold divine dragon that charged towards the mighty figure of the Tao of Slaughter, intercepting him. This was a Tao sword formed from the power of the great Tao. It contained the great Tao, and any injuries inflicted by this Dao sword would be very difficult to heal. At this moment, the mighty figure of the Dao of Slaughter was already covered in blood. The mighty figure's cultivation was at the 9th firmament, and he was also injured. Roar! The mighty figure of the Dao of Slaughter roared furiously at the sky. His murderous aura soared into the sky as 2 black blades shot out from his body to block the primordial spirit Dao sword that Gu Fei had condensed with the power of his primordial spirit. But at this moment, Gu Fei's true body and Dao body had already closed in. The true body wielded the 9 heavenly stars sword, and its sword qi surged. The temperature of the entire world plummeted under the impact of the sword qi. The Dao body, on the other hand, used a peerless fist art to conjure yin and yang. Even without a sacred weapon, the Dao body was still able to intimidate the mighty figure of the Dao of Slaughter. The legendary 3 pure ones in one breath? The mighty figure of the Dao of Slaughter was astonished. He was already having a hard time dealing with Gu Fei alone. Now, there was an additional Gu Fei. How was he supposed to fight? He wanted to retreat, but he had already been locked down by the aura of the 2 Gu Feis. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. He did not say a word and directly attacked the mighty figure of the Dao of Slaughter. The 9 heavenly stars sword in his hand transformed into a beam of killing light that shot towards the mighty figure of the Dao of Slaughter. Swish! The mighty figure of the Dao of Slaughter vanished into the void. The sword light that Gu Fei had unleashed landed on empty air, leaving behind a pitch-black spatial tear. This was a bizarre killing technique of the Dao of Slaughter. Even though Gu Fei had cultivated the martial Dao Heavenly Eye, it was still difficult for him to catch a glimpse of the mighty figure of the Dao of Slaughter. A beam of cold light suddenly appeared in the void in front of Gu Fei and shot towards Gu Fei's throat at an extremely fast speed. The mighty figure of the Dao of Slaughter wanted to behead Gu Fei. Clang! Gu Fei raised his sword to block. The cold light instantly slashed on the 9 heaven stars sword. Sparks flew everywhere. A figure condensed out of the void and appeared in front of Gu Fei. After unleashing a fierce attack, the figure of the killing Dao Almighty appeared. Forcing me to risk my life won't do you any good. The killer stared coldly into Gu Fei's eyes and said. The killing intent on his body grew stronger. The killing path Almighty being was still bleeding, and the air was filled with the smell of blood. Humph, if you want to fight, then fight. Why are you being so long-winded? Gu Fei was very direct. Since you want to kill me, then I will kill you. There was nothing much to say. He knew that if his cultivation was weak, he would have been killed by this killing expert. In the cultivation world, nothing else matters. The most important thing is to have a hard fist. Roar! The 2 of them roared in unison and sent each other flying. At this time, Gu Fei's Taoist body had already reached the Supreme Yang realm. His Yang fist flew towards the Supreme Master of the Dao of Slaughter like a divine sun rushing towards the Supreme Master of the Dao of Slaughter. Rumble! The entire heaven and earth shook under the fist of Gu Fei's Taoist body. Swish! The black blade in the hands of the Supreme Master of the Dao of Slaughter shone brightly and broke through the layers of Supreme Yang fist force. Then, it slashed directly on the fist of Gu Fei's Taoist body. The black blade was knocked away by the fist of Gu Fei's Taoist body. The Supreme Yang fist force smashed everything and shattered the void. However, a bloody wound was left on the right hand of Gu Fei's Taoist body. That is, Gu Fei was shocked. That black blade could actually hurt his Taoist body. Could it be a holy weapon? How could this guy have so many holy weapons? With such a black blade and the black glove on his right hand, the combat strength of the Supreme Master of the Dao of Slaughter was greatly increased. Even a Taoist body might not be able to suppress this killing god. Gu Fei's Taoist body retreated. He used his Xian Qi and the wound on his hand healed in an instant. The Supreme Master of the Dao of Slaughter didn't want to continue fighting. The current situation was very disadvantageous to him. Unexpectedly, his opponent had cultivated the 9 secrets of the Immortal Path, which was the legendary invincible divine skill of the Immortal Path. Swish! The Supreme Master of the Tao of Slaughter forced Gu Fei's Taoist body to retreat. Then, he immediately soared into the sky, trying to jump out of the encirclement of Gu Fei and the Taoist body. Buzz! At this moment, the primordial spirit Tao sword that Gu Fei had conjured let out a deafening sound and broke through the 2 beams of black light. Then, it descended from the sky and strangled the Supreme Master of the Tao of Slaughter. Damn it! The Supreme Master of the Tao of Slaughter was shocked and enraged. When the primordial spirit Tao sword slashed down, he had no choice but to face it head-on. He punched upward with the black glove on his right hand. Among the monstrous evil chi, faint and illusory figures appeared indistinctly. They let out bone-chilling ghost howls. It was as if countless ferocious ghosts had crawled out from hell. This weapon was definitely a peerless weapon that had slaughtered countless living beings. The power of the black glove blocked Gu Fei's primordial spirit Tao sword. However, because of this, Gu Fei's real body and Taoist body had already closed in on the Supreme Master of the Tao of Slaughter. Preposterous. Since that's the case, let's fight. The Supreme Master of the Tao of Slaughter was forced to such a state. This was something that had never happened in the past 1,000 years. This caused him to be shocked and enraged. This opponent was too difficult to deal with. Swish! Rays of black light rushed out from his body. Each ray of black light was condensed and ancient Tao patterns appeared. A terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth burst out from his body. When Gu Fei saw this scene, his heart trembled. This guy was using the law of the great Tao to condense the law of heaven and earth. This method was simply too heaven-defying. This was a killing art cultivated by the Supreme Master of the 9th Heaven. With the law of heaven and earth in his hands, he could use the law of heaven and earth to attack the enemy. This was simply punishing the enemy on behalf of the heavens. The Tao patterns condensed into Tao laws and slashed towards Gu Fei's real body and Taoist body. This was different from a sacred weapon. As long as the Tao laws hit them, the consequences would be unimaginable. Roar! Gu Fei's real body felt the danger. He let out a deep roar as his entire body appeared with the patterns of the great Tao. He drew the power of the great Tao to his body. His entire body seemed to have transformed into an indestructible martial lord who trampled the great Tao under his feet. His strength was unimaginable. His battle intent was like a rainbow. I didn't expect you to have cultivated to this level. The Supreme Master of the Path of Massacre stared at Gu Fei. His eyes narrowed. This martial cultivator's performance had far exceeded his expectations. It was too surprising. In this part of the world, apart from some old baldies, there were not many people who were a match for him. Today, in this part of the wild world, there was another opponent who could compete with him. Gu Fei's body was covered with Tao marks. He drew on his Tao power and rushed forward. He actually completely ignored the power of the law of heaven and earth that the Supreme Master of the Path of Massacre had unleashed. Request to the envoy to bring us to watch the battle. The ancient road was bustling. The news spread further and further. What? Yi Fan is here. That damned overlord body of the firmament. How dare he bully my brother? When I get out of here, the first thing I will do is to kill him. Someone, come, whoever pulls me out of this damned tomb, I will give him a scroll of the Demon Emperor Immortal Scripture. The news spread quickly. Even some of the cultivators in the danger zones were discussing it. Target =_blank. Chapter 1425. The Yi clan of the wilderness was extremely powerful. Although Yi Wuji was only one of the younger generation of the Yi clan, he had already revealed an extraordinary cultivation physique. One had to know that not just anyone could cultivate a Tao trace, but he, Yi Wuji, had cultivated a terrifying Tao trace like the eternal clear sky. Moreover, Yi Wuji's Dao protector was actually a supreme expert of the Dao of slaughter. His cultivation was at the 9th heavenly layer, which was enough to intimidate all cultivators. Even Gu Fei and He Tian couldn't keep either one of them here. This training ground was far more terrifying than Gu Fei and the others had imagined. Not only were there ferocious beasts and Buddhists, but there were also some ancient clans that had passed down their legacies in this world. Gu Fei and He Tian both felt great pressure. There was no lack of peerless experts in the ancient clans of the wilderness, and there were even half-saints. They had no choice but to be careful. In the following period of time, Gu Fei and He Tian continued to fight without rest, but they were much more low-key. Even so, it was inevitable that they would attract attention from all sides. Gu Fei and the others fought in all directions and encountered many experts. Sublimation and transformation in battle was a unique cultivation method on the path of martial arts. With his cultivation at the 2nd heavenly layer, Gu Fei could already challenge 9th heavenly layer savage beasts and human cultivators. He once killed a terrifying 9th heavenly layer savage beast in the depths of a mountain. That battle was extremely horrifying. Even though Gu Fei had killed his opponent, he was heavily injured and on the verge of death. He had been on the verge of death for a while. The potential of the martial body was gradually stimulated in the battle of life and death. The blood in Gu Fei's body was vast and vigorous to the extreme. Even the primordial great dragons didn't have such vigorous blood. Although Gu Fei and the others were fighting, they were also looking for a way to leave this world. They learned of a fact, a very cruel fact. This wilderness seemed to be a place where one could only enter and not leave. Countless powerful savage beasts and human cultivators were trapped here. In the countless years of the past, some peerless figures with shocking talent had tried to break through the seal and leap out of this world, but all of them ended in failure. Legend had it that the Buddhist Lord had once left a way to enter and exit this world. However, this was only a legend after all. No one had truly found the gate of reincarnation, and no one had truly used the gate of reincarnation to leave this world. At this time, not only were Gu Fei's group searching for a way to leave, but so was Heavenly Dharma. As a Buddhist expert, he knew many secrets about the third Buddha palace. The Millennium Buddha Lord had obtained a piece of land that had separated from the great wilderness continent. The eternal Buddhist Lord used his supreme power to refine this land into his third Buddhist palace. The third Buddhist palace of the eternal Buddhist Lord was a fragment of the primordial world. It was vast and boundless, inhabited by countless powerful beasts. The human race was at a disadvantage in this world. Although the Manhuang clan was powerful, they weren't willing to provoke the terrifying kings of the beasts in the depths of this world. The strongest kings of the beasts in this world definitely had the strength and cultivation base of a quasi-sage. Unknowingly, Gu Fei and He Tian had been in this world for half a year. They had visited almost every place in the wilderness, except for a few forbidden areas. There were many forbidden lands in the wildlands. In the depths of the wildlands was one of the forbidden lands, and the strongest savage beasts resided there. Humans and other beasts found it difficult to approach. The other forbidden areas were filled with baleful auras and ghostly figures. It was an Azura battlefield filled with white bones and yin qi. A terrifying ghost venerable was born in this forbidden area. This was a land of death in the wilderness. Death qi and yin qi gathered here. No living beings dared to step into this place. If they did, they would become one of the countless skeletons. Gu Fei and He Tian didn't enter the land of death. Instead, they observed from the outside for a period of time. They noticed that there was something strange about this land of death. At noon, the yin qi didn't weaken. Instead, it was the time of the day when it was the most vigorous. At midnight, the deathly aura in this land of death was at its weakest during the day. How could this be? Gu Fei was confused. He Tian also frowned. At noon, the yang qi of the world was the most vigorous, so the death qi should be the weakest. There was definitely something strange about this land of death, but Gu Fei and He Tian didn't want to provoke the Ghost Venerable. It was a terrifying existence. Gu Fei and He Tian had seen this existence breathing death qi in the depths of the land of death. That scene was unforgettable to Gu Fei and He Tian. The Ghost Venerable could cover the entire world with a single breath, turning day into night. In the end, Gu Fei and He Tian left. The reincarnation gate had been lost for countless years. It couldn't be in such a land of death. If it was here, the Ghost Venerable would have been killed long ago. In this savage world, powerhouses that were more powerful than the Ghost Lords definitely existed. Gu Fei and the others carefully ventured into the depths of this world. Powerful wild beasts resided in this region. They even saw a 10,000 feet long flood dragon soaring into the sky, and a divine bird that looked like a vermilion bird flying across the sky. Along the way, Gu Fei and the others saw many ruins. They were ancient buildings that had long been ruined, but they still gave people a feeling of immeasurably long ago. In this wilderness, there were very few Buddhists. Gu Fei and He Tian hadn't met a Baldi yet, let alone find Baldi heavenly Dharma. Under the blazing sun, Gu Fei and the others appeared on a mountain ridge. Suddenly, Gu Fei seemed to have sensed something and directly walked towards the mountain peak to the side. Halfway up the mountain, there was actually a small temple. An extremely weak aura came from the ancient temple. It was the aura of life. Gu Fei and He Tian arrived in front of the ancient temple. It was less than 6 zhang tall and less than 10 zhang wide. It appeared halfway up the mountain, and it didn't match the surrounding scenery. The ancient temple's door had long since decayed, and the things inside could be seen at a glance. There were no decorations in the ancient temple, only a Buddha statue. They were very careful and didn't immediately enter the ancient temple. Instead, they circled around the ancient temple and carefully observed it. This was a very ordinary ancient temple, not eye-catching at all. However, it was this kind of ancient temple that caused Gu Fei to be very surprised. The aura of life came from the Buddha statue inside the temple. This scene seemed familiar. In the path of heavenly Buddha, the sickly monk sealed himself in a Buddha statue, trying to break through the shackles of his cultivation with the ascetic cultivation method. Could it be that another person sealed himself in a Buddha statue? Gu Fei and He Tian exchanged glances. Both of them felt a trace of unease. They didn't want to release another ancient Buddhist expert. After hesitating for a while, He Tian suddenly raised his hand. A nearly transparent divine light rushed out from his hand and shot into the ancient temple. Pfff. A soft sound rang out. The divine light directly pierced through the Buddha statue inside the ancient temple. There didn't seem to be anyone sealed inside the Buddha statue. The nearly invisible sword light flew back into He Tian's hand. "Boss, look." He Tian looked at Gu Fei. The Buddha statue that emitted the aura of life didn't seem to have any hidden life inside. This surprised He Tian. Gu Fei didn't say anything. He stared at the Buddha statue inside the ancient temple, and then punched forward. There was no monstrous fist energy fluctuation, nor was there any sharp battle intent. It seemed like a casual punch, but it contained great power. The ancient temple in front of them collapsed soundlessly, turning into dust. The ancient temple disappeared, leaving behind only a large pile of dust. Among the dust, there was an object that was flashing with divine light. An extremely weak wave of life came from that object. That is, Gu Fei and Erebus were taken aback. They had never imagined that the wisp of life aura they had sensed would be like this. Among the dust, there was a divine light flashing. It was a stone that wasn't too big or too small. The stone was covered with bloodstains, like blood vessels swimming on his palm. A stone that was almost completely drained of its essence. Such a spirit stone wouldn't even be given a second glance even if it was thrown on the street. Gu Fei held the stone in his hand. Then, his mind was shaken. He found that there was an illusory figure sitting in the spirit stone in his hand. It was the figure of an old monk. The life force inside the spirit stone was almost depleted. The figure inside the stone could disappear at any time. Seeing this, Gu Fei hurriedly activated his Xian Qi. He separated a strand of his divine sense and probed the spirit stone. Very quickly, his expression changed several times. The spirit stone in his hand emitted its final divine light. Then, the figure of the old monk disappeared and the spirit stone cracked. Who would have thought that the legendary gate of reincarnation really exists? Gu Fei muttered to himself. He learned a lot of information from the illusory figure of the old monk. Even the remnant consciousness of the old monk knew about the gate of reincarnation. The old monk had fallen countless years ago. However, a strand of his consciousness didn't disappear. It wasn't until Gu Fei found the spirit stone that the remnant consciousness was freed and dissipated. This spirit stone was sealed inside the Buddha statue. It was most likely the work of an ancient master. It might be related to the ancient Buddhist sect. The ancient Buddhist sect was incomparably powerful. However, ever since the ancient Buddhist lord disappeared, the Buddhist sect began to decline. Boss, you know where the gate of reincarnation is? He Tian was both surprised and happy. One of their goals in conquering the world was to find the gate of reincarnation. The gate of reincarnation is in the 9 hells of the Yellow Springs. Gu Fei said after a moment's thought. To see the first episode without ads, please go to *_blank. Chapter 1426. The Gate of Reincarnation was an ancient legend. It was the entrance of the legendary ancient hell that led to reincarnation. The ancient hell had never been proven to exist. The gate of hell was even more illusory. No one knew if hell really existed or if there was a gate in hell that led to reincarnation. The Buddhist lord wanted to establish the 6 paths of reincarnation. He had once searched for the legendary gate of reincarnation. The most important of the 6 paths of hell was the Tao of hell. If he wanted to guide the souls of all living beings onto the path of reincarnation, he had to find the gate of reincarnation. The Buddhist lord ultimately failed to establish the 6 paths of hell. However, he really found the legendary gate of reincarnation in the ancient hell and hid it in this desolate world. The remnant consciousness of the old monk that was sealed in a piece of spiritual stone allowed Gu Fei to learn many great secrets of this world. The gate of reincarnation is in the 9 nether springs. Gu Fei pondered for a while before saying this. This was an extremely important piece of information he had obtained from the old monk's remnant consciousness. As long as they found the gate of reincarnation, they could leave this place. 9 nether springs? He Tian was alarmed. The 9 nether springs was a legendary place. How was he to find it? It was no wonder that no one in this desolate world could jump out of this world. Let's go. Gu Fei charged into the sky and headed deep into the world. The 9 nether springs was deep in this world where the most powerful savage beasts resided. To enter the 9 nether springs, one had to encounter the savage beasts. A battle was inevitable. With Gu Fei's current cultivation base and strength, he didn't need to fear anyone as long as he didn't encounter a quasi-sage. Gu Fei's cultivation base of the 2nd heavenly layer was enough for him to contend with a semi-sage. What is this place? Even a place like the 9 nether springs exists. He Tian was extremely shocked. Could the legendary ancient hell really exist? One had to know that it had appeared in the mythological era. The mythological era was even older than the primordial era. It was an era formed after the birth of the world. That era was so long ago that even some innate gods and devils had forgotten about it. Since Gu Fei and He Tian knew where the gate of reincarnation was, they naturally had to go and obtain it. Then, they would borrow the power of the gate of reincarnation to leave this world. Boom! Just as Gu Fei and He Tian were nearing the center of this world, an extremely violent aura suddenly surged over from the front. Scram! A tall figure appeared on the peak of a mountain in front of them and transmitted a domineering wave of will. Gu Fei and He Tian did not expect someone to jump out and intercept them so quickly. Scram! Gu Fei and He Tian stopped. This fellow really didn't know what was good for him. He actually dared to be so arrogant and tell them to scram. This caused them to feel very unhappy. That figure was filled with killing intent. Although it had the form of a human, it was not a human. It was an old demon. This old demon wielded a trident and stared at Gu Fei and He Tian with an ominous glint in its eyes. Gu Fei and He Tian landed on a mountain peak and faced the old demon in front of them. There was a distance of about 50 kilometers between them. However, given their cultivation bases, this distance could no longer be considered a distance. Die! The old demon was clad in black armor and a helmet. Two sharp eyes shot out from behind the helmet. Then, it directly stabbed out with its trident. Swoosh! A deathly light rushed out from the old demon's trident, sweeping through everything. The entire mountain range trembled under this attack of the old demon. Boss, it's all up to you. He Tian retreated without any sense of loyalty. An existence at the level of this old demon was no longer something he could deal with. This was a terrifying great demon. The great demon was very direct. If Gu Fei and company did not scram, it would directly attack, wanting to kill Gu Fei and company. This was the territory of one of the big shots of the desolate demon race. The center of the desolate domain had a radius of 50,000 kilometers. This area had already been divided up by the experts of the desolate domain. The experts of the desolate domain dominated a region. Sometimes, they would even fight endlessly over territory, causing rivers of blood to flow and the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. Pung! Gu Fei did not think too much and directly punched out. The fist force of extreme yang surged forward like a great river, colliding with the deathly light from the great demon. Rumble! The two powerful forces collided and cancelled each other out, wanting to suppress each other. However, the two forces eventually cancelled each other out and dissipated into the void. Oh! The old demon found it unbelievable. How could a human cultivator with a cultivation base of the second layer of the desolate domain withstand his attack? Impossible. Even a human at the fifth firmament would be destroyed in body and soul, much less a human at the second firmament. It would be difficult to leave anything behind. Swish! While the old demon was still in shock, Gu Fei used the void steps as though he had fused with the void. With a single step, he appeared in front of the old demon and punched out again. The most direct attack could often produce unimaginable might. Gu Fei's indomitable punch made the great demon feel as though there was no way to avoid it. Humph! The great demon sneered and punched out with his left hand. The human mighty figure in front of him was only at the second firmament. The difference between them was too great. He could smash this human mighty figure to death with a single punch. The great demon was very confident of his strength. However, reality was often cruel. The power contained in Gu Fei's fist was too great. The instant his fist collided with the great demon's fist, the great demon's fist exploded into a bloody mist. That was not all. The great demon's entire left arm was ruptured. The shattered flesh and bones splattered in all directions. The great demon's flesh and blood splattered all over him. The power of Gu Fei's punch was too ferocious. After blowing up the great demon's left arm, the great demon was sent flying, spewing large mouthfuls of blood. How is this possible? The great demon was indescribably shocked. He could not accept such an outcome. His opponent was only a human mighty figure at the second firmament of the desolate domain. One had to know that demons were born with innate talent. Their bodies were innately stronger than humans. After Gu Fei sent the old demon flying, he immediately disappeared. The next moment, he caught up with the old demon that was sent flying, and directly stomped on it. Boom! The void trembled as a monstrous energy wave surged out from Gu Fei's feet. Blinding bolts of lightning appeared as a destructive force spread out. Bam! Gu Fei stomped down on the great demon's body. The great demon's body was nearly crushed into two. The black iron godly armor on his body could not withstand such an attack. The godly armor on the great demon's body shattered. He fell from the sky, smashing a mountain peak into smithereens. The entire region was in chaos, causing the nearby savage beasts to flee in all directions. Just as so. Gu Fei sneered and revealed a look of disdain. Although this great demon was powerful, he was too arrogant. He actually dared to fight him in close combat. This was simply courting death. One had to know that in close combat, there was no one more terrifying than a warrior. Even an existence stronger than a warrior would be killed once a warrior got close to them. Roar! The great demon's unwilling roar came from below. His demonic chi soared into the sky. He wanted to soar into the sky and fight Gu Fei again. A black light soared into the sky. It emitted a terrifying energy wave as it shot towards Gu Fei. A deathbed struggle. Gu Fei directly extended his hand and grabbed the black light. Then, he exerted force and the black light dissipated. A black trident appeared in his hand. Swish! With a flip of his hand, Gu Fei tossed the trident away. The trident flew back at a speed faster than it was shot out, nailing a figure that had just rushed over to the ground. A great demon was nailed to the ground by his own godly weapon. Demonic blood oozed out from his body. This powerful great demon was easily killed by Gu Fei. "Boss, you're definitely my idol." At this moment, He Tian rushed over from afar. The combat prowess displayed by Gu Fei caused him to be extremely shocked. One had to know that this was an old demon with the cultivation and strength of an 8th heavenly layer almighty. He Tian knew that if he were to face such an old demon, he would only be able to choose to flee. Such an existence was not something he could contend against. After killing this old demon, Gu Fei and He Tian did not walk far before they were blocked by over 10 great demons with towering demonic chi. Each of these great demons had the cultivation of a almighty or above. This, He Tian couldn't help but be dumbfounded. They seemed to have barged into a forbidden area of the demon race. Otherwise, why would so many great demons jump out? Human, you've got some guts. You actually dared to kill my demon race's mountain protector. A great demon with white hair and a dragon head staff shouted. Target =_blank. Chapter 1427. The central region of the wildlands was occupied by various experts. These experts each commanded a large group of subordinates. They were the most powerful forces in the wildlands. Gu Fei and He Tian broke into the territory of the Wildlands Demon Clan. The Wildlands Demon Clan was incomparably powerful. They were determined to seize that thing in the depths of the Wildlands, then break open the heavens and earth and break out of this cage. Even the Demon Clan's Mountain Guardian battle general that Gu Fei had killed possessed astonishing cultivation. At this time, under the leadership of the white-haired demon clan with a dragon-head staff, more than a dozen great demons surrounded Gu Fei and He Tian. Their killing intent soared to the sky. Kill! The two sides did not speak too much. The white-haired great demon clan with the dragon-head staff pointed at Gu Fei and He Tian. Immediately, 8 great demons rushed out from behind him and charged at Gu Fei and He Tian. Rumble! Monstrous demon chi blotted out the sky and covered the earth, shrouding the entire area. The entire world trembled under the demon chi emitted by the 8 great demon clans. The aura of the 8 great demon clans gathered together, almost causing the world to collapse. Boss, He Tian's expression changed on the spot. Each of these 8 great demon clan experts had at least the cultivation base of an almighty. With the 8 of them joining forces, this kind of attack was absolutely earth-shattering. Humph. Gu Fei's expression did not change. He stood on the mountain peak, allowing the void to collapse and the world to overturn. He did not even frown, treating the surging murderous intent as a cold breeze. He Tian hid behind Gu Fei, extremely nervous. If Gu Fei could not resist these guys, he would definitely die. In addition to the 8 great demon clan experts, there were still 4 more powerful demon clan experts who had yet to make a move. The 12 demon clan experts were enough to sweep the entire wildlands. Die. A bat-like great demon opened his mouth and spat out a stream of black gas towards Gu Fei. The moment the black gas shot out, several demon clan experts beside the great demon hurriedly dodged. This black gas had a terrifying corrosive power. Anything that came into contact with it would instantly turn into black ashes and dissipate into the void. As the black qi surged forward, Gu Fei smelled a fishy stench and felt a little dizzy. He couldn't help but be startled. This black qi was not simple. One had to know that his current martial body was extremely powerful. Ordinary poisons could no longer affect him at all. The poison contained within the black gas could definitely poison a mighty figure. Bam! Gu Fei stretched out his right hand and pressed forward. An extremely firm and pure yang energy rushed out from his palm, completely blocking the vast and mighty black gas. Cries of shock immediately rang out. The other 7 great demon clan experts were instantly flustered and hurriedly dodged, not daring to let the black qi touch them. Bat Sovereign, you bastard! A dragon demon with a bad temper immediately cursed. The joint attack of the 8 great demon clan experts was actually neutralized by Gu Fei just like that. Swish! At this time, Gu Fei's figure had already disappeared from the mountain peak. In the next moment, he had already arrived in front of the bat demon and threw out a punch. Boom! Gu Fei's punch was like 100,000 volcanoes erupting at the same time. His fist emitted a boundless astral qi. His entire fist seemed to have turned into a divine sun. The black qi that filled the sky dissipated under this divine sun. Without any suspense, under Gu Fei's punch, the bat demon had no way to resist at all. Its physical body exploded, and its soul was destroyed. What? Everyone was shocked to the extreme. It was just a face-off, and the Bat Sovereign was killed. No one dared to believe that this was real. The Bat Sovereign was definitely not a weakling among this group of great demons. A mouthful of black qi could even kill a powerful existence at the 9th heaven layer with poison. The white-haired old demon holding the dragon head staff was also stunned by the combat strength displayed by Gu Fei. With just a single punch, the Bat Sovereign was actually unable to withstand a single punch from this human race's almighty. Is this the legendary martial arts combat skill? A tiger demon seemed to have noticed something. This was a tiger demon with a trace of the ancient divine beast, the white tiger's bloodline. It was incomparably powerful. Human race martial artist. The white-haired old demon was taken aback when he heard this. Human race martial artists had disappeared for countless years and were almost forgotten by the world. But now, a human martial artist actually jumped out. No wonder this human martial artist could be so calm even when surrounded by a group of demon clan martial artists. This person cannot be left alive. The white-haired old demon was determined to kill Gu Fei. He directly attacked. The dragon head staff in his hand flew up and emitted a resplendent demonic light. A powerful aura spread out from it. Boom! The dragon head staff vibrated. A terrifying beast seemed to have awakened within it. A 10,000 feet long dragon shadow appeared between the heavens and earth, emitting endless dragon qi as it pounced towards Gu Fei. True dragon qi. When Gu Fei sensed this dragon qi, his expression couldn't help but turn solemn. There was actually a dragon soul slumbering within the dragon head staff. And at this moment, the dragon soul was awakened by the white-haired old demon. Rumble, the 10,000 feet long dragon shadow emitted a dragon might that shook the heavens and earth. This was a power that could kill a peak stage almighty. The gigantic dragon tore apart the heavens and earth. Swish! Gu Fei directly retreated. He executed the void steps, traversing 100 miles with a single step. His speed was absolutely unparalleled under the heavens, allowing him to evade the attack of the dragon soul within the dragon head staff. Bzzz. At that moment, the other great Yaos made their moves as well. Rumbling sounds rang out in the air as the Jiao Yao spat out a huge bell, which shot towards Gu Fei. As for the tiger demon with a trace of the ancient divine beast, the white tiger's bloodline, he took out a demonic saber that emitted a blood-red light and slashed towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei soared into the sky and charged into the huge bell that was descending from the sky. In this way, he managed to avoid the tiger demon's slash. Walking right into the trap. Seeing that Gu Fei actually charged into the gigantic bell, the demons were both surprised and overjoyed. Especially the flood dragon demon. He immediately circulated his mystic art in a frenzy, wanting to destroy Gu Fei within the gigantic bell. Clang! The gigantic bell emitted a deafening sound. Inside the demonic bell, Gu Fei encountered quite a bit of danger. The terrifying sound waves made him dizzy. If he was an ordinary almighty, he would have already been torn to shreds by the terrifying sound waves emitted by the demonic bell. What? How can this be? The flood dragon demon's cultivation and strength were not weak. That gigantic bell was even a quasi-sacred weapon. But Gu Fei kept attacking inside the gigantic bell, wanting to break it and escape. To see the first advertisement, please go to target=_blank. Chapter 1428. Dang! A huge bell rang, emitting a terrifying murderous sound that caused the entire world to tremble. The expressions of all the demons changed as they were incomparably shocked. Dang! Damn it! The flood dragon's demonic energy surged as he furiously drove the bell, wanting to refine Gu Fei within. However, Gu Fei was like an undying cockroach. Not only did he not die, but he was also becoming more and more ferocious. Dang! The bell trembled as a fist imprint appeared on its surface. The bell's surface was almost pierced through. The flood dragon suffered the impact and a trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. The bell was continuously deformed by Gu Fei's attacks. Small cracks began to appear on the body of the bell. This quasi-sacred weapon seemed like it could shatter at any moment. Seeing this scene, all the demons were shocked and enraged. This human was too powerful. His blood and chi was as vigorous as an ancient true dragon. Every move he made was filled with great power. Hurry and help me. The flood dragon's 7 orifices were bleeding. His physical body suffered a great impact and his demonic energy felt like it was about to scatter. The bell was closely related to him. Now that the bell was damaged, his body was affected as well. Swish! The 3 great Yao beasts rushed up and arrived behind the flood dragon demon. They then placed their hands on the flood dragon demon's back and channeled their Yao energy into its body. Boom! An extremely powerful fluctuation erupted from the demonic WIRM's body. In an instant, his energy was restored to its peak state. He blasted out numerous demonic divine inscriptions, imprinting them onto the gigantic bell. Buzz! The bell trembled and the cracks on its surface gradually disappeared. Demonic runes appeared on the body of the bell. Dao rhymes revolved around the bell, condensing the power of the great Dao. Within the bell, Gu Fei sensed danger. You want to refine me? It won't be that easy. Gu Fei executed the Yin-Yang reincarnation fist, manifesting the great Dao of Yin and Yang. His fists turned into 2 extremes of Yin and Yang in the Yin-Yang diagram. His left fist was Yin while his right fist was Yang. Boom! He punched out with both fists, and the space inside the bell immediately trembled violently. The universe was collapsing, and the power of Yin and Yang intertwined, evolving into the Great Path. The bell grew larger due to the sudden eruption of the power of Yin and Yang. The cracks that had disappeared on the bell reappeared, and the demon markings on the bell were faintly discernible. How is this possible? The power of the yin-yang reincarnation fist was too tyrannical and powerful. The bell was stretched to the size of a mountain, and the demonic energy that it had condensed began to dissipate. The faces of the flood dragon and the other three great beasts changed drastically. The unstoppable power that erupted from the bell made them feel threatened. The flood dragon's entire body was oozing with blood, as though it was about to break apart. The three greater demons behind the flood dragon were also on the verge of collapsing, coughing out blood. At this time, it was already impossible for them to dismount. Even if they wanted to withdraw, it was already impossible. Gu Fei's chi activity had already locked onto them. Break for me! Inside the bell, Gu Fei roared crazily. His long hair danced wildly in the wind, and his eyes emitted two beams of terrifying divine light. He punched out a second time with all his strength. Boom! With an earth-shattering sound, the bell that was as large as a mountain was finally destroyed by Gu Fei. A quasi-saint weapon had been destroyed by him. The fragments of the bell turned into meteors, shooting out in all directions, piercing through the surrounding space. The other great demons hurriedly blocked the fragments of the bell that shot out in all directions. With the bell destroyed, the flood dragon bore the brunt of the impact. His entire body was on the verge of collapse, and his expression was haggard, as though he had lost the ability to fight. The other three greater demons were sent flying thousands of miles away, coughing out large amounts of blood. What? All the greater demons stared at this scene in disbelief. Even the experts of the four demon clans felt their hearts palpitate. One must know that that was a quasi-holy weapon. That's too abnormal. Up in the sky, He Tian was also dumbfounded at this scene. He was speechless for a long time. Gu Fei's physical body was so strong that it could shatter a quasi-holy weapon. A silhouette appeared in the void. Roar! The white-haired greater demon roared and charged towards the figure. The dragon head staff in his hand turned into a huge dragon, surging with dragon chi, and pounced towards Gu Fei. Within the dragon head staff, there was a strand of dragon soul. This divine weapon was even more extraordinary than the bell of the flood dragon. The power of the dragon soul could allow the dragon head staff to gather spiritual chi of heaven and earth. The dragon head staff in the white-haired greater demon's hand was a divine weapon that had the potential to grow and transform. Clang! At the same time, the tiger demon made his move. The blood-colored demon saber in his hand shone brightly and rushed towards Gu Fei. Bam! Gu Fei clashed with the dragon head staff, and then struck out a palm towards the blood-colored saber light of the tiger demon, using his physical body to fight against the divine weapon. This guy, the crowd of greater demons gasped when they saw this scene. This human clan greater demon was so strong that it was a complete mess. The strength of his physical body was simply unbelievable. No wonder this human clan greater demon dared to barge in. Gu Fei blocked the attacks from the dragon head staff and the blood-colored demon saber. Then, he used the void steps, as though his body had merged with the void, moving rapidly in the sky. Pfft! A ball of bloody light suddenly appeared. In the blink of an eye, another great demon was directly destroyed in body and soul by Gu Fei's punch, turning into a cloud of bloody mist. All the greater demons felt a chill in their hearts when they saw this. This human clan greater demon was simply a killing machine. He displayed an invincible aura. Every greater demon was attacking. All kinds of Dharma treasures and divine weapons struck at Gu Fei, shattering the heaven and earth and blasting the chaos chi out. Gu Fei was like a god of war. He was extremely domineering. He directly clashed with the Dharma treasures and divine weapons. With a pair of hands, he broke the divine swords and shattered the Dharma treasures. The life treasures and divine weapons were shattered. The greater demons also suffered a great impact. All of them vomited blood and retreated. Kill! The four greater demons with the highest cultivation bases attacked. A four-cornered divine diagram flew out from their bodies. Each diagram radiated with an immortal divine light. Saint-level power? Gu Fei sensed a heaven-shaking and terrifying aura emanating from the four-cornered divine diagram. The four-cornered divine diagram rapidly expanded, covering the entire world. This was a four-cornered ancient diagram. Dao marks interweaved on its surface. A vast destructive power descended, obliterating everything. Roar! Gu Fei roared. At this time, he didn't dare to be careless. His opponent had used his trump card. He manifested the yin-yang reincarnation fist and a yin-yang diagram floated out from his body. His hands were the extremities of yin and yang. His body transformed into the heavenly scar between yin and yang. This was a type of Dao mark, a manifestation of the power of the great Dao. Rumble, 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 the two forces collided. The four-cornered ancient diagram suppressed everything, destroying everything. However, it couldn't destroy the yin-yang Dao diagram within. The Dao diagram evolved the great Dao of the world, but it was still suppressed by the ancient diagram. Above the four-cornered ancient diagram, saint-level Dao marks interweaved, suppressing everything. The yin-yang Dao diagram shook again and again. Gu Fei fell into a dangerous situation. The Dao marks he displayed were suppressed. To see the first advertisement, please go to, please share, target equals, _blank. Chapter 1429. The four demonic cultivators unleashed the four-sided ancient map, which suppressed all directions and rushed towards Gu Fei. Ancient runes appeared on each ancient map. Question mark. Rumble, the power of destruction shook the heavens and the earth. The four-sided ancient map combined together and descended from the sky like a canopy, releasing a terrifying energy fluctuation. Gu Fei's body turned into the yin-yang Daoist diagram, and his fists became the yin-yang Tai Chi eyes, displaying a rare miracle of the Great Path. However, under the suppression of the four-sided ancient map, the yin-yang Daoist diagram shook again and again. The yin-yang Daoist diagram suffered a great impact. The four-sided ancient map released a powerful saint-level power, which had the power to suppress the great path of heaven and earth. Buzz! The yin-yang Daoist diagram shook, and the power of yin and yang intertwined, evolving into the great path. An extremely powerful wave of power shook out, wanting to rush out from the suppression of the four-sided ancient map. Gu Fei attacked with all his strength. This was the strongest power he could use. This was his own power, without the help of external forces. The four-sided ancient map was shaken. When the four strongest demonic beasts saw this, they couldn't help but be shocked to the extreme. The four-sided ancient map had an extraordinary origin. It was a treasure bestowed by their demon lord. The demon lord of the barbarian demon clan was extremely powerful. He was a demonic saint. His cultivation was so powerful that he could dominate an area and compete with several other forces. A treasure bestowed by a demonic saint would not be an ordinary ritual implement. This four-sided ancient map might be four parts of a sky map that had been obtained by that demonic saint. This human is too strong. The demonic beasts watched the scene nervously, paying attention to the changes in the field. At this time, no one paid attention to He Tian. The real threat to the demonic beasts was Gu Fei, not He Tian. Although He Tian was also a powerful cultivator at the severing path, in the eyes of these demonic beasts, he was nothing. The divine miracle of the great path that Gu Fei displayed had shaken the four-sided ancient map, causing the cultivators of the four major demon clans to be shocked and angry. They had never imagined that a human, who was only at the second heaven of mighty cultivation, could be so powerful. The four great demon clans attacked with all their might. Monstrous waves of demonic energy gushed out from each of their bodies. They crazily poured a vast amount of demonic energy into the four-sided ancient map. The four-sided ancient map shone with a dazzling demonic light. Under the power of the ancient map, the void was silently annihilated, and an even more powerful destructive power came down from the four-sided ancient map. Yin-Yang reincarnation, sky-shattering fist. Gu Fei gave a loud shout. He was going all out. The Yin-Yang Dao diagram bloomed with endless Yin-Yang divine light. The two Yin-Yang eyes turned into two divine suns, one black and one white, that rushed out. Boom! The endless power of Yin and Yang erupted, and the entire void was pierced. Such power was too powerful. The power of extreme Yang and the power of extreme Yin intertwined, raising these two powers to the limit. The entire world was pierced, and the seal of the four-sided ancient map was broken. Gu Fei's body turned into the Dao diagram and rushed out from the gap. Go! When the four great demon clans saw this scene, they quickly recalled the ancient map and used it to protect themselves. Then, they turned around and left. Once this evil star escaped, it would not be easy to trap him again. If they did not retreat now, they would probably be killed by the enemy one by one. The four most powerful great demon clans had retreated. The other demon clans could not help but feel terrified. They also wanted to escape, but Gu Fei would not let them go. Swish! The Yin-Yang Dao diagram instantly expanded, covering the world. The power of Yin and Yang descended, and on the spot, three great demon clans were turned into blood mist, their bodies and souls destroyed. The other great demon clans were scared out of their wits and fled for their lives. Rumble, 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 the Yin-Yang Dao diagram descended, like a heavenly curtain that enveloped the entire world, emitting terrifying fluctuations that caused one's heart to palpitate. One after another, the great demon clans were turned into blood mist. Besides the four great demon clans that had the protection of the ancient map, the other great demon clans had all died. To the desolate land's demon clans, this was a great loss. Roar! In the distance, demonic chi soared into the heavens. The four great demons roared, almost going crazy. 8 great demon clans had actually died here. If the Mountain Protector General was included, then there were actually 9 great experts of the demon race that had died here. To the Demon Lord of the Wilderness demon race, this was undoubtedly equivalent to losing an arm. Although the 4 great demons wanted nothing more than to swallow Gu Fei alive, at this time, they did not let their anger get to their heads. If they continued to fight, it would be disadvantageous to them. Under the protection of the ancient map, the 4 great demon clans quickly fled, disappearing into the horizon. After the 4 great demon clans left, the Yin-Yang Dao diagram that shrouded the world also dissipated in the void, and a figure walked down from the sky. Wah! Gu Fei opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood. This battle was extremely dangerous. The divine power displayed by the 4 ancient maps was too powerful and domineering. Even the Yin-Yang Dao diagram, which was a miracle of the Great Path, still made Gu Fei suffer a great impact. Boss, He Tian rushed over from afar. The invincible combat strength displayed by Gu Fei made his heart palpitate. One should know that those were the 12 great demon clans. Under the joint attack of the 12 great demon clans, Gu Fei actually killed 8 great demon clans and scared away 4 great demon clans. Such a battle record could be said to be unprecedented. Even a young supreme cultivator would not have such a battle record. Let's go. I need to find a place to heal my injuries. Gu Fei did not say much and directly rushed into the distance. He wanted to leave this place. Who knew if those demon clans would come back again? They did not dare to go deeper. Instead, they retreated to the periphery until they were out of the demon clan's territory. Only then did they stop in a forest. He Tian engraved array patterns around the forest, completely isolating their aura. Even if there were experts chasing after them, they would absolutely not be able to find any trace of them. Gu Fei sat under a towering ancient tree and operated a mysterious technique to heal his injured body. Streams of essence flowed through his body, and his physical injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just half an hour, Gu Fei spat out a mouthful of black blood, and his internal injuries were all healed. This time's life and death battle had deepened his martial path true force to another level. The potential of his body was gradually being developed. The human body was an endless treasure that needed to be constantly opened. After his injuries healed, Gu Fei began to devour the surrounding spiritual qi of heaven and earth. The life essence of the flowers and trees were forcibly extracted, and they gradually withered. Buzz! The void trembled, and a yin-yang diagram loomed over his body. Dao rhymes lingered, as if a martial ancestor had descended and was explaining the profound meaning of heaven and earth. Seeing this, He Tian was envious. Gu Fei's cultivation had improved again. To see the first advertisement, please go to please share. Target =_blank. Chapter 1430. On the path of martial arts, one was born to be a warrior. They had to fight endlessly. It was very rare for someone to cultivate to the grand completion realm. For countless years, there had never been a successful cultivator. It was precisely because this path was too difficult that very few people were willing to embark on this path. Gu Fei was a miracle throughout the ages. He embarked on this path and successfully severed his Tao, becoming a martial arts master. Once a warrior succeeded in cultivating, he would be invincible among his peers. This was not a legend, but a real thing. With a powerful martial body and an invincible combat skill, who could compete with him? Under a big tree in the mountain forest, Gu Fei's body was circulating with qi gang. Strands of essence qi gathered from all directions and were absorbed by him. The cultivation method of the martial path was too overbearing. It could forcibly absorb the surrounding essence qi of heaven and earth and the essence of plants to nourish one's body and heal one's injuries. Gu Fei's cultivation improved a little after going through a series of battles. Only after experiencing a life and death battle would his cultivation increase so significantly. The realm of the masters was divided into 9 heavens. Every time one broke through to the next heaven, it was like ascending to another world. Both cultivation and strength would be enhanced and transformed. Gu Fei had already stepped onto the second step. The mountain forest was silent because all the creatures were trembling in fear. Under the shroud of Gu Fei's aura, all the creatures felt as if doomsday had arrived. However, the powerful aura emitted from Gu Fei's body was blocked by the formation laid down by He Tian and did not leak out. Even if there were demon race experts chasing after him, they would not be able to sense Gu Fei's existence. Swish! A graceful demonic light flew across the sky and disappeared under the night sky in the blink of an eye. There were great demons patrolling this area. This was already the periphery of the demon race's territory. Normally, these great demons would never appear in this place, but it was different now. The fall of the 9 great demon race experts in the wilderness had shocked the entire cultivation world. A human king had appeared in the human race, and he could kill the demon race experts as if he was chopping melons and vegetables. The human race was no longer the main character of the wildlands, but the human race was still a force to be reckoned with. The desolate Yi clan and the Li clan were both well-known figures of the human race. But for countless years, they had never produced a quasi-sage. That was why they were suppressed by the other powers. As for the ancient Buddhist sect, it had been a long time since they sent their sons of Buddha here for training. The disciples of the Buddhist sect here were suppressed by the various powers. In this savage world, the power of the Buddhist sect could not develop at all. Human king was what the major powers of the wildlands called the quasi-sages of the human race. A long time ago, there was a human king in the wildlands. However, one day, the human king fell. The situation of this world immediately changed greatly. Someone tried to assassinate the human king and almost succeeded. Although the human sovereign was not killed on the spot, he was fatally injured and died soon after. The death of a human sovereign was definitely a major event. The human race was directly suppressed by the major powers of the wildlands. However, the major powers did not dare to be too ruthless. This was because the foundation of the human race was too terrifying. No one was truly willing to risk their lives against the human race. Thus, the situation of the wildlands gradually became like this. The fall of the human king led to a bloodbath. The major powers fought over the territories of the human race. There was even a chaotic battle. 70 to 80% of the territories that originally belonged to the human race were divided up by the major powers. And now, a human cultivator had broken into the Yao clan's forbidden area and killed off 9 of the Yao clan's supreme experts. Due to that, all the forces in the wildlands felt a great deal of pressure. Even the major powers had no choice but to pay attention to such a result. Another human king appeared in the human race? Is it possible for a human to kill 9 great demon experts alone? The human race is going to rise again. The experts of the major powers of the wildlands were discussing. The human race had been silent for countless years. Today, they would shock the world with a single brilliant feat. Some people guessed that the human race was using the demon race as an example. Inside the forest, Gu Fei was circulating his Xian Qi and constantly cultivating. He only wanted to become stronger. Only then would he have the ability to protect his life when the great era arrived. The existence of the 9 nether yellow springs had long been known by the major powers. Otherwise, why would the major powers of the wildlands pay attention to the center of the wildlands? The gate of reincarnation and the 9 nether yellow springs were the only way to enter and exit this world. If they couldn't find the gate of reincarnation, they would be trapped here until their death. The night passed uneventfully. Early the next morning, Gu Fei and He Tian left the ancient forest. They once again embarked on their journey. This time, they entered the center of the wildlands from another direction. However, what caused them to be speechless was that they just entered the central area of the wildlands when they were stopped once more. This time, it was a wild beast that stopped them. Gu Fei's expression changed. They had entered the territory of a savage beast. This was not a good thing because the wildlands were much more difficult to deal with than the great demons. You are the human king of the human race? A pangolin-like savage beast covered in scales stared at Gu Fei and He Tian. Its entire body was brimming with killing intent, as if it would pounce at them at any moment. Human king? Gu Fei was startled. He didn't know that he had already made a name for himself in the wildlands and was called Human King by the major powers. Boss, when did you become a human king? He Tian asked in astonishment. Human King was an honorific title. It represented the king of the human race. In the wildlands, only those who had reached the quasi-saint realm could be called Human King. In the outside world, the title of Human King represented invincible battle prowess. Human kings could look down on everything. They were the strongest existences in the world apart from the extreme supremes. How would I know? Gu Fei didn't know what was going on. Even if you are a human king, you must die for trespassing into my race's forbidden area. The pangolin-like savage beast immediately attacked. Scram! Gu Fei didn't waste any words. His words were always the most concise. An invisible aura spread out from his body. Bang! With just one punch, the wild beast that looked like a pangolin was beaten to death by Gu Fei. Its entire body was turned into a pile of minced meat, and it didn't even have the time to let out a scream. Boom! Just as Gu Fei killed the pangolin-like savage beast, another extremely powerful aura rushed out from the area. The mountains shook and the sky changed color. Who dares to cause trouble in my race's forbidden area? Are you tired of living? A voice resounded in the sky. It was as loud as thunder, echoing through the mountains for a long time. Then, a figure emitting a bitter aura walked out from the mountains. To see the first episode without advertisements, please go to please share target =_blank. Chapter 1431. The center of the wildlands was occupied by the major powers. No matter which direction Gu Fei and He Tian chose to enter, they would still end up in a forbidden area controlled by the major powers. Last time, they entered the forbidden area of the Wildlands demon race, but this time, they entered the territory of ancient beasts. These beasts were much stronger than the Wildlands demon race. After Gu Fei killed a beast that looked like a pangolin, a terrifying silhouette walked out from the mountain. An extremely horrifying aura filled the air. A puny human dares to trespass into my race's forbidden area? You must be tired of living. A booming voice rang out. It was an ancient beast the size of a small mountain. Its entire body was covered in black scales, and it looked like both a dragon and a flood dragon. He Tian was shocked to see this beast. This kind of existence was rare even in the ancient times. He didn't expect to see it here. Boss, be careful, this is a flood dragon. He Tian transmitted his voice to Gu Fei. Flood dragon? Gu Fei was startled. He didn't expect such an existence to exist in this world. It wasn't just an ancient legend. Flood dragons and dragons were two different races. Dragons were high above, roaming the 9 heavens. Flood dragons, on the other hand, were existences that cultivated in the rivers. However, flood dragons weren't dragons. Legend has it that a flood dragon with great perseverance could transform into a dragon through unremitting efforts and soar into the heavens. However, this was undoubtedly a heaven-defying act. This ancient beast looked like a flood dragon, but it wasn't a flood dragon. It was most likely a flood dragon in a special state, with draconic aura lingering around its body. As long as this flood dragon succeeded, its strength would definitely be comparable to a saint. Even a demi-saint wouldn't be its opponent. In this world where saints were extinct, existences comparable to saints could be said to be invincible. This flood dragon had the potential to become a paragon. You haven't succeeded yet, what are you being so arrogant for? Although Gu Fei felt a great deal of pressure from this Jiao Hualong, he was not afraid of it. On the contrary, the blood in his body was boiling. This was a good opponent. How dare you? Jiao Hualong was enraged that Gu Fei was looking down on him. He stretched out his dragon claws and clawed at Gu Fei. Swoosh! The dragon claw emitted a terrifying energy wave. 5 beams of black light tore through the void, enveloping Gu Fei under the dragon claw, wanting to tear him apart. Bam! Gu Fei directly punched out, forcefully colliding with the dragon claw. The powerful fist force shook off the dragon claw and almost broke the bones of the dragon claw. Jiao Hualong felt as if his claws had clawed onto a piece of godly metal. Not only was he unable to injure his opponent, but he was also nearly injured by his opponent. What? Jiao Hualong was extremely shocked. He had always been very confident in his strong physique. Even the physique of a Xiantian divine beast would not be able to match up to his. But now, he had met his match. His opponent was not a Xiantian divine beast, but a paragon of the human clan. A paragon of the human clan had such a strong physique that he could fight against him. It was hard to imagine. One should know that compared to a desolate ancient beast, the physique of a paragon of the human clan was too weak. But reality was reality. Even if Jiao Hualong didn't want to believe it, he had to accept it. Swoosh! Gu Fei used the void steps and disappeared from where he stood. The moment Gu Fei disappeared, Jiao Hualong's heart skipped a beat. Then, his vision blurred and a silhouette appeared in front of him. Jiao Hualong was shocked. Not only was his opponent's physique incomparably strong, his speed was also extremely fast. Since when did the human clan have such a paragon? Gu Fei's movement speed was something that few in the same realm could catch up to. Jiao Hualong didn't think too much and retreated. At the same time, he opened his mouth and spat out a ball of black fire towards Gu Fei. This black fire burned the void and exuded a terrifying aura of destruction. Gu Fei didn't retreat. He pressed forward and waved his fist to disperse the surging black fire. The black fire that could burn the void could not even get close to Gu Fei's body. He was like a peerless god of war descending. His battle intent soared to the sky as he pressed forward. At the same time, he used the yin-yang reincarnation fist. The entire world trembled under his fists. Yin and yang, two diametrically opposed forces that walked the path of extremes, under Gu Fei's control, they evolved into his great path miracles. The power of yin and yang intertwined on Gu Fei's fists and evolved into the great path. He punched out with the power of the great path, destroying everything in its path. Even Jiao Hualong's expression changed. Hidden dragon ascending to the heavens. Jiao Hualong shouted. He had no choice but to use his full strength. Dragon Qi surged all over his body, and a huge dragon shadow appeared on his body. Boom! Monstrous dragon Qi erupted from Jiao Hualong's body, sweeping across the sky and earth. He merged with the dragon shadow, as if he had turned into a heavenly dragon. He displayed the heavenly dragon battle technique and pounced towards Gu Fei. Humph! Even if a true dragon came, I would not be afraid. Gu Fei's strength was at its peak. His fists opened and closed, clashing with the huge dragon shadow. Even the void was collapsing. He perfectly combined his physical body and true power, bringing out his strongest combat power. Jiao Hualong never expected Gu Fei to have such astonishing cultivation and strength. This was not something that could be done with the power of a second firmament almighty. Although the true dragon shadow was not a real true dragon, it still demonstrated the terrifying power of this killing technique. It was enough to draw the spiritual qi of the entire world. Roar! Gu Fei's long hair danced in the wind. His divine eyes emitted a dazzling divine light, like two heavenly swords, piercing towards Jiao Hualong. Just his gaze alone could kill. He did not use the 9 secrets of the immortal Dao. Instead, he used his martial arts to battle. Swoosh! 2 rays of black light shot out from the true dragon shadow, clashing with the divine light shot out from Gu Fei's eyes. A destructive force spread out, destroying the void. 2 figures moved rapidly in the void. Gu Fei and Jiao Hualong began their battle. He Tian watched the battle from afar. This battle was much more dangerous than Gu Fei's battle against the 12 demon clan almighties. Jiao Hualong was definitely an expert among experts. Such an existence must be the #1 expert under the demisage ancient beast lord. This was a battle of life and death. It was extremely intense. The 2 experts used their full strength without holding anything back. Even the chaotic qi was unleashed. It was hard to determine the winner in a short period of time. Target =_blank. Chapter 1432. Gu Fei and the ancient beast Jiao Hualong began to fight. The Jiao Hualong was not bad. He actually cultivated a wisp of true dragon qi and displayed the true dragon dharma form. Boom! The illusory dragon claw clawed at Gu Fei. The void shrouded by the dragon claw was torn apart like a piece of paper. Chaotic energy rushed out from the shattered void. Gu Fei used the void step and rushed out from under the dragon claw at the critical moment. His entire body was glowing with divine light. Divine patterns of the great path appeared on his skin. This was the light of the Tao patterns that were branded on his bones. Imprinting the great path on one's body to achieve eternity and make the martial body indestructible. This was a body refining technique for warriors. If cultivated to the great completion realm, it would be like a humanoid holy weapon. One hand to cover the sky. Gu Fei shouted and struck out with the heaven-covering hand. A vast power of extreme yang rushed out from his right hand and turned into a huge hand that slapped at the Jiao Hualong. Rumble! The huge white hand emitted endless divine light. Under the vast and mighty power of destruction, it obliterated everything. It pierced through the void and shook the universe. The Jiao Hualong was shocked. The strength of his opponent had exceeded his estimation. The power of martial arts was too strong. The human martial body was terrifying. Instead of retreating, the Jiao Hualong chose to face it head-on. The huge dragon claw directly met Gu Fei's heaven-covering hand. The power of the true dragon condensed on the dragon claw and emitted a terrifying energy wave. Boom! Two unimaginably powerful forces collided. The void between Gu Fei and the Jiao Hualong was instantly annihilated. Both Gu Fei and the Jiao Hualong were sent flying backward. Bam! The entire void trembled, and one pitch-black spatial crack after another spread out in all directions, each of which was 1,000 miles long. Terrifying cracks appeared in the heaven and earth. The power of the true dragon. A trace of blood seeped out of Gu Fei's right palm. However, this trace of blood quickly flowed back and the cracked bowl quickly healed. The Jiao Hualong did not fare well either. His entire dragon claw cracked. Even his bones were cracked. It was almost shattered by the power of Gu Fei's punch. How is this possible? How can your body be stronger than mine? The flood dragon's transformation into a dragon was truly shocking. How could a human's body be so strong? It's inconceivable, but it's a fact. Again. Gu Fei's hair fluttered in the wind as he charged towards Jiao Hualong. His killing intent soared to the heavens, and his fists emitted waves that made everyone's hearts palpitate. Roar! The Jiao dragon roared and the true dragon's shadow became even clearer. The true dragon's aura was vast and mighty, and all the ancient beasts in the area trembled in fear. Roar! Jiao Hualong let out an even more powerful roar, shaking the whole world and dispersing the clouds in the sky. The terrifying sound wave spread in all directions. The surrounding mountains were reduced to dust by the sound waves. This was a type of sound-killing technique. True dragon roar. In the distant sky, although He Tian was very far away, this sound wave caused He Tian's vision to darken. It was as though his soul was being sucked out of his body. He Tian hurriedly retreated even further away. At this time, the battle between Gu Fei and Jiao Hualong had already alarmed many people. Some of the nearby ancient beasts were knocked down by the Jiao Hualong sound-killing technique. Gu Fei was the first to bear the brunt of the attack, but he was like an ancient sacred mountain, unmoving and calm. He pointed out with a finger, and a primal divine light surged out and flew towards Jiao Hualong. Jiao Hualong's expression changed when he sensed the aura emitted from the primal divine light. Primal force. This guy actually cultivated the primal force. This was the first time Gu Fei used the primal force in his dantian to fight against an enemy. Although the primal force was small, no one dared to look down on it. Jiao Hualong didn't dare to let the primal divine light hit him. If he did, the consequences would be obvious. However, Gu Fei's speed was so fast that Jiao Hualong kept retreating. Although the true dragon roar was powerful and the sound-killing technique was frightening, it was useless against Gu Fei. When Jiao Hualong released the true dragon roar, he had already shut off his hearing. Even if the ancient sacred mountain collapsed in front of him, Gu Fei wouldn't be able to hear anything. This was the ability of the martial path. He could control every bone, every inch of flesh and blood in his body at will. At Gu Fei's level, flesh regeneration was child's play. Even if his martial body was destroyed, he could still recover. It would be difficult for him to truly die. Swish! Yin and Yang energy rushed out of Gu Fei's body and turned into the Yin-Yang Dao diagram. His fists became the Yin-Yang eyes of the diagram. With the flow of the Dao, Gu Fei finally used the Great Dao's Yin-Yang Dao diagram and displayed an even more terrifying combat power. The Yin-Yang Dao diagram changed direction and Jiao Hualong slashed forward. Wherever it passed, the void shattered, leaving behind a spatial crack. What? Jiao Hualong realized that he had still underestimated his opponent. This human was too difficult to deal with. He had actually cultivated such a great Dao's Dao trace. The appearance of the Dao trace put Gu Fei in an invincible position. Unless Jiao Hualong's cultivation and strength broke through to the sage-to-be level, it would be difficult for him to break the yin-yang Dao diagram. There were strong and weak great Dao powers. As long as Jiao Hualong's great Dao trace was stronger than Gu Fei's, he would be able to suppress Gu Fei and even kill Gu Fei on the spot. Unfortunately, although Jiao Hualong was extremely powerful, even stronger than ordinary peak experts, he didn't cultivate a great Dao trace. Jiao Hualong's Dao could not appear. Not everyone could cultivate a great path divine relic. It depended on one's luck. Gu Fei was blessed by the heavens. Although he had encountered countless dangers since he started cultivating, he still became a powerful human cultivator and cultivated a great path divine relic. Swish! Jiao Hualong directly tore the void and rushed in. The yin-yang Dao diagram flashed, and a dragon claw fell from the sky. Dragon blood splattered everywhere. Jiao Hualong's angry roar came from the spatial crack that had not yet closed. His dragon claw was cut off by Gu Fei, who had transformed into a Dao diagram. This was a true dragon claw that he had cultivated for countless years. It was more precious than anything else, but today, it was cut off by Gu Fei. The yin-yang Dao diagram dissipated, and Gu Fei's figure reappeared in the void. He didn't chase after Jiao Hualong. Jiao Hualong was incomparably powerful. Although he was defeated, as long as he didn't die, he could still make a comeback. Gu Fei and He Tian continued on their way, heading towards the center of this world. There was something they wanted there. Even if it was a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, they would still enter. Target =_blank. Chapter 1433. Gu Fei's battle prowess was unparalleled. After defeating Jiao Hualong, the emperor of this area, no other ancient beasts came out to stop them. This was because this area was Jiao Hualong's territory. Jiao Hualong was the #1 expert under the Beast Lord. Moreover, he had the potential to transform into a dragon. Such an existence was highly valued by the Beast Lord. The other beasts did not dare to be neighbors with Jiao Hualong. This was because Jiao Hualong was very arrogant and disdained to associate with ordinary beasts. He only recognized the Beast Lord as his master. In his eyes, the other beasts were no different from ants. Therefore, after Gu Fei defeated Jiao Hualong, he was able to enter without any obstruction. The other beasts did not dare to appear in Jiao Hualong's territory. Boom! At this time, on top of a towering mountain occupied by the ancient beasts, the void somewhere trembled. A terrifying figure broke through the void and walked out from the chaos. Roar! After this savage beast walked out of the chaos, it raised its head to the sky and roared angrily. The entire mountain filled with baleful aura trembled under its roar. On top of the mountain, more than 10 powerful auras erupted. Some of the powerful existences were alarmed. However, when these powerful existences sensed the familiar aura, they immediately retracted their auras. Where is the Lord? The beast that broke through the void was like a dragon. It was Jiao Hualong who was defeated by Gu Fei. He came here to ask the Beast Lord to come out. A beast shadow soared into the sky and arrived in front of Jiao Hualong, trembling with fear. Lord, the Lord has already left the Imperial Mountain for more than half a year. We do not know where the Lord is. The ape-like beast said with a trembling voice. All the ancient beasts in the Imperial Mountain hated this arrogant and conceited Jiao Hualong the most. This guy was so arrogant that only the Lord could suppress him. The ape-like beast did not even dare to breathe loudly in front of Jiao Hualong. What? Hearing this, Jiao Hualong's eyes widened. One of his claws was already missing. The wound was badly mutilated and his blood was still seeping out. This was an injury of the Great Dao, and it was very difficult to heal. Even with Jiao Hualong's cultivation and strength, it was difficult to dispel the power of the Great Dao attached to the wound. His lord wasn't here, so who could fight against that human powerhouse? The Imperial Mountain was a sacred mountain in the hearts of the ancient beasts. Legend had it that in ancient times, an invincible beast king had once appeared here. Even though countless years had passed, there were still traces of the great path left behind by the ancient beast emperor on the imperial mountain. Even time could not erase them. Jiao Hualong thought about it, then turned and left. He didn't want to be associated with those fellows on Sovereign Mountain, nor did he want to warn them. The departure of Jiao Hualong made all the savage ancient beasts on the Emperor Mountain heave a sigh of relief. These fellows were afraid that Jiao Hualong would make a ruckus on the Emperor Mountain. The battle between Gu Fei and Jiao Hualong had alarmed many experts among the ancient beasts. There were already some ancient beasts coming to the Sovereign Mountain to inform the experts on the Sovereign Mountain. However, none of the ancient beasts could be compared to Jiao Hualong in terms of speed. Jiao Hualong returned to the Sovereign Mountain ahead of the ancient beasts that came to inform them. Just as Jiao Hualong left the Sovereign Mountain, Gu Fei had already arrived near the Sovereign Mountain. At this time, an emergency bell rang from the Sovereign Mountain. Swoosh! 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 More than a dozen powerful beast shadows rushed out from the Sovereign Mountain, emitting a monstrous baleful aura. All the wild beasts within a radius of 10,000 miles trembled in fear under the monstrous baleful aura. Gu Fei and He Tian were startled. They had been very careful, but they didn't expect to be discovered by these ancient beasts. On the mountain in front of them, there was an aura that made even Gu Fei's heart palpitate. It's the aura of an ancient beast emperor. An ancient beast emperor once appeared here. He Tian looked at the towering mountain in front of him and couldn't help but frown. This place was extraordinary. There were traces of the great path left behind by an ancient beast emperor. This was definitely the lair of an ancient beast. 12 beast shadows rushed out from the mountain in front of them with monstrous baleful aura. Seeing this, Gu Fei and He Tian couldn't help but be secretly shocked. This was a powerful force that could sweep away an area. Very good. Gu Fei's battle blood immediately boiled. The overwhelming baleful aura made his battle intent skyrocket. The stronger the opponent, the more excited he was. Boss, you can't be. Seeing Gu Fei like this, He Tian couldn't help but be shocked. Swoosh! Gu Fei directly rushed up to the sky and faced the 12 beast shadows. He actually wanted to fight against the 12 beast emperors with his own strength. The emperors among the savage ancient beasts were extremely powerful, comparable to the almighty of the human race. When the 12 beast emperors gathered together, it was a shocking force. But Gu Fei was not afraid at all. He directly rushed into the midst of the 12 beast emperors and directly attacked them. The whole world shook. Gu Fei was extremely powerful. He threw 10 punches in a row, and a beast emperor's body was destroyed by him. Even its Yuanshan couldn't escape. What? The remaining 11 beast emperors never thought that this almighty of the human race would be so fierce. Moreover, his battle prowess was so strong that it shocked all the beast emperors. Kill! The 11 beast emperors attacked with all their strength. All kinds of divine weapons bloomed with the most brilliant divine light, striking towards Gu Fei. The sky cracked, unable to withstand such power. Gu Fei punched and kicked. All of them were the simplest and most direct attacks, but the 11 beast emperors felt a great threat. With one punch, he broke a divine spear into more than 10 pieces. With one foot, he trampled a wild bull down from the sky. One of the savage ancient beasts seized the opportunity and punched Gu Fei in the chest, sending him flying thousands of feet away. 2 fists were no match for 4 hands, let alone more than 4 hands. No matter how strong Gu Fei was, he couldn't handle so many people. Gu Fei found it difficult to deal with the 11 beast emperors together. He was hit one after another, but the other beast emperors didn't have it easy either. Several beast emperors were injured by Gu Fei, and one beast emperor even had half of its body smashed by Gu Fei. The beasts roared again and again. Although they lived in the Sovereign Mountain for a long time and comprehended the miracles of the great path left behind by the Beast Emperors, it didn't mean that they didn't know the situation outside. The human race had gradually declined in the wild world. They didn't even have a sage-to-be. It was already very difficult for the human race to maintain their orthodoxy. Since when did such a powerful being appear in the weak human race? Bang! Gu Fei's fist shattered the void and forced the two beast emperors to retreat. No ancient beast dared to face Gu Fei head-on. As long as Gu Fei punched, they would choose to retreat immediately. Even so, Gu Fei still suffered a great shock. These 11 savage beast emperors were much stronger than the previous almighty of the monster clan. Other than the savage beast emperor that he had killed by surprise, it would be difficult for him to kill another savage beast emperor. These beast emperors were comparable to powerful cultivators and were extremely ferocious. Every one of them had a murderous aura. God knew how many lives had been lost in the hands of these beast emperors. Gu Fei fought with the beasts for almost an hour before turning to leave. Where do you think you're going? When the 11 beast emperors saw that Gu Fei was about to escape, they immediately chased after him. They wanted to make Gu Fei stay here forever. Gu Fei's threat was too great. Only 2 people dared to invade the Sovereign Mountain. This was something that had never happened before. Such cultivation, strength, and courage were truly admirable. Let's go. Gu Fei used the void steps and appeared beside He Tian in just one step. He then grabbed He Tian and broke through the void. His speed was too fast. Even the 11 beast emperors couldn't stop him. They hated him, but there was nothing they could do. Gu Fei and Mai Tian disappeared into the crack in space, vanishing without a trace. That guy really dared to invade the spiritual mountain. What a madman! In the distant sky, the shadow of a dragon appeared. It witnessed everything that happened. This person was the Jiao Hualong whose claw had been cut off by Gu Fei's Daoist diagram. This Jiao Hualong hid on the side and didn't really leave. He didn't plan to attack. He wanted to let these guys on the Sovereign Mountain know how powerful he was. This time, the savage ancient beasts had lost an almighty warrior, but they didn't suffer as much as the savage ancient beasts did. The savage ancient beasts' power was still there. At this moment, the space thousands of miles away from the Saint Mountain of the savage ancient beasts suddenly trembled. Then, 2 figures walked out of the space that rippled like water. These 2 people were Gu Fei and He Tian. At this time, Gu Fei was a bit embarrassed. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. His hair was disheveled and his clothes were torn and stained with blood. In the battle just now, Gu Fei didn't have the upper hand. The savage beasts were incomparably powerful. Every savage beast that was qualified to cultivate on the Sovereign Mountain was not simple. Each of them could tear apart a powerful cultivator. This kind of battle prowess was many times stronger than that of the desolate demon clan. Gu Fei and He Tian found a cave to temporarily settle down. Gu Fei triggered the power in his body and began to nurture his martial body. Layers of chi aura began to emerge from his body. The external injuries on his martial body quickly healed. Gu Fei once again felt his body brimming with power. It was as if he could punch a hole in the sky with a single punch. After a few hours, Gu Fei recovered to his peak state. The power contained in the martial body of a successful cultivator was too great. This kind of power could allow Gu Fei's martial body to quickly recover from a great impact. Gu Fei's qi and blood were as vigorous as a true dragon's, and his life essence had seeped into every inch of his martial body. As long as he didn't meet a sage-to-be, no one could threaten his life. The beast lord of the savage beasts didn't seem to be in the Sovereign Mountain. Gu Fei and He Tian planned to go to the Sovereign Mountain after nightfall. To see the first advertisement, please go to _. Chapter 1434. The Beast Lord of the Savage Ancients was a powerful ancient beast that could contend with a sage-to-be, but the Beast Lord was not at Sovereign Mountain at this time. Otherwise, when Gu Fei and He Tian entered Sovereign Mountain, the beast lord of the savage ancients would have already come out. Night fell, and it was quiet all around. Occasionally, the roars of a wild beast could be heard from afar. Gu Fei and He Tian once again came to the vicinity of Sovereign Mountain. This time, they were even more careful. Gu Fei had drawn out the power of the inner world, causing their surroundings to form a world of their own. No one could sense their presence. It was pitch black on Sovereign Mountain, without any light. The ancient beasts on Sovereign Mountain all had cultivation and strength comparable to the mighty figures of the Severing Path. They did not need light at all to see the night as day. The towering mountain in front of them gave off an extremely powerful sense of oppression. Those with a little bit of cultivation would find it difficult to approach, let alone climb the mountain. The great path divine relic left behind by the ancient beast lord has never been destroyed. This mountain is of great significance to ancient beasts. He Tian said to himself. The entire mountain was shrouded in a great path. This was the ancient beast emperor's ancient beast emperor way. For ancient beasts who had achieved success in their cultivation, this pointed out the direction of their cultivation, allowing them to embark on the path of invincible emperor. Among the ancient beasts, there were some cultivators who were unwilling to follow the path of the demon clan and cultivate to become great demons. Instead, they maintained their most primitive state and cultivated the great path of the beast emperor. There had once been an extreme path ancient beast emperor on Sovereign Mountain. Although the path of the extreme path ancient beast emperor was extremely difficult, once it succeeded, its battle prowess would definitely be much stronger than those of the same level. Gu Fei and He Tian watched from afar. They were in no hurry to ascend the mountain. They found that there were no guards on Sovereign Mountain. Only the figures of some ancient beasts could be seen at the foot of the mountain. There was no need for guards on Sovereign Mountain. Gu Fei and the others captured a wild beast at the foot of the mountain. He Tian used a soul-searching technique to read the ancient beast's memories. His expression became somewhat ugly. This is bad. He Tian's expression flickered. He had learned something from the beast's memories, which was not a secret to the other ancient beasts. Only outsiders like Gu Fei and He Tian didn't know this secret. What happened? Gu Fei was startled to see He Tian's expression. It was rare for him to see He Tian so serious. It seemed they had run into trouble. The 9 Nether Yellow Springs is protected by an extreme Dao Grand Array. We need to find the array diagram to enter the 9 Nether Yellow Springs and obtain the legendary Gate of Reincarnation. What? Gu Fei couldn't help being shocked. With the extreme Dao Grand Formation protecting the 9 Nether Yellow Springs, didn't that mean he wouldn't have a chance to obtain the Gate of Reincarnation in the 9 Nether Yellow Springs? Unless an extreme grade Great Saint came, no one could break the extreme grade Great Formation. Even if Gu Fei had an extreme grade sacred weapon, it was difficult for him to truly activate the power of the extreme grade sacred weapon. An extreme Dao array diagram? How could something like that be preserved? Gu Fei was surprised and bewildered. After all, the extreme Dao Grand Formation wasn't an ordinary formation, and it was an embodiment of the grand Dao of the heavens and the earth when it was developed to the extreme. The formation itself was a manifestation of the extreme Dao's power. Only an immortal divine material could contain such power. Could it be that the Supreme Existence who laid down the extreme Dao Grand Formation had carved the formation onto an immortal divine material? That seemed to be the only possibility. There was an ancient palace at the peak of the Sovereign Mountain. Legend had it that this was the palace of an extreme Dao ancient beast king. It had existed for countless years, but it still stood tall at the peak. It was also the residence of the desolate beast king. The desolate beast king usually cultivated in the ancient palace and rarely showed himself. Everything was handled by his subordinates. The desolate beast king would only take action if his subordinates couldn't solve the problem. At this time, the desolate beast king wasn't in the ancient palace at the peak of the mountain. Gu Fei and He Tian carefully came to the foot of the mountain and sneaked up. Although there were many powerful beast kings on the mountain, no one noticed Gu Fei and He Tian's arrival. Gu Fei and He Tian smoothly sneaked up the mountain. This mountain was truly extraordinary. Dao patterns could be seen everywhere on the body of the mountain. It was a kind of array formation, and the array formation patterns were imprinted on the entire body of the mountain. Fortunately, He Tian was proficient in formations. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to move an inch on this mountain. Even so, if they weren't careful, they would trigger the formation and alert the experts on the mountain. Gu Fei and He Tian took advantage of the darkness to sneak up the mountain. There were no roads on the mountain, and scattered rocks could be seen everywhere. There was no beautiful scenery on the mountain, only weeds and sparse trees. Compared to those fairyland-like grotto heavens, this sovereign mountain that once had an extreme Dao ancient beast king was absolutely inconspicuous. No one would have thought that an extreme Dao ancient beast king would appear on such a barren mountain. On the mountain, there were thousands of zhonglong ravines. They seemed to be marks left behind by some kind of weapon. Someone had once fought here. Gu Fei and He Tian were secretly shocked. Very soon, they found a huge palm print on the mountain. An extremely tyrannical aura spread out from the palm print. This, Gu Fei and He Tian were shocked. The person who made this palm print was definitely not simple. It was likely a saint. Countless years had passed, but the palm print still had that person's aura. From the mountainside, marks left by swords, spears, and halberds began to appear. A great battle had taken place here, and the mountain was left with traces of these experts. This was the sovereign mountain, where an extreme Dao ancient beast king had once appeared. Who would dare to fight here? If the extreme Dao ancient beast king was triggered, the consequences would be unimaginable. There were miracles of the great path left behind by the extreme Dao ancient beast king on the mountain. Only a saint-level existence could leave such marks on the mountain. Gu Fei and He Tian didn't think too much about it. They just wanted to enter the ancient temple at the top of the mountain and find the fragment of the extreme Dao ancient matrix so that they could enter the underworld and obtain the mythical gate of reincarnation. In fact, if Gu Fei and He Tian wanted to leave this world, it was possible. It was just a little more troublesome. They had to enter the hell path and then leave from there. Gu Fei didn't want to use the hell path until it was the last resort. Without anyone noticing, Gu Fei and He Tian sneaked to the ancient temple at the top of the mountain. A vicissitude and ancient aura came from the front. No one knew how long this ancient temple had existed. The ancient temple wasn't very tall, but it gave people a feeling that it was unreachable. This surprised Gu Fei and He Tian. This ancient temple was like a terrifying beast sleeping. Gu Fei and He Tian both felt great pressure. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei took the lead and walked toward the ancient temple in front of him. His qi and blood were surging, and layers of vigor surrounded him. The ancient temple was imprinted with the miracles of the extreme Dao ancient beast king, which was why it had existed for so long and had not disappeared in the merciless passage of time. That is, suddenly, Mahakala activated his yin-yang divine eyes and swept his gaze over a black rock standing beside the ancient palace. Then, an expression of extreme shock appeared on his face. There's no need to go in. What we're looking for is right here. He Tian was very confident. He walked forward and pressed his hand on the big stone. He activated his true power, and a layer of something on the surface of the black stone immediately fell off. Swoosh! Beams of divine light shot out from the black stone. On the surface of the black stone, there was actually an incomplete array. Every array pattern was like a true dragon that seemed to be swimming. This is, Gu Fei and He Tian were both shocked. They never thought that the inconspicuous black stone beside the door was actually an immortal divine material. Using an immortal divine material to preserve a corner of the incomplete extreme Dao matrix pattern. Perhaps only an extreme Dao supreme could do such a thing. The moment the extreme Dao matrix pattern appeared on the black stone, Gu Fei and He Tian's expressions changed. They realized that they could no longer conceal their auras. Even if Gu Fei activated the power of the inner heaven and earth, it was difficult for him to isolate the fluctuation of the extreme Dao. What? Someone actually made it to the peak of Imperial Mountain. Who is it? Who is it? How dare they? The moment Gu Fei and He Tian's auras leaked out from the peak of Imperial Mountain, all the beast kings on the mountain sensed their presence. Roar! Furious roars rang out from every corner of the sovereign mountain. Figures with towering killing intent rushed out from every corner of the sovereign mountain and headed for the peak. Under normal circumstances, they would never dare to set foot on the peak of Imperial Mountain because it was the cultivation ground of the beast king of the wildlands. Without being summoned, no one was allowed to set foot on it. But at this moment, all the beast kings on the mountain were shocked to the extreme. Someone actually dared to break into the cultivation ground of the beast king of the wildlands? Shit! This is bad. Gu Fei and He Tian's expressions turned ugly. At this moment, more than a dozen powerful divine senses had already locked onto them. More than a dozen incomparably powerful beast kings of the wildlands rushed towards them from all directions. Keep this stone and leave. Formation runes spread out from under He Tian's feet. Countless formation runes interweaved into a formation and he drew the power of heaven and earth in the surroundings. Dragon shadows rushed out of the formation beneath He Tian's feet and rushed towards the terrifying figures that were charging towards them. They wanted to stop these powerful savage beast emperors. However, each of these beast kings of the wildlands had terrifying cultivation and strength. Each of them could fight against the supreme experts of the human race and the great demons of the demon race. Boom! My Tian's dragon shadow was instantly destroyed by the dozen emperor beasts. It couldn't stop them at all, and it caused him to suffer a great blow. A trickle of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Roar! Gu Fei let out a roar of rage, causing the entire heavens and earth to tremble. Boundless energy erupted from his body, shaking the heavens and earth. In an instant, he punched out over 10 punches, each and every one of them penetrated through the heavens and earth, displaying an immense strength. What? The charging beast kings were startled. They never thought that this supreme expert of the human race would be so powerful that he would attack them at the same time. To see the first commercial, please go to target=_blank. Chapter 1435. Rumble. In an instant, Gu Fei blasted out more than 10 punches. Every punch was like an ancient divine mountain smashing forward. The entire heaven and earth shook, and terrifying spatial cracks appeared in the void. Gu Fei used his full strength, and his attacks were many times more terrifying than He Tian's. He was like an ancient god of war descending into the world. His long hair danced wildly in the wind, and his gaze was like cold lightning, sweeping in all directions. The 10 beast emperors were taken aback. They quickly used their full strength to block Gu Fei's attacks. All kinds of divine weapons and phenomena appeared, and no one held back. Bang! A violent black bear that was as big as a mountain was sent flying thousands of zhang away by Gu Fei's punch. The beast emperor's blood splattered from the sky, and its strong body was almost destroyed by Gu Fei's punch. Roar! The black bear roared, and it wanted to rush back to fight again. But it only managed to rush half the distance, and its huge body fell from the sky. A single punch made a beast emperor lose its fighting strength. Such tyrannical combat strength shocked all the beast emperors, and they could not maintain their composure. Without any suspense, Gu Fei's dozen punches forced the beast emperors to retreat, and some of them were even heavily injured. A few emperor weapons were broken by Gu Fei. Rise! Gu Fei used all his strength, and he hugged the black rock and pulled it up. The entire sovereign mountain shook, and countless ancient Dao patterns appeared. The aura of the extreme Dao ancient beast emperor spread out, and although it was only a trace of the aura, it was enough to change the color of the sky. Rumble! the black stone that was as tall as a person gradually rose up. Gu Fei actually managed to pull out the black stone that was imprinted with the extreme Dao incomplete array. His entire body blossomed with a divine light aura, and an overflowing true power undulation surged out from his body. Too strong. He Tian was also unable to withstand the energy wave that erupted from Gu Fei's body. He had no choice but to retreat. He never expected that Gu Fei, who was only at the second heavenly layer of Almighty Realm, could display such terrifying power. Stop him. There was an incomplete extreme path formation imprinted on the black stone. This was something none of the savage beast emperors had expected. This black stone had been standing in front of the extreme path ancient emperor's palace for countless years. None of the savage beast emperors noticed anything strange about the black stone. Other than being slightly heavier, there was nothing special about the black stone. At this moment, all the beast emperors realized that there was an ancient formation rune engraved on the black stone. None of the beast emperors could remain calm. Bam! A gigantic palm with towering killing intent slammed down from the sky towards Gu Fei. Violent energy gushed out from the gigantic palm, causing the entire world to tremble. The savage beast emperor wanted to kill Gu Fei on the spot and stop Gu Fei from pulling out the black stone. Roar! Gu Fei roared. At the same time, a gust of green qi rushed out from the top of his head and transformed into another Gu Fei. He soared into the sky and punched out. He used the secret technique of the immortal path, the three pure ones transformation. Boom! The fist of Gu Fei's Dao clone collided with the gigantic palm with killing intent. A destructive storm swept out in all directions. What? The savage beast emperor who attacked in secret was extremely shocked. A clone of Yi Futian was actually able to withstand his attack. It was unbelievable. The other savage beast emperors quickly retreated. It's the three pure ones transformation, the supreme divine technique of the immortal path. Shouted one of the savage beast emperors who recognized the secret technique Gu Fei had used. This was an invincible divine technique. In ancient times, the 9 secrets of the immortal path were enough to shock the entire era. At this moment, Gu Fei grabbed the black stone and pulled it out with all his might. It was as if he was moving a huge mountain. Fortunately, Gu Fei had infinite strength. Otherwise, ordinary mighty figures would not be able to move the black stone at all. Ha! Gu Fei exhaled and roared. His true force surged and rays of lightning like divine light encircled his body. The black stone was too heavy. Boss, hurry up. Countless runes surged out from beneath my Tian's feet. He was setting up a formation, drawing upon the power of the world around him to increase his combat prowess by leaps and bounds. At a time like this, the slightest bit of carelessness might result in him being killed on the spot. The savage beast emperors who were forced back by Gu Fei regained their senses and surrounded Gu Fei and He Tian at the peak of the mountain. A total of 13 savage beast emperors were working together. If such a force appeared in the human world, it would definitely be earth-shattering and could probably sweep through the entire human world. Gu Fei's Dao body and the 13 savage beast emperors started a brutal battle. Soon, his Dao body was hit, and the 13 savage beast emperors were not faring well either. Almost all of them were injured. Bang! My Tian had used the formation to draw upon the surrounding spiritual energy to strengthen himself. Now, his battle prowess had increased by several times, and it was as if his entire being had fused with the surrounding void. With just one strike, He Tian forced back 3 savage beast emperors who were charging at him. He was incomparably ferocious. He charged into the crowd of savage beast emperors and started punching and kicking. His every move contained great might, shocking the group of savage beast emperors. How did these two become so powerful? Most of the savage beast emperors had seen Gu Fei and He Tian before. However, they did not think much of Gu Fei and He Tian. In the eyes of the savage beast emperors, humans were merely ants. But now, these savage beast emperors were a little flustered. Swoosh! Gu Fei's Dao body disappeared in the void. In the next moment, he appeared behind a savage beast emperor and attacked. Blood splattered everywhere. This savage beast emperor's body was smashed in half by Gu Fei's Dao body. The savage beast emperor roared and was sent flying thousands of feet away. Even a Dao body is so terrifying. The group of savage beast emperors was stunned. The combat strength displayed by Gu Fei's Dao body was too powerful. Among those of the same rank, it was hard to find a worthy opponent. "Let me kill you." A loud roar came from afar. A huge figure appeared on the mountains in the distance and was rushing towards the peak of the sovereign mountain. A dreadful aura surged forth from afar. This aura originated from the Emperor of Beasts that had just appeared, causing one's heart to palpitate. Swoosh! The savage beast emperor took a step and instantly arrived nearby. He then stretched out a beast claw and grabbed at Gu Fei's Dao body. The other savage beast emperors were indescribably shocked. Where did this expert come from? The other savage beast emperors did not recognize this savage beast emperor. Bam! Gu Fei's Dao body collided with this illusory savage beast emperor. Gu Fei's Dao body was pushed back a few steps, but the savage beast emperor did not move an inch. Gu Fei's real body was secretly shocked. He had condensed his Dao body with the three pure ones. The combat strength of his Dao body was almost the same as his real body. If his Dao body was pushed back, wouldn't this savage beast emperor be able to fight him head-on? The savage beast emperor that jumped out was very terrifying. Its body was illusory as if it was shrouded in smoke. It gave people a feeling that it was not real. Not bad. The savage beast emperor was very surprised. His opponent's cultivation and strength had exceeded his imagination. This was a rare opponent that he could fight to his heart's content. Roar! Gu Fei's Dao body roared angrily. He then pointed a finger and a divine light shot out from the tip of his finger towards the savage beast emperor. Humph! This level of attack is useless against me. The savage beast emperor did not dodge and let the divine light hit its body. However, to everyone's astonishment, the sharp finger light could not hurt the savage beast emperor. This savage beast emperor also had an unbelievably strong body. Gu Fei's real body was secretly shocked. This was the first time he had seen such a strong body. Could it be that this savage beast emperor was actually an innate divine beast? He opened his martial path heavenly eye and scanned the savage beast emperor. However, he was shocked to find that his martial path heavenly eye could not see through the savage beast emperor. How could this be? Gu Fei had never thought that this would be the result. This savage beast emperor should have a treasure that could conceal its aura. This made it difficult for Gu Fei to see through its strength. At this time, the other savage beast emperors had already retreated far away. Even He Tian had to retreat. The savage beast emperor was too strong. Only Gu Fei and Gu Fei's Dao body were still there. Gu Fei was holding the black stone tightly. He had already pulled out more than half of the black stone. Get up! Gu Fei's real body roared. His chi and blood soared to the sky. The entire sovereign mountain was shaking. Terrifying cracks spread from the peak of the mountain in all directions. If it was not for the protection of the extreme Dao formation, the entire mountain would have collapsed. The area would have been turned into a barren desert and all life would have been wiped out. Die! The savage beast emperor attacked again. One of its claws turned into a sharp blade and slashed at the waist of Gu Fei's Dao body. Wherever the blade light passed, it left a pitch-black crack in the space. Reverse chaos. Gu Fei's Taoist body bellowed, and a strange wave surged out of his body. The void around him undulated violently like transparent water waves. The saber radiance slashed into the void around Gu Fei's Dao body. Then, the saber radiance was completely reversed. A dazzling saber radiance was reversed and slashed at the Savage Beast Emperor. What? The Savage Beast Emperor was shocked. His opponent had actually reversed his attack. The Reverse Chaos Secret Technique, one of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Path, could reverse all attacks. It was an invincible divine technique of the Immortal Path. At this moment, Gu Fei's Dao body was invulnerable. No matter how many terrifying killing techniques the Savage Beast Emperor used, he was able to reverse all of them. 9 secrets of the Immortal Path. The Savage Beast Emperor was extremely frustrated. It was as if it was fighting itself. Although all of its killing techniques were aimed at Yi Futian, they were all reversed by his opponent using a secret technique. If this went on, Gu Fei wouldn't even need to attack again. It would exhaust itself to death. To see the first commercial, please go to please share, target =_blank. Chapter 1436. Gu Fei's Taoist body displayed the 9 secrets of the Immortal Path and reversed the attack of the powerful Savage Beast Emperor. It was as if 2 Savage Beast Emperors were fighting each other. Boom! The fist that was as huge as a mountain crushed the void and smashed toward Gu Fei's Dao body. The terrifying energy fluctuation shook the entire world. This Savage Beast Emperor was going all out. It attacked with all its might, and its fiendish aura shot up to the 9 heavens, causing the other Savage Beast Emperor's hearts to palpitate. An expert of this level was probably only half a step away from the Savage Beast Lord. This Savage Beast Emperor was far more powerful than ordinary Beast Emperors. It was the Emperor of Beasts. Stars shift. Gu Fei's Taoist body shouted. A starry sky appeared around him with twinkling starlight. It was as if he had opened up a universe. Boom! The entire starry sky was in motion. The mountainous beast fist smashed into the starry sky around Gu Fei's Taoist body, causing countless stars to shatter. However, at the same time, another beast fist appeared in the starry sky. It gathered endless power and smashed towards the Savage Beast Emperor outside the starry sky. This, using the power of the starry sky to devour the Savage Beast Emperor's power and then using it to counterattack the Savage Beast Emperor. This method was too heaven-defying. Does the chaotic secret skill really have no weaknesses? The Emperor of Beasts was shocked. He could sense that the beast fist that came from the starry sky around Gu Fei's Taoist body was condensed with his own power. His power was guided by Yi Futian's secret skill and then evolved into his own attack. This secret skill could be regarded as an invincible secret skill. Boom! The Savage Beast Emperor attacked directly and collided with the mountainous beast fist that came from the starry sky. The violent power sent the Savage Beast Emperor flying thousands of meters away. Gu Fei's Taoist body used the 8 Desolation Steps and attacked the Savage Beast Emperor. He caught up with the Savage Beast Emperor in a single step and arrived in the sky above it. Bam! Gu Fei's Taoist body displayed the 8 steps 8 kills as he took the first step towards the Savage Beast King. The violent power under his feet was vast and mighty, and the whole world was shaking under his feet. At Gu Fei's cultivation level, the strength of his Taoist body was almost the same as that of his real body. The power of his Taoist body's ancient fighting skills was almost the same as that of his real body. The Savage Beast Emperor was also incomparably domineering. He did not dodge or evade, and directly swung his fist upwards. Rumble! Gu Fei's right foot had yet to collide with the Savage Beast Emperor's fist, but the entire world was already trembling. The 2 powerful forces had already begun to collide. The space between the 2 of them collapsed. When Gu Fei's right foot collided with the Savage Beast Emperor's right fist, the entire space turned into chaos. Even the most primitive primordial chaos energy was unleashed. The terrifying power of destruction spread out in all directions, shattering the void and tearing the world apart. The remaining power swept down from the sky, and even the sovereign mountain below was shaking. On the sovereign mountain, countless Taoist patterns that were branded on the mountain were activated. They emerged from the mountain and dissolved the remaining power that swept down. With the protection of the Daoist patterns, although the sovereign mountain was affected, it did not suffer any damage. He Tian and the other savage beast emperors retreated far away. Only Gu Fei, who was at the peak of the sovereign mountain in front of the ancient palace, remained calm. He used all his strength to pull out the black stone in front of the ancient palace little by little. On the black stone, an ancient incomplete map was faintly discernible. It was a corner of the extreme Dao formation's formation pattern that was branded on the black stone. Gu Fei had to obtain this corner of the formation pattern. The legendary Gate of Reincarnation was also very attractive to Gu Fei, because the Gate of Reincarnation had an incredible ability. He wanted to see if the Gate of Reincarnation really had that kind of ability. Damn it! Gu Fei hugged the black stone, and his entire body was filled with vast essence qi. Wisps of white smoke came out of his body. This was his sweat that had just flowed out of his body and then evaporated. Just a little bit more, this black stone was far heavier than Gu Fei had imagined. He had already pulled out more than half of the black stone, but at this critical moment, he felt powerless. This was not a good sign. With Gu Fei's current cultivation and strength, let alone a stone, he could even pull out an ancient sacred mountain. But now, he actually felt powerless. It was hard to imagine how heavy this black stone was. If even Gu Fei could not pull it out, then it was even more impossible for others to pull it out without Gu Fei's powerful strength. This is the only way. Gu Fei gritted his teeth and did not hold back anymore. The aura on his body suddenly soared, and an extremely powerful force exploded from his body. Boom! The entire sovereign mountain shook. Gu Fei used one of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Dao, the Heaven Ascension secret art. He grabbed the black stone and pulled it out of the ground. Good! Up in the sky, He Tian was both surprised and delighted. He knew that Gu Fei was using one of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Dao, the Heaven Ascension secret art. He also knew this secret art. He had learned it from Gu Fei. What? The dozen beast emperors were dumbfounded to see Gu Fei pull out the black stone in front of the palace. This black stone had been erected in front of the palace for countless years. Some beast emperors had tried to pull it out, but they had all failed. Some said that the ancient extreme Dao beast emperor had personally placed this black stone in front of the palace. The black stone in front of the ancient palace was very important to the beast emperors. This was a symbol that once produced an invincible extreme Dao beast emperor. Every beast emperor that came here was very sincere, unwilling to damage a single blade of grass, tree, sand, or stone. Therefore, none of the beast emperors had even thought of breaking the black stone. No one knew that there was an incomplete extreme Dao formation imprinted on the black stone. Perhaps even the savage beast emperor hadn't noticed anything strange about the black stone. Otherwise, he wouldn't have waited until Gu Fei arrived to discover the secret. Ha! Gu Fei let out a loud laugh before opening his inner world and tossing the black stone into it. He was overjoyed to have obtained a fragment of a broken array. Although it wasn't a perfect formation that would allow him to pass through the entire extreme Dao formation, it was still a great harvest. Let's go! After Gu Fei closed his inner world, he shot up into the sky. His powerful aura shocked the heavens. None of the beast emperors dared to act rashly. At this moment, Gu Fei was absolutely invincible. Unless the savage beast lord returned, only then would he be able to suppress this terrifying human expert. At this moment, Gu Fei's Daoist body, which was fighting with the emperor of the beast emperors, suddenly turned into a stream of green air and flew back to Gu Fei. Target =_blank. Chapter 1437. After obtaining the black stone imprinted with the incomplete map, Gu Fei recalled the body that was fighting the emperor of savage beasts. He met up with He Tian and was about to leave Sovereign Mountain. Where do you think you're going? At this moment, the emperor of the beast kings charged towards Gu Fei and Erebus. The murderous aura that soared into the sky caused one's heart to palpitate. A gigantic beast shadow appeared behind the Emperor of the Beast Kings. The gigantic beast gave off a ripple that caused the hearts of all living beings in the world to tremble. It was as if an invincible beast from ancient times had awakened. "This is..." Gu Fei's eyes emitted a sharp light. He stared at the shadow of the beast behind the Emperor of the Beast Emperors with a look of shock. A primordial beast soul? How is this possible? He Tian's eyes narrowed. This Emperor of the Beast Emperors was not to be underestimated. There was a primordial beast soul hidden in its body. Roar! The shadow of the beast behind the Emperor of the Beast Emperors roared into the sky. The roar shook the mountains and rivers, emitting a terrifying aura that could dominate the heavens and earth. A boundless force erupted from the Emperor of the Beast Emperors. Die! The Emperor of the Beast Emperors roared and opened its mouth to devour Gu Fei. A terrifying heaven-devouring force was emitted from its mouth. The primordial beast's soul was unimaginably strong. It seemed as if it could swallow the entire world into its stomach. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. He had now used one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, the secret art of ascension. His strength had increased by several times. He could even fight against a 9th-layer existence. The heaven-devouring force engulfed his body, but Gu Fei was as steady as a mountain. He was not affected by the force at all. He then threw a punch. Under the powerful force, the void in front of him was collapsing and collapsing. He guided this heaven-devouring force into the primal chaos void. Swoosh! Gu Fei disappeared on the spot. In the next moment, he appeared in the sky above the Emperor of the Beast King and slapped it with his palm. Bam! The King of Beasts was sent flying by Gu Fei's slap, and its head almost exploded from Gu Fei's slap. If it wasn't for the protection of the desolate beast soul, the King of Beasts would have been slapped to death by Gu Fei. The King of Beasts was on the verge of going crazy. His eyes were bloodshot. He had never been humiliated like this before. It made him so angry that he almost vomited blood. The desolate beast soul on the body of the Emperor of Beasts was also roaring. Great Desolate Beast Soul was a unique soul that was obtained by the later generations of savage beasts after the death of a great desolate beast. Such an existence was not a ghost. The luck of the Emperor of Beasts was absolutely heaven-defying. To think that he would be able to obtain a desolate beast soul. With the existence of this desolate beast soul, it was no wonder that the Emperor of Beasts was so strong. Swish! A pitch-black beast claw grabbed out from the back of the Emperor of Beasts, tearing towards Gu Fei. This was the desolate beast soul attacking Gu Fei. The beast claw emitted a vast and mighty soul power, causing Gu Fei to turn serious. Swish! Gu Fei pointed out with his finger, and a primal divine light rushed out from his hand. Yin and Yang turned into primal chaos. Gu Fei's true force was transforming and rising. Pooh! The power of Gu Fei's finger directly penetrated the black beast claw, and shot towards the desolate beast soul behind the Emperor of Beasts. What, this time around, even the Emperor of the Beast Kings had a change in expression. How in the world did this powerful being of the human race suddenly become this strong? This Emperor of Beasts had been in hiding for countless years. Even the Emperor of Beasts on the Sovereign Mountain didn't know that there was such an existence in their territory. The Emperor of Beasts believed that if he could fuse with the desolate beast soul, he would be able to challenge the supreme beings on the Sovereign Mountain and fight against the Beast Lord of Desolation. But now, he couldn't even defeat a supreme being of the human race. He suffered setbacks one after another, and this made him so depressed that he almost vomited blood. Gu Fei's finger was extremely strong. The power of primal chaos broke through the void and destroyed everything. Without any suspense, the desolate beast soul behind the Emperor of Beasts was pierced through by Gu Fei's finger. But such an attack couldn't hurt the desolate beast soul at all. "Boss, we don't need to waste time with these guys anymore," He Tian said. Now that they had gotten what they wanted, it was time for them to escape. Who knew if the Beast Lord of Desolation would suddenly return? Gu Fei nodded and directly tore open the void. Together with He Tian, they used the Great Void Shift and disappeared from the sky. The Emperor of Beasts wanted to block them, but Gu Fei and He Tian's movements were too fast. By the time the Emperor of Beasts acted, Gu Fei and He Tian had already disappeared. Roar! The desolate beast soul and the Emperor of Beasts roared, causing the entire world to tremble. Terrifying auras filled the 9 heavens and 10 earths, causing the Emperor of Beasts in the distance to tremble in fear. How many years has it been? I've finally returned to this place. The Emperor of Beasts muttered to himself. After that, the desolate beast soul behind him disappeared into his body. The terrifying soul force fluctuations immediately receded like the tide. Swish! The Emperor of the Beast Kings took a step forward and rushed down from the sky. Then, he arrived in front of the ancient palace at the peak of Emperor Mountain. There was a huge pit in the ground in front of the palace. It was left by Gu Fei after he pulled out the black stone. After hesitating for a while in front of the ancient palace, the Emperor of Beasts walked into the ancient palace and disappeared inside. The crowd of beasts was dumbfounded when they saw this scene. This was the place where their lord cultivated in seclusion. Usually, even they didn't dare to go too close. In the ancient palace, there were marks left behind by the ancient beast kings. Weaker beast kings couldn't even get close to it, but the Emperor of Beasts walked in just like that. Could it be that his cultivation had already reached the level of the Beast Lord of Desolation? The group of beast kings didn't know what to do. Their lord wasn't here, so they were definitely no match for the king of beast kings. Even if Jiao Hualong was here, he might not be able to suppress the king of beast kings. Moreover, Jiao Hualong might not even be willing to risk his life for their lord. The Beast Lord of Desolation had left. No one knew where this supreme beast had gone. Although the crowd of beast kings was anxious, there was nothing they could do. They couldn't change anything. Just as the crowd of beast kings was panicking, Gu Fei and He Tian were already thousands of miles away. Their next target was the demon race's lair. There was something they wanted there. The extreme path map fragment on the black stone was not enough for them to safely pass through the extreme path array outside the 9 underworlds. They wanted to obtain other map fragments, and there was such a map fragment in the demon race of desolation. Please go to target =_blank. Chapter 1438. Gu Fei and He Tian wanted to enter the 9 Serenities Yellow Springs, but the 9 Serenities Yellow Springs was protected by the extreme Dao formation. Not everyone could enter the 9 Serenities Yellow Springs. An extreme Dao Great Array blocked all the powerful existences, and only extreme supremes could pass through it. In front of the extreme Dao Great Array, even almighty existences were as weak as ants. Gu Fei and He Tian wanted to collect the pieces of the map and enter the 9 Serenities Yellow Springs to retrieve the gate of reincarnation that existed in the legends. Their next target was the Desolate Demon Clan. The other piece of the map fell into the hands of the Desolate Demon Clan. The Desolate Demon Clan's territory was next to the Desolate Ancient Beast's territory. After Gu Fei and He Tian left the Ancient Beast's territory, they directly entered the Desolate Demon Clan's territory. The Desolate Demon Clan's territory was immediately in chaos. All kinds of demon beasts were frightened by Gu Fei and fled in all directions. The area within 100 miles was no longer safe. It was not the first time that a powerful human had entered the Demon Clan's territory. Whoever's fist was harder would be the boss. This was the truth of the law of the jungle. Boom! Just as Gu Fei and He Tian were about to enter, an extremely powerful aura suddenly exploded near them. A terrifying demon walked out and blocked their way. It's you? It was a violet Qilin that gave off a vast violet aura. It was like a violet divine flame jumping about, and a powerful ripple spread out. Oh! Gu Fei was startled. He couldn't help but be startled. They didn't seem to have seen this purple Qilin before, so how could it recognize him? He was bewildered. No need to be surprised. Last time, you made a mess in the forbidden area of my clan and left calmly. Now, you're here again. Do you really think that there are no powerful beings in my clan? The purple Qilin said. I see. Hearing this, Gu Fei and He Tian couldn't help but come to a realization. Last time in the demon clan's forbidden area, they had fought the 12 demon clan's almighties and killed 8 of the 12 demon clan's almighties, scaring away the 4 almighties who held the ancient map. This battle shook the entire desolate demon race. Many ancient demons came out of seclusion, wanting to settle scores with Gu Fei and He Tian. However, Gu Fei and He Tian had already entered the territory of desolate ancient beasts. The purple Kirin was incomparably strong. Its demonic aura shot up into the 9 heavens. Standing in the air, it emanated a suppressive might that caused the entire world to shake. Die! The purple Qilin stepped on the ground, directly rushing towards Gu Fei and He Tian. The sky and the void collapsed under its hooves, destroying everything, making people's hearts palpitate. Swoosh! Seeing that the situation was not good, He Tian immediately retreated into the distance. The purple Qilin's cultivation and strength was not something he could contend against. This was a terrifying ancient demon. Gu Fei faced the purple Qilin's attack, his expression did not change. He directly punched out the yin-yang transmigration fist. His right fist turned into a yang fist, emitting the power of extreme yang. His left fist turned into a black divine sun, emitting the power of extreme yin and extreme yang. Boom! The power of yin and yang intertwined. When Gu Fei punched out with both fists, it was like splitting the sky and earth apart. The void was shattered, forming a terrifying destructive force that swept towards the purple Qilin. You do have some skills. The purple Qilin was moved. This human great master was indeed extraordinary. He was incomparably strong. No wonder he could fight against the 12 demon clan great masters alone, and even kill 8 of them on the spot. However, this Qilin ancient demon was different from the other great masters. This ancient demon actually ignored the terrifying destructive force, directly breaking through the layers of destructive force and stomped down on Gu Fei's head. Gu Fei was taken aback. He raised his fist to block. Bam! The Qilin ancient demon's hoof stomped on his arm, pushing him down from the sky. In a single exchange, Gu Fei was suppressed. Gu Fei only felt that his arms were almost broken. This stomp of the Qilin ancient demon was so powerful that it far exceeded his expectations. Perhaps even an immemorial sacred mountain would be crushed under the hoof of this ancient demon. One had to know that Gu Fei was a martial great master. The martial body of a great master was incomparably strong. He could take on the divine weapon of a great master or even a quasi-sacred weapon. However, at this moment, the attack of the Qilin ancient demon made him feel pain. This Qilin ancient demon's physical body and even strength was comparable to Gu Fei's. In fact, it was even stronger than Gu Fei's. Could it be a half-sage realm existence? Boom! Gu Fei fell from the sky like a meteorite. When he hit the ground, dust rose high into the sky and the entire ground shook violently. A bottomless pit appeared on the ground. What? Far in the sky, He Tian couldn't help but be dumbfounded when he saw this scene. Gu Fei was actually trampled down from the sky by the Qilin ancient demon. This was something that had never happened before. Roar! An angry roar came from the ground. The dull sound caused the entire ground to tremble. A terrifying battle intent erupted from the ground. A figure rushed out from the bottomless pit. His body emitted divine light and the power of yin and yang surged on his body. A yin-yang Dao diagram emerged from his body. Kill! Gu Fei's strength was unimaginable. He directly punched at the Qilin ancient demon. This punch shook the entire heaven and earth, as though it was going to overturn the entire sky. He displayed an indomitable and invincible fist intent. The simplest moves were often the ones that had been tempered thousands of times and were the most lethal. Gu Fei's punch made the Qilin ancient demon feel that it was unavoidable. Gu Fei's fist became the only thing in the heaven and earth. Boom! A monstrous fist force erupted. It was unstoppable and unstoppable. It directly sent the Qilin ancient demon flying. Gu Fei was the first to retaliate. Ha! The Qilin ancient demon roared. Purple demonic light emitted from its body and soared thousands of feet. This ancient demon seemed to have transformed into a purple supreme demon. It stopped retreating and its eyes emitted a terrifying murderous light. Boom! The Qilin ancient demon opened its mouth and spat out a ball of purple demonic fire towards Gu Fei. The monstrous demonic fire swept out and instantly enveloped the entire heaven and earth. The void was distorted by the demonic fire and was almost annihilated. Gu Fei displayed an invincible aura. He broke through the layers of demonic fire and charged towards the Qilin ancient demon. The purple demonic fire that filled the sky couldn't even get close to him. Bam! Gu Fei's fist collided with the Qilin ancient demon's hoof once again. Gu Fei and the Qilin ancient demon were both sent flying. It seemed like no one could truly suppress the other. How is this possible? The Qilin ancient demon realized that it had underestimated this human mighty figure. His combat strength had exceeded its expectations. A person who could fight 12 demons alone was truly extraordinary. Gu Fei and the Qilin ancient demon were secretly shocked. There was no doubt that the other party was strong. It was absolutely impossible to end the battle quickly. This was an evenly matched battle. The two figures moved rapidly in the sky and fought continuously. The terrifying aura spread for thousands of miles, causing all the living beings in the surrounding region to tremble. A battle of this scale shocked all directions. There were constantly great demons soaring into the sky and approaching where Gu Fei and the Qilin ancient demon were. It's him. Many great demons recognized Gu Fei because the entire desolate demon race had issued a kill order for Gu Fei. The appearance of Gu Fei and He Tian had long spread throughout the desolate demon race. Even some of the lesser demons knew of the existence of Gu Fei and He Tian. More and more great demons gathered. Some of them had their eyes on He Tian. 4 figures rushed over from afar and charged towards He Tian. Preposterous, He Tian's expression turned ugly. He was no stranger to the 4 great demons. They were the 4 fellows who had almost suppressed Gu Fei with the ancient diagram. Humph. He Tian scanned the 4 great demons. Dao patterns were constantly appearing under his feet. In terms of array formation attainments, He Tian was definitely at the level of a grandmaster. He fused with the array formation and activated the power of the heaven and earth Dao to enhance his combat strength. He had the same power as the Heaven Ascension mystic skill. Swoosh! The 4 great beasts made their move as well. 4 ancient diagrams flew out from their hands, sealing the surroundings and pressing down on Gu Fei's head. Wang! At that moment, a rumbling sound came from He Tian's body. Then, billions of formation runes rushed out from his body and imprinted themselves in the void. Bam! The void trembled. He Tian used the power of the array to create a path and rushed out from the encirclement of the 4 great demons. Even the sealing of the 4 ancient diagrams could not seal him. The 4 great demons were shocked at this scene. The cultivation method cultivated by this human was too strange. They had never seen anything like it. Kill. Billions of array patterns were released from He Tian's body. They constantly flickered in the void. The heaven and earth spiritual qi in the surrounding area frantically gathered towards him. The sounds of metal clanging rang out incessantly. My Tian used the formation to draw in great power. Then, he unleashed his ultimate killing technique. Divine swords began to condense in the void, and then shot towards the 4 demons. Every ray of sword light contained a terrifying power. Rumble, the four great demons unfolded the ancient diagrams in their hands and broke through the layers of sword light. They surrounded He Tian again. This time, they were very careful. They wanted to completely seal all of He Tian's escape routes. He Tian did not want to be destroyed by the four ancient diagrams. He took advantage of the fact that the four great demons had not surrounded him to set up an array in the void and teleported himself out. This guy, the cunning Mahakala, was a huge headache for the four great Yao beasts. Mahakala was unwilling to fight them head-on, which made the four great Yao beasts feel powerless. While He Tian was dealing with the four great demons, Gu Fei and the ancient Qilin demon had already started fighting. The entire heaven and earth was shaken by them. This was an evenly matched battle. Gu Fei was fighting with his own strength. He was able to unleash it to his heart's content. The waves of martial path true force were unprecedentedly strong. The combat strength that Gu Fei displayed shocked even the ancient Qilin demon. To see the first advertisement, please go to share. Target =_blank. Chapter 1439. Heaven Covering Palm. Gu Fei fought with the ancient Qilin demon and struck out with his palm. The huge palm covered the entire sky and emitted a strong wave of true force. The void that was enveloped by the huge palm was rippling like water. It looked like it could collapse at any time and turn into a chaotic land. Fire refining heaven and earth. The ancient Qilin demon roared and the purple demonic aura around its body turned into a ball of purple demonic fire. Then, it exploded. Endless demonic fire swept out in all directions. The sky and the void were annihilated by the demonic fire. This was a terrifying demonic fire that could even burn heaven and earth. As long as one was touched by this demonic fire, he or she would be burnt to ashes in an instant. The monstrous purple demonic fire surged towards Gu Fei's huge palm and burned the heaven and earth. Gu Fei's heaven-covering palm dimmed under the burning of the demonic fire. Boom! The sky-covering hand that Gu Fei had conjured suddenly exploded, and the destructive power directly dispersed a large area of the purple demonic fire, turning the place into a land of chaos. The ancient Qilin demon was impacted and its body swayed a few times. It took a step back. The other party was decisive and even self-destructed his ultimate move. Such a person was terrifying. Rumble, the purple demonic fire burned the sky. Although a portion of it was dispersed by Gu Fei's heaven-covering palm, it still emitted a terrifying force and burned towards Gu Fei. Untouchable. Gu Fei used the Void Steps, which was derived from the 8 Desolation Steps. He ignored the purple demonic flames that surged in front of him and charged into them. The terrifying demonic fire was blocked by a strange force emitted from Gu Fei's body and could not advance any further. He walked in the sea of fire as though he was taking a stroll. The void around him seemed to have reversed, and none of the demonic flames could burn him. The ancient Qilin demon was taken aback. Ever since he had cultivated this natal true flame, no one had ever charged into the sea of fire. This human cultivator was simply too strong. He actually dared to charge into his sea of flames. Not to mention, it would appear that he was completely unaffected by it. How did he do it? The ancient Qilin demon's eyes narrowed. The combat strength that the other party had displayed was shocking. This combat strength seemed to be related to the martial ancestor's bloodline in ancient times. Could it be that this person had obtained the inheritance of the martial ancestor? The ancient Qilin demon was a great demon that had lived for countless years. During his era, experts emerged in large numbers and it was a great era where tens of thousands of races flourished. At that time, the Qilin ancient demon had yet to be lost in the primordial world. As he had already made his debut in the primordial era, the Qilin ancient demon's knowledge was naturally extraordinary. Boom! The entire purple sea of fire was shaking. Gu Fei struck out with the Yin Yang reincarnation fist. The power of extreme yang rushed out from his right fist, shaking the heaven and earth. He displayed the invincible fist will. His fist aura was unstoppable. A large amount of purple demonic fire dissipated under his fist. Heaven-splitting claw. The ancient Qilin demon could no longer remain calm in the face of Gu Fei's powerful punch. The power of this combat skill was unimaginable. If he was hit by this punch, he would most likely be destroyed in both body and soul. At this moment, the ancient Qilin demon's claws had already expanded to the size of a small hill. He then charged towards Gu Fei's fist. A terrifying demonic power was emitted from the claws. Under the claws, the void was as fragile as a thin layer of paper and was instantly torn apart. Gu Fei's fist collided with the claws of the ancient Qilin demon. At that moment, there was no sound in the void. Then, with a loud bang, the entire heaven and earth trembled. Everyone who was watching the battle was shocked. They hurriedly retreated to the distance. Several demon clan experts who were closest to him fell directly from the sky. Terrifying sound waves spread out, and transparent ripples visible to the naked eye appeared in the void of the entire world. Gu Fei and the ancient Qilin demon were both sent flying. The sleeve on Gu Fei's right arm was shredded into pieces. His entire right arm was trembling slightly. The claws of the ancient Qilin demon were almost broken. A sharp pain came from his claws, causing him to break out in cold sweat. Swoosh! The two of them moved rapidly in the sky, each using their killer moves. Their battle caused the heaven and earth to tremble. All the demons who were watching the battle were shocked to see this scene. At this moment, the battle between He Tian and the four demons was getting further and further away. The four-sided ancient diagram shrouded the heaven and earth. There, the essence of the earth surged. That was the power of the earth that He Tian had drawn out. He Tian used his body as a formation to draw the power of heaven and earth to fight against the four demons. However, the four-sided ancient diagram was too terrifying. It could actually suppress his strength. When the four-sided ancient diagram was combined, it could definitely seal a part of the world. However, He Tian would not just stand there and be sealed by the four demons with the ancient diagram. With every step he took, countless array patterns surged out from beneath his feet. The array patterns drew out the earth chi, causing He Tian to seem to fuse with the thick earth. The mountains and dragon veins were all for him to use. Rumble, with a wave of his hand, He Tian drew out a dragon vein that was tens of thousands of feet long. He struck it towards the ancient diagram that was suppressing him. The dragon chi of the earth surged. A tens of thousands of feet long dragon-shaped mountain range rushed towards the ancient diagram. This scene was absolutely shocking. The demon experts who were watching the battle from afar were all dumbfounded. Boom! It was as if the heaven and earth had collapsed. The tens of thousands of feet long dragon-shaped mountain range collided with the ancient diagram. The mountain range collapsed, and the power of the entire dragon vein was burning. He Tian completely activated the power of the dragon vein. The burning dragon vein erupted with the most powerful force. Even so, the ancient diagram that was suppressing him was only blocked for a moment. Then, it continued to descend. These four-sided ancient diagrams were definitely treasures of a sect. Every ancient diagram emitted a wisp of holy might. They were at least holy objects refined by the great saints of the demon race. The four-sided ancient diagram sealed one side. One of the ancient diagrams was blocked by the dragon vein that He Tian struck out. The encirclement of the four-sided ancient diagram immediately revealed a flaw. He Tian had been waiting for this flaw. He seemed to have fused with the earth beneath his feet. With just one step, he rushed out of the encirclement of the four-sided ancient diagram. The earth trembled as one rune after another appeared beneath my Tian's feet. They were branded into the ground, drawing upon the essence energy of the earth. Shadows of dragons shot up into the sky from the mountains, charging towards the four demons. He was drawing upon the power of heaven and earth to fight against the 4 demons. This method shocked the 4 demons. This human's body was like a world of its own. It could actually contain such a vast amount of power of heaven and earth. Drawing upon the power of heaven and earth to enhance one's combat ability was generally a technique that could be used by cultivators at the severing path. However, it was rare to see someone like He Tian, who turned his body into a matrix and drew upon the power of heaven and earth. The combination of man and matrix allowed He Tian to contend with the 4 demons that held the ancient diagrams. To see the first advertisement, please go to. Please share. Target =_blank. Chapter 1440. The battle between He Tian and the 4 great demonic beasts seemed extremely dangerous, but in reality, the 4 great demonic beasts couldn't do anything to He Tian even with the ancient diagrams refined by the ancient saints of the demonic race. In terms of the Tao of formations, there weren't many in the world who could surpass He Tian. Only a formation grandmaster who had survived since the desolate era could surpass He Tian in terms of formations. Rumble, as He Tian moved forward, great dragons formed from the essence of the earth rushed out of the earth. These were the power of the earth in the form of dragons. This was simply a chaotic dance of dragons. The essence energy of the entire land was stirred up by Erebus's formation patterns, turning into the shape of a dragon. It displayed an absolute killing power as it charged towards the 4 great demons in the sky. Such a method left all the great demonic beasts watching from afar dumbfounded. Bzzz. The void trembled as the 4 ancient diagrams joined together. The ancient demonic runes on them began to awaken, emitting strands of saint-level energy. The 4 ancient diagrams pressed down together, and a terrifying killing force came crashing down, causing the dragons that soared into the sky to collapse one after another. Each of the 4 great demonic beasts possessed unparalleled cultivation. In their hands, the 4 ancient diagrams could definitely exert the power of a saint-level being. The 4 great demonic beasts wanted to kill He Tian with the power of a saint-level expert. The void trembled as the 4 ancient diagrams joined together like a heavenly diagram descending. The saint-level energy caused all living beings in the world to tremble in fear. Humph! He Tian sneered. Although he felt a great pressure, the pressure from the sky almost made him unable to straighten his back, he still had a trump card that he hadn't used yet. He deepened the power of heaven and earth and millions of formation runes appeared all over his body. This was a phenomenon that could only occur when one's Tao of formations reached a profound level. Transforming into a grand formation and drawing upon the power of heaven and earth was a method that allowed He Tian's battle prowess to soar. It was similar to the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the secret art of ascension. Swoosh! He Tian didn't wait for the 4-sided ancient painting to descend. He disappeared into the ground, and the power of the surrounding earth veins crazily gathered towards him. His body was like a bottomless pit, endlessly devouring the earth essence chi that had gathered. He had created a void formation in his body with the great formation technique, which could contain an immeasurable amount of heaven and earth essence chi. The great change in the spiritual chi of heaven and earth had triggered a change in the weather. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the surrounding area was rapidly draining away. Even the clouds in the sky were drifting towards He Tian. Streaks of spiritual light visible to the naked eye flew over from all directions before disappearing into the ground. This, the 4 demons sensed an extremely powerful energy condensing beneath the ground. They couldn't help but be shocked. Their minds were connected, and they used all their power to control the ancient diagram, sealing the heaven and earth. Buzz! A rumbling sound came from the void. The 4 ancient diagrams unleashed a vast power that sealed the area, blocking all the spiritual chi of heaven and earth that gathered from all directions. However, the energy in the depths of the earth was still growing stronger. The earth essence chi of heaven and earth was still converging towards He Tian's location. In the depths of the earth, the silhouettes of dragons appeared around He Tian, completely condensed from the energy of the earth veins. The consequences of He Tian's large-scale spiritual qi of heaven and earth were obvious. The mountains and rivers within a radius of 10,000 miles would inevitably undergo violent changes. This was a change in the earth's crust. It was the same as changing the heaven and earth of an entire region. If all the spiritual qi of a region was gathered by He Tian, it would cause the spiritual qi of the earth veins to dry up, and some immortal grounds would become wastelands. However, this wasn't something He Tian could care about at the moment. Right now, he was fighting with his life on the line against the 4 demons. Even if the heavens collapsed, he couldn't retreat. Rumble, the earth was heaving up and down, as if there were huge dragons traversing beneath the ground, emitting extremely terrifying fluctuations. The power of the earth that Erebus had condensed had reached a point where it would not be satisfied if he did not use it. The 4 demons were extremely nervous. Although they had the ancient painting of the ancient sage of the demon clan, their opponent had condensed the spiritual qi of heaven and earth within a radius of 10,000 miles after all. It was difficult to imagine what kind of terrifying attack he could unleash. Roar! A muffled roar came from the depths of the earth, as if a terrifying ancient beast had awakened. An aura so powerful that it made people's hearts palpitate came from the depths of the earth. Boom! In the next moment, the ground within a radius of 1,000 miles exploded. The earth cracked and one after another, huge dragons that emitted terrifying ripples soared into the sky. It was as if a real dragon had broken free from its shackles and rushed towards the 4 demons in the sky. The endless spiritual qi of heaven and earth condensed into 9 huge dragons. Each dragon was tens of thousands of miles long, and each dragon emitted a power that would make even cultivators at the severing path tremble. The waves of power. This was the 9 dragons' killing skill. The monstrous murderous aura made the world change color. Divine light shone from He Tian's body. Hundreds of millions of matrix patterns rushed out from his body and were branded in the void. The matrix was operating, continuously drawing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth to replenish the power of the 9 dragons. Kill! He Tian roared. He stood in the middle of the matrix. The 9 dragons shattered the void and tore the world apart, fiercely pouncing towards the 4 demons in the sky. What? How can this human cultivator have such combat power? It's too shocking. The demons watching the battle from afar were stunned by the scene in front of them. The power of the 9 dragons' killing skill was absolutely unimaginable. Each of the 9 dragons produced a wisp of holy might. This was a supreme killing skill created by the ancient sage. Kill! The 4 demons were also fighting with all their might. The ancient demon patterns on the ancient painting on the 4 sides were constantly recovering. Activating this sacred item required a huge amount of spiritual qi. The spiritual qi of the 4 demons was crazily sucked away by the ancient painting. The faces of the 4 demons turned pale and they almost fell from the sky. Their spiritual qi was greatly damaged. Even if they killed He Tian, the 4 demons would need a period of time to recover to their peak state. Even so, the ancient demon patterns on the 4 sides had only recovered by 1/10. They could only exert 1/10 of the power of the ancient painting. 10% of the ancient diagram's power was enough to shake the heavens and collapse the void. It displayed the terrifying power of a saint. The aura of a saint spread out from the ancient diagram, causing all the greater demons in the desolate land of demons to be shocked to the extreme and feel uneasy. It was like a supreme demon saint had awakened from a deep sleep. Such power was enough to kill all existences below the sage level. The ultimate moves of He Tian and the 4 demons were about to collide. This was a super confrontation. The winner could live, while the loser could be destroyed on the spot. They wanted to determine the winner with one move. All the demons who witnessed this were extremely nervous. Target =_blank. Chapter 1441. Boom! The entire world seemed to be shaking. The void shattered and the earth caved in. This was a scene of doomsday. Terrifying shockwaves spread out for tens of thousands of miles, almost shaking the entire desolate world. He Tian used the 9 dragons killing art to fight the 4 demons. Both sides used their full strength without holding anything back. Die! Die! The 9 dragons soared into the sky and fiercely collided with the 4 ancient diagrams. An endless amount of earth essence swept across the sky and earth. 2 unimaginably powerful forces collided with each other. As if doomsday had come, everything was destroyed. Nothing could be preserved. He Tian and the 4 demons trembled at the same time. Roar! He Tian went crazy. The power of the 4-sided ancient diagram was too strong. The 9 dragons killing art was blocked. He drove the formation with all his strength. The billions of formation runes under his feet shone with unprecedented radiance. The 4-sided ancient diagram shook violently. It was actually blocked in the sky. Although it had the power of a saint, it still couldn't descend any further. The 4-sided ancient diagram was blocked by He Tian's 9 dragons killing art. The 9 dragons killing art was a great art created by an ancient saint. It had unimaginable power. He Tian gathered the power of heaven and earth to display this great art. The power displayed was definitely comparable to a saint's attack. Under the impact of the 9 dragons killing art, more ancient demonic runes appeared on the 4-sided ancient diagram. From the ancient diagram, tens of thousands of meters of demonic light shone down. Similarly, the power of a saint descended from the 4-sided ancient diagram. He Tian and the 4 demons each displayed their great abilities. They attacked with all their strength, wanting to decide the victor in one move. They didn't hold anything back. All of them struck out with their strongest attacks. Blood seeped out from He Tian's 7 orifices. The collision of these 2 earth-shattering powers caused him to suffer a great impact. He felt like his soul was being torn apart. He roared again and again. His long hair danced wildly in the wind and his expression became extremely ferocious. Large amounts of formation runes were collapsing. However, with each collapse, another rune would promptly surge out from under He Tian's feet to repair the destroyed ones. The great formation under He Tian's feet continued to operate, drawing the boundless essence of the earth to provide the 9 dragons killing art with boundless power to resist the 4-sided ancient diagram. The 4 demons didn't have it easy either. Although they were sitting on the ancient diagram, they were still impacted by the 9 dragons killing art's power. The bodies of the 4 beasts swayed on the ancient map as streams of blood oozed out of their mouths. It seemed like they would fall off the ancient map at any moment. Thousands of beams of demonic light shone from the bodies of the 4 great demonic race powerhouses. They were burning their demonic energy, desperately driving the ancient diagrams. Even so, they couldn't break through my Tian's 9 dragons killing art in a short time. The 9 dragons killing art was an ancient saint great art. When Mahakala executed it, a terrifying Tao law coalesced and manifested into 9 dragons with a towering killing intent. When this art was used to its peak state, it would draw the power of the great path. Anyone below the saint plane would definitely be killed by the 9 dragons killing art. The 4 great demons had to work together to resist the 9 dragons killing art by activating the 4 ancient diagrams. Neither side could suppress the other. 2 terrifying saint-level powers clashed and cancelled each other out. Both sides were overdrawing their life force. All the demons watching from afar were stunned by the scene before them. The 4-sided ancient diagram and the 4 demons couldn't kill the human cultivator. This was unbelievable. The relic of the ancient saint plane of the demon race had shocked the world. If the relic could be completely awakened, killing He Tian would be a piece of cake. However, with the cultivation and strength of the 4 demons, it was absolutely impossible for them to completely awaken the relic's power. By the same logic, if the 9 dragons killing art that He Tian displayed could be used to its peak, it would be enough to break the 4-sided ancient diagram and kill the 4 demons in an instant. Neither side was a saint. It was impossible for them to completely awaken the relic, and it was also impossible for them to display the true power of the Saint Plane. It was difficult to determine the victor between He Tian and the four demons. At this time, the battle between Gu Fei and the ancient Qilin demon had reached a critical juncture. Boom! Endless purple demonic aura covered the sky and earth, shrouding a radius of 3,000 miles. Amidst the demonic aura, the ancient Qilin demon displayed a supreme technique and evolved into an ancient demon realm, sucking Gu Fei into an inner world. The ancient Qilin demon had cultivated for countless years and was a super antique that had lived since ancient times. It had successfully cultivated an inner world, and its ancient demon realm was a killing art that was created with the power of the inner world as its foundation. Human, you can die now. The ancient Qilin demon aura filled the sky and earth like a supreme god. It stood in the void and looked down at Gu Fei. Humph. The one who can kill me hasn't been born yet. Who do you think you are? A look of disdain appeared on Gu Fei's face. He had also cultivated an inner world and naturally knew what the ancient Qilin demon was going to do next. However, an attack of that level would not be able to threaten his life. All right. The ancient Qilin demon said no more. He wanted to prove his strength with action. Then, the entire ancient demon realm shook and the power of the inner world gathered towards Gu Fei from all directions. It wanted to suppress and refine Gu Fei. A huge pressure surged in from all directions, as if 100,000 mountains were crashing down on him, causing Gu Fei to be inwardly alarmed. This was not the end. The power of the heaven and earth gathered rapidly and purple divine swords appeared in the void. Then, they turned into beams of purple demonic light and pierced towards Gu Fei. This was a demon realm. A demon realm. With a thought, the ancient Qilin demon could change the heaven and earth, and then condense a fatal attack. Gu Fei was instantly in the eye of the terrifying storm, facing attacks from all directions. However, at this moment, his body emitted a vast power. In that instant, he seemed to stand outside the heaven and earth, not within the five elements, and beyond the ancient demon realm. What? The ancient Qilin demon was shocked. He could sense the essence of the power that emanated from Gu Fei. How could it be possible that he had cultivated such power? Rumble, the entire ancient demon realm shook. The attacks that came from all directions were all neutralized by the power that emanated from Gu Fei's body. It was as though a heaven and earth had evolved from Gu Fei's body. The chest meridian on his chest emitted vast heaven and earth power. This power was so immense that it caused the ancient Qilin demon realm to shake and crack. There were even signs of it exploding. The ancient Qilin demon could no longer maintain his composure. He was scared out of his wits. To see the first advertisement, please go to please share, target =_blank. Chapter 1442. The ancient Qilin demon had kept Gu Fei into his inner world, thinking that he could easily kill Gu Fei. However, who knew that Gu Fei would release an even stronger force of his inner world? How is this possible? The ancient Qilin demon was shocked to the extreme. The heaven and earth power that was released from Gu Fei's chest meridian was spreading. The void around Gu Fei had already formed a world of its own. The laws of heaven and earth were all under his control. The ancient Qilin demon's ancient demon territory could no longer affect Gu Fei. Moreover, the heaven and earth power from Gu Fei's body continued to spread. It actually showed signs of bursting the ancient Qilin demon's inner world. This made the ancient Qilin demon feel great danger. One had to know that the inner world was closely related to one's body. It was connected to one's essence, spirit, and spirit. Once the inner world was destroyed, one would also suffer a destructive blow. If it was light, one's physical body would collapse, leaving only one's essence spirit to escape. If it was heavy, one's body and spirit would be destroyed. However, no matter which one it was, the ancient Qilin demon would only be defeated if his inner world was destroyed. Gu Fei would definitely not be merciful. Roar! The ancient Qilin demon's body emitted endless demonic light. The entire inner world was boiling. Heaven and earth power surged towards Gu Fei, trying to suppress the vast heaven and earth power that was released from Gu Fei's body. This was a battle between inner worlds. However, the ancient Qilin demon's expression changed very quickly. He realized that the heaven and earth power that was released from Gu Fei's body was vast, powerful, and impossible to resist. It was like a perfect world. The laws and order of heaven and earth had already evolved. It had the aura of heaven and earth. It was comparable to a real heaven and earth. This level of heaven and earth power was definitely not something that the ancient Qilin demon's inner world could resist. The ancient Qilin demon's inner world could not be compared to a near-perfect heaven and earth. At this moment, Gu Fei stood in the void like a supreme deity. Around him were birds, beasts, insects, fishes, flowers, trees, and even mountains and rivers. This was the reflection of a large world appearing in the void around him. He activated the power of the Hell Dao to resist the ancient Qilin's inner world. The Hell Dao was an almost perfect world created by the ancient Buddhist Lord when he was refining the 6 paths of reincarnation. Gu Fei had refined the Hell Path's heaven and earth source, so he could draw upon the Hell Path's heaven and earth energy. Rumble, the space around the ancient Qilin demon was shaking violently. Terrifying spatial cracks appeared in the void and the sky seemed to be collapsing. Chaotic qi seeped out from the crack in space. The Qilin ancient demon coughed out a huge mouthful of blood. His inner world was on the verge of collapsing, causing him to suffer a great impact. The inner world of the ancient Qilin demon was like a bubble that swelled up and could explode at any moment with a pop. If you surrender, you will live. If you don't surrender, you will die. Gu Fei stood in the void. The heaven and earth around him were constantly being destroyed. It was as though he was creating a new world and a large world was about to appear from the void. His eyes were as sharp as a divine weapon. He looked at the ancient Qilin demon, whose body was already covered with terrifying bloody wounds. His face was calm and emotionless. You want me to submit to you? Dream on. The ancient Qilin demon was a great demon that had lived since ancient times. He had earth-shattering mystiques and the pride of an ancient demon. Wanting him to submit to a human was more unbearable than killing him. If that's the case, as soon as Gu Fei raised his hand, the inner heaven and earth energy surging out of his body instantly doubled. Boom! With a loud sound, the sky fell and the earth cracked. The ancient Qilin demon's inner world, which was already on the verge of collapse, immediately exploded. The ancient Qilin demon was the first to bear the brunt of the collapse of his inner world. At the moment his physical body collapsed, he turned into a bloody mist. A ball of demonic light wrapped around a small figure broke through the chaos and rushed out. That was the essence spirit of the ancient Qilin demon. Although his physical body was destroyed, his essence spirit survived and broke through the chaos to escape. Humph! Gu Fei protected himself with the inner world energy as he traversed through the chaos. He had already locked on to the essence spirit of the ancient Qilin demon. He broke through the chaos and chased after it. The destructive power formed by the collapse of his inner world was absolutely unimaginable. It could turn a part of the void into an extremely chaotic place without any order. If it was an ordinary expert or even a half-saint, he or she would have been killed by this chaotic energy. However, Gu Fei was protected by the energy of the world and was untouchable. Therefore, this kind of energy could not affect him in the slightest. All the chaotic power that surged towards Gu Fei was dissolved by the heaven and earth energy from the Hell Dao. It could not get close to him. Boom! Gu Fei broke through the chaos like a peerless god of war. He killed his way back into the untainted world, shocking all the demons. At this time, a purple demonic light flashed at the end of the horizon and disappeared. Damn it! Gu Fei knew that he could not catch up with the essence spirit of the ancient Qilin demon even if he had the extreme speed of 8 steps. He looked at the demons in the distance with his sharp eyes. Under the gaze of Gu Fei, all the demons broke out in a cold sweat. This was definitely a killer. Even the ancient Qilin demon was not his match. Unless the demon lord returned, no one in the entire wilderness demon clan would be a match for this human mighty figure. Gu Fei intimidated the demons, but he did not attack them. However, the demons were trembling with fear. They were afraid that Gu Fei would attack them. Boom! At that moment, a loud sound rang out from afar. The entire world shook violently as a terrifying energy ripple spread out, causing the earth to undulate violently like waves. Hey Tian! Gu Fei abruptly looked in the direction of the voice and instantly disappeared from the spot. The battle between Hey Tian and the four demons finally came to an end. The two saint-tier powers exploded and destroyed the heaven and earth. Even the sky was pierced through. The area within a radius of thousands of miles was destroyed. The four ancient diagrams were blown away. Among the four great demons, 3 of them were turned into blood mist on the spot. Although one of them didn't die on the spot, he suffered an unimaginably heavy injury and was on the verge of death. As for Hey Tian, it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Swoosh! Gu Fei appeared in the void. Seeing this scene, he could not help but be shocked. Could Hey Tian be dead? If something happened to Hey Tian, the entire wilderness demon clan would be buried with him. A heaven-shaking killing intent gushed out from Gu Fei's body. Sensing Gu Fei's killing intent, the great demons in the distance felt a chill run down their spines. They quickly retreated, not daring to stay any longer. Target =_blank. Chapter 1443. A region turned into primal chaos. This was definitely an incomparably shocking scene. It was as if a region of primal chaos was evolving, chaotic to the extreme. This was the result of a battle between saints. Saints possessed terrifying power that could destroy the world with every move they made. They stood at the peak of life and overlooked the world. Hey Tian and the 4 great demons clashed head-on. Among the 4 great demons, 3 great demon clan experts were instantly blasted into a mist of blood by the mighty and terrifying fluctuations. Only one survived. However, the surviving demon was heavily injured and on the verge of death. Even if he didn't die in the end, he probably wouldn't be able to recover to his peak state. Humph. Gu Fei didn't show any mercy. He directly attacked and slammed his palm at the dying demon. The demon only managed to let out half a shriek before turning into a mist of blood under Gu Fei's palm. Both his body and soul were destroyed. Afterwards, he extended his hand and grabbed the 4 floating ancient diagrams. This was a relic refined by an ancient demon saint of the demon clan. The 4 diagrams flowed with the aura of the Great Path. Ancient demonic inscriptions could be vaguely seen. They contained terrifying power and were even more extraordinary than regular saint weapons. Shaoqing cultivated the demon Dao. This relic was perfect for him to use. However, the 4 diagrams in his hand trembled as if they were about to soar into the sky and escape at any time. Seeing this, he directly stored the diagrams into the cauldron of mountains and rivers. The cauldron of mountains and rivers was an extreme saint weapon. It could suppress all saint weapons below that level. Rumble, at this moment, the chaotic region began to shrink. The laws of the world began to repair the damaged space. Buzz. The cauldron of mountains and rivers trembled before floating above Gu Fei's head. Strands of primordial chaos qi poured down, protecting Gu Fei. Afterwards, Gu Fei walked into the chaotic space before him. The primordial chaos qi around Gu Fei couldn't approach him at all. They were all repelled by the primordial chaos qi from the cauldron, allowing him to walk freely in the chaotic space. There was nothing in the chaotic space. There was only chaotic energy that could tear apart almighties. Even a half-saint wouldn't dare to enter such a place. Hey Tian, Gu Fei couldn't help but worry for Hey Tian. Even an almighty would die in such a chaotic space. Could that guy be dead already? Mahakala's origins were mysterious, and he definitely had many secrets on him. It was hard to say if he had a way to protect himself. Gu Fei noticed that it was difficult for his divine sense to spread out in the chaotic lands. In this way, it would be extremely difficult for him to find Erebus, and he couldn't help but frown. As Gu Fei walked in the chaotic space was gradually being repaired and shrunk. This wasn't a good sign. If he didn't leave the land of chaos before it was restored, he might be trapped in the land of chaos for the rest of his life. Even if He Tian didn't die, he would be forced into the depths of the chaotic space. Just as Gu Fei was at his wit's end, a powerful ripple suddenly emerged from the depths of the primal chaos, penetrating through the layers of primal chaos, causing Gu Fei's mind to shake. This was a saint-tier ripple. With the cauldron of mountains and rivers on his head, Gu Fei charged towards the ripple. Soon, he found a ball of divine light in the chaotic space. Outside the ball of divine light, there was an almost transparent divine sword hovering. Saint-tier sword chi ripples were emitted from the almost transparent sword shadow, blocking all the chaotic energy in the surroundings. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei couldn't help but be surprised and overjoyed. He Tian was still alive. The ball of divine light that was protected by the invisible divine sword was He Tian's star bead. In the star bead, there was a tiny figure sitting cross-legged. It was He Tian's spirit. Boss, He Tian's spirit in the star bead also sensed Gu Fei's arrival. Being rescued from a desperate situation, He Tian's spirit almost rushed out of the star bead. He Tian's spirit was extremely excited. He actually destroyed his physical body. Seeing He Tian in such a state, Gu Fei was a little surprised. He knew that He Tian's physical body was very strong, much stronger than the average almighty. But now, he was only left with a spirit. It was hard to imagine what kind of impact He Tian had suffered at that time. If it wasn't for the protection of the invisible divine sword and the star bead, his body and spirit would definitely have been destroyed. Gu Fei didn't say much. He directly put the invisible divine sword and the star bead into the mountain river cauldron. Then, he quickly rushed towards the outside world. At this time, in the untainted world, the chaotic void was rapidly shrinking, and the broken world was quickly repaired by the power of the world. The untainted world's law of heaven and earth was the closest to the ancient untainted world. The untainted world's law of heaven and earth was very stable, and the broken void would soon be completely repaired. Gu Fei flew in the chaos with all his strength, breaking through layers of chaos, and rushed in the direction of the untainted world's aura. That person can't come out. Humph. Does he think he's a sage? He actually dared to enter the chaotic void. It's best if he dies in there. In this way, our race will have one less great enemy. In the distance, there were figures of the demon clan moving. Some great demons retreated and then returned stealthily. They knew that Gu Fei had entered the chaos, and they couldn't wait for Gu Fei to not come out. At this time, the entire broken chaos was only a few hundred feet wide, and the chaotic void was rapidly shrinking. However, just as the chaotic void was about to be completely repaired by the untainted world's law of heaven and earth, a terrifying and powerful wave suddenly rushed out of the chaos. What? As soon as the great demons sensed the aura, their expressions changed drastically, and they immediately turned to flee. The great demons actually didn't die in there, which made them panic. Boom! Just as the chaotic void was about to be completely repaired, there was a loud sound, and the repaired chaotic void suddenly collapsed again. A chaotic void that was a few hundred feet wide appeared again. Violent power swept out in all directions, and the nearby world shook again. In the void, more than a dozen spatial cracks that were thousands of feet long appeared, and the chaotic aura seeped out of these spatial cracks. With the mountain and river cauldron on top of Gu Fei's head, like an invincible god of war, he broke through the void and rushed out of the chaos. Roar! He roared angrily at the sky, and the whole world shook with his roar. A domineering aura emitted from his body, and his eyes swept across the surroundings like a peerless divine weapon. Demon Clan. Finally, Gu Fei looked in the direction of the untainted world's demon clan's lair. There was a vast aura coming from there, as if a terrifying primordial true dragon was hiding there. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1444. The lair of the desolate demon race was located in a place called the Chaos Dragon Cave. It was a place that was blessed by the heavens and earth. Legend had it that it had existed since the desolate world and was the cultivation ground of a desolate true dragon. The desolate true dragon was as powerful as an extreme Dao supremacy. It was the strongest existence in the world and was regarded as a supreme demon sovereign by later generations. How could the cultivation ground of such an existence be ordinary? The news that Gu Fei was not lost in the chaos spread quickly. Afraid of Gu Fei's revenge, all the demons of the desolate demon race gathered in the Chaos Dragon Cave. The entire demon race was extremely nervous, as if they were facing a great enemy. One had to know that even the Qilin ancient demon race ended up with only a strand of his primordial spirit escaping, let alone the others. In the entire desolate demon race, perhaps only the desolate demon lord could fight against Gu Fei. Gu Fei's consecutive battles shook the entire desolate world. Whether it was killing the savage beast king or defeating the ancient demon lord, he had displayed his invincible style. Such an achievement made the few humans in the desolate world heave a sigh of relief. For countless years, the human race in the desolate world had been oppressed by the other major races. If it weren't for the fact that the major races were wary of the ancient Buddha Lord, the human race in the desolate world would have long been annihilated by the other major races. That guy is actually so powerful? In a valley filled with Yin energy, a figure walked out. The figure's body glowed with Buddhist light that blocked the surrounding Yin energy. It was a monk. This monk was Heavenly Monk Dharma. Heavenly Monk Dharma and Gu Fei fought in the ancient Buddha Lord's second Buddhist palace. They broke through the passage to the desolate world and entered the desolate world together. The Buddhist disciples of the Heavenly Buddha sect more or less knew the use of the 9 Buddhist palaces refined by the ancient Buddha Lord. However, the third Buddhist palace contained many great secrets. It was a desolate world. Legend had it that during the desolate era, the ancient Buddha Lord had cut off a piece of the real desolate world and refined it. Perhaps only an extreme supreme being would be capable of such a move. Soon, a black shadow appeared in the valley. It was a shadow surrounded by Yin energy. It was like a ghost. The figure that was emitting a sinister aura circled around the valley and stood at the spot where Heavenly Monk Fa Li had stood before. Buddhism, this mysterious figure emitted such spiritual fluctuations. The illusory figure was like a light smoke that could dissipate at any time. Then, the mysterious figure also disappeared from the valley, without a trace. At this moment, Gu Fei had arrived at a valley far away from the lair of the desolate demon clan. He then released He Tian from the mountain and river cauldron. The invisible sword was put away by Gu Fei. A ball of light wrapped around He Tian's primordial spirit and floated in front of Gu Fei. The power of stars spread out from the ball of light. Numerous cracks appeared on the star bead. It seemed like it could collapse at any time. The power emitted by the four-sided ancient map was too strong. It was imprinted with the great path divine law of the ancient demon saint and could display the power of the ancient demon saint. The star bead was merely a divine weapon of an almighty being. Although it was also branded with Tao patterns, it could not be compared to the four-sided ancient diagram. The reason why Erebus was able to survive was because of the invisible divine sword. The invisible sword was a divine weapon. It was not inferior to the four-sided ancient map. Boss, He Tian sat cross-legged in the star bead. The power of his primordial spirit was very weak. Not only was his physical body destroyed, but his primordial spirit had also been affected. It was difficult for him to recover in a short time. Gu Fei did not say anything. He directly opened the inner world and walked in with He Tian. This was a divine land. After Gu Fei obtained it, it became more and more lively. The concentration of spiritual qi here was comparable to any grotto heaven in the world. With the nourishment of the divine spring of life here, there was unlimited potential for growth. Gu Fei came to the largest divine spring of life in the depths of the inner world. There was an immortal herb rooted there. It was a herb shaped like a real dragon. Gu Fei came here to ask the immortal ancestral herb for a drop of immortal liquid. The immortal ancestral herb had lived for countless years. Although it did not have any great magical powers, it had a mind of its own. When Gu Fei told it his purpose, the immortal herb refused at first, but in the end, it spat out a drop of purple liquid. A drop of violet divine liquid flew towards Gu Fei and gave off a powerful aura of life. This was a peerless divine medicine that could bring people back to the brink of death. The immortal ancestral herb was rooted in Gu Fei's inner world. Since Gu Fei had a request, the immortal ancestral herb could not refuse. When He Tian saw that Gu Fei had asked the ancestral dragon immortal herb for a drop of immortal divine elixir, he couldn't help feeling excited. With this drop of immortal divine elixir, he would definitely be able to reconstruct his physical body. Gu Fei left this place and chose a mouthful of divine spring of life. Then, he started to reconstruct my Tian's body. The star bead floated above the divine spring of life like a star. Endless life essence began to gather towards the star bead. The process of reconstructing a body was extremely slow and the amount of life essence consumed was also tremendous. However, during this process, He Tian obtained great benefits. Under the endless life essence, He Tian's Yuan spirit gradually grew stronger. It was even stronger than before he was injured. It could be said that He Tian had profited from this disaster. In the end, the star bead still shattered. He Tian's Yuan spirit began to enter the depths of the divine spring of life. With the boundless life essence and the drop of immortal ancestral dragon elixir, Erebus's reconstructed body would probably be even stronger than his previous body. After all this was done, Gu Fei left his inner world. He Tian's reconstructed body couldn't be completed in a short time. It required time. This wasn't an ordinary rebirth of flesh and blood. In the Chaos Dragon Cave, a group of great demons was nervously on guard. There were even figures of incomparably powerful ancient demons walking around. There wasn't just one Qilin ancient demon in the desolate demon race. On this day, the great demons in the Chaos Dragon Cave discovered a suspicious figure in the nearby area. A great demon found a demon race's corpse. Is it finally here? A figure sitting in the chaotic dragon cave opened his eyes, from which, a cyan divine light shot out, several feet long. An extremely powerful aura emanated from this figure, causing all the demons in the Chaos Dragon Cave to tremble in fear. This was an ancient demon that had lived for countless years. Even the Qilin ancient demon was a descendant of this ancient demon. It was hard to imagine how powerful such an existence was. There's such an existence in the demon race? On a mountain peak 3,000 miles away from the Chaos Dragon Cave, a figure looked in the direction of the Chaos Dragon Cave and muttered to himself. His eyes emitted a dazzling divine light. Target =_blank. Chapter 1445. In the area where the Chaos Dragon Cave was located, there was a Dao power lingering around. This was the power of the chaotic true dragon from ancient times. Although countless years had passed, this power still did not dissipate. The power of the extreme Dao Supremes could suppress all great Daos and disturb a part of the world. Wherever the Supremes were, all great Daos would be trampled under their feet. In this world, only the Dao of the Supremes could be tolerated. The influence of the extreme Dao True Dragon on this part of the world still existed and could not be erased. In the past few days, Gu Fei had been roaming around the area near the Chaos Dragon Cave. This area was definitely a rare place in the world. It was filled with endless mysteries and was created by heaven and earth. Although Gu Fei's formation cultivation was not as good as He Tian's, he also knew how to observe the general situation of the world and the layout of the mountains and lakes. It was because he could see the power of this place that he did not dare to make a move. This place did not seem to be inferior to the extreme Dao Beast Imperial Palace at the peak of the holy mountain of the Savage Beast. Gu Fei did not enter the extreme Dao Beast Palace at the peak of the Royal Mountain, so he did not know what was inside. But now, when he came to the Chaos Dragon Cave, he felt a heart-palpitating aura. For several days, Gu Fei captured more than a dozen experts of the demon race and then used the God-seizing secret technique to search their sea of consciousness. From these experts' sea of consciousness, Gu Fei found out what he wanted to know. Apart from a few great demons who resisted with all their might, Gu Fei did not kill the other experts of the demon race. A dragon lair that once had a chaotic true dragon? Gu Fei stood on a mountain peak 3,000 miles away from the Chaos Dragon Cave. Under the moonlight, the place was filled with rising dragon chi, and one could vaguely see the shadow of a dragon. He found that if he carefully sensed, there would be a torrential aura surging towards him. This aura was powerful enough to crush him. It was invincible. The cauldron of mountain and river vibrated within Gu Fei's body, helping Gu Fei to dissolve the unstoppable and terrifying aura. Only then did Gu Fei not suffer much of an impact. However, this invincible aura caused Gu Fei's face to turn pale, and his Dao heart was almost shaken. Extreme Dao True Dragon, the Grand Emperor was not the only Extreme Dao True Dragon in the world, just like the Supreme Dao Ancestor and the Buddhist Lord were not the only Extreme Dao Supremes in the human race. The aura that Gu Fei sensed did not belong to the Tai Sovereign. He was very familiar with the Tai Sovereign's aura because Old Tortoise had the Tai Sovereign seal. This savage world was not simple. The Emperor Mountain of the Savage Beasts had once produced an Extreme Dao Beast Emperor, and the Chaos Dragon Cave of the Demon Race was once the cultivation ground of an Extreme Dao True Dragon. Could it be a coincidence? Gu Fei vaguely felt that there might be some connection between them. Otherwise, how could there be two places that had produced Extreme Path Supreme Masters appearing in this world at the same time? Moreover, the distance between the two places was not that far. However, this was not the time for Gu Fei to pursue this matter. His top priority now was to obtain the corner of the Extreme Dao Array in the hands of the Savage Beasts. From the sea of consciousness of the other demon race experts, Gu Fei knew that the corner of the Extreme Dao Array was carved on a piece of dragon scale. It was a piece of dragon scale that had fallen off the body of an Extreme Dao True Dragon. This piece of dragon scale was extraordinary. It was a piece of armor that had fallen off the body of an Extreme Dao True Dragon. This piece of scale was an immortal material that floated in the depths of the Chaos Dragon Cave. Even the ancient demons could not get close to that place. The dragon scale had a trace of the aura of an Extreme Dao True Dragon attached to it. Even the powerful demon lord of the Savage Beasts could not withstand that aura, let alone the other greater demons. The depths of the Chaos Dragon Cave was a forbidden area for the Savage Beasts. How can I enter the depths of the Chaos Dragon Cave? Gu Fei muttered to himself. This was a difficult task, unless he could get past the greater demons of the Savage Beasts. Swoosh! Just as Gu Fei was pondering, a huge bird suddenly rushed out of the Chaos Dragon Cave. It was a beast shaped like a great pang. Its wings were spread wide like the clouds in the sky. An extremely powerful wave of demonic energy rippled out from the body of the great pang, shaking the heavens and earth. Even Gu Fei couldn't help but be secretly shocked. This greater demon has discovered me even though I'm 3,000 miles away from the Chaos Dragon Cave? Gu Fei stared at the huge bird flying towards him. His eyes flashed with an incomparably sharp light. With just a flap of its wings, the huge bird instantly flew above Gu Fei. The entire sky suddenly darkened. Two golden claws swiped towards Gu Fei. The claws were pulsing with divine light. As long as he was caught by these claws, he would be torn to shreds. The ancient Peng demon has made his move, such power has probably surpassed the almighty realm. The ancient Peng demon is a half-sage. Someone whispered. Some recognized the identity of the ancient Peng demon. They were all extremely shocked. How could a person that had disappeared appear again? Against the ancient Peng demon's attack, Gu Fei only took one step and dodged it. He then ascended into the sky and used the 8 steps 8 kills, stomping down on the ancient Peng below. Boom! An extremely powerful ripple spread out from beneath Gu Fei's feet. The entire world seemed to be collapsing, and even the primal chaos energy was being blasted out. Swoosh! The ancient Peng flapped its wings and instantly rushed out. Its speed was comparable to Gu Fei's 8 desolation steps. The ancient Peng demon dodged Gu Fei's 8 kills steps. There was no need for the two experts to say anything. Two figures moved quickly in the void, to the extent that their flesh was almost invisible. Bam! Gu Fei and the ancient Peng demon clashed head-on. Both experts were sent flying back. Violent energy spread out and the void was silently turned into chaos. What? The battle between Gu Fei and Tian Peng had startled quite a number of people. Even some powerful savage beasts were alerted and watched the battle from afar. Seeing that Gu Fei could fight the ancient Peng demon with his bare hands, all the experts of the demon race were shocked. This human cultivator was too strong. The ancient Peng demon was a great demon second only to the demon lord of the wildlands. His strength and cultivation were so high that the other demon race experts couldn't compare to him. Even the ancient Qilin demon race was ranked below the ancient Peng demon in the wildlands. Rumble, the ancient Peng spread its wings and a terrifying power erupted. The entire heaven and earth shook. The two wings were like two heavenly blades, cutting through the void and sending Gu Fei flying. Gu Fei was taken aback. The opponent was so strong that even he felt threatened. The ancient Peng demon's battle strength was much stronger than the ancient Qilin demon. This was a good opponent. Gu Fei's battle intent surged. He rushed back from afar again. His martial path true force was released and rays of divine light lingered around his body. Target =_blank. Chapter 1446. The ancient Fei Tian Peng was incomparably powerful. He sent Gu Fei flying the moment they exchanged blows. He flapped his wings, stirring up gusts of strong winds that sent sand and pebbles flying. Exclamation point. Roar! Gu Fei roared angrily. He was like a god of war as he charged back from afar. He extended his hand and sent a palm strike at the ancient Fei Tian Peng in the sky. The palm force of extreme yang shook the heaven and earth. Even the ancient Fei Tian Peng's expression changed. Boom! Gu Fei's palm force collided with the ancient Fei Tian Peng's wings. This time, the ancient Fei Tian Peng failed to send Gu Fei flying. The mountain-like Great Peng was shaken by Gu Fei's palm strike. Swish! The Great Peng rapidly shrank and turned into an eagle-headed human. He stood in the void with a murderous aura and vast demonic power. Were you the one who destroyed the Qilin's physical body? The ancient Fei Tian Peng stared at Gu Fei with a murderous glint in his eyes. The Qilin ancient Fei's physical body was destroyed and only his essence spirit managed to escape. This shocked him greatly. There were only two ancient Fei in the entire desolate demon race, the ancient Qilin demon and the ancient Fei Tian Peng ancient Fei. The ancient Fei Tian Peng knew the strength of the ancient Fei Tian Peng. He found it hard to imagine that a human mighty figure could defeat the ancient Fei Tian Peng. However, from the looks of it, this human mighty figure was indeed not simple. So what if it was me? Gu Fei said indifferently. Although the other party was extremely powerful, he was not afraid. The stronger the other party was, the more excited he was. He would use the other party as a whetstone to temper his martial body. Very well. An incomparably powerful aura burst forth from the heavenly Peng ancient demon's body. After that, he disappeared from where he was. In the next moment, he appeared in front of Gu Fei and a pair of sharp claws were aimed at Gu Fei's head. Swish! An afterimage of Gu Fei was torn apart by the ancient Fei Tianpeng's sharp claws. His real body used the void steps and retreated 100 kilometers in a single step. Where do you think you're going? The ancient Fei Tianpeng bellowed and also left an afterimage on the spot. His real body instantly traversed a distance of 50 kilometers and chased after Gu Fei. Run? Ridiculous. Hearing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but be a bit annoyed. A powerful energy erupted from his body. Yin and Yang energy wove together and a Yin-Yang Dao diagram appeared from his body. This is, the Heavenly Peng ancient demon immediately stopped when he saw this. Buzz! The Yin-Yang Dao diagram trembled, emitting a wisp of Dao charm. Gu Fei's right fist and left fist respectively turned into the extreme Yang and extreme Yin of the Yin-Yang Dao diagram. Boom! Heaven and earth shook as he struck out with the Yin-Yang reincarnation fist. Heavenly Peng ancient Fei was shocked. This was a manifestation of the Great Dao. The power of the Great Dao had turned into a tangible mark. This was a trace of the Dao. Such an attack was more terrifying than any other attack. The ancient demon sensed danger. He never thought that Yi Futian would be able to cultivate such a great technique and attract the power of the Great Dao. This caused his expression to turn incomparably grim. Roar! Heavenly Peng ancient Fei roared angrily. Under the pressure of Gu Fei's Yin-Yang fist, a huge shadow of a Heavenly Peng emerged from his body. A monstrous murderous aura spread out. This was a mystic art of the Heavenly Peng lineage. It stimulated the power of the progenitor's bloodline and attracted the power of the progenitor, allowing one's combat power to soar to a level that could be said to be invincible among those of the same level. Heavenly Peng ancient Fei fused with the shadow of the Heavenly Peng that emerged from his body. Then, he flapped his wings and thousands of feathers flew up. They turned into thousands of chaotic divine lights and pierced towards Gu Fei. Each ray of chaotic divine light pierced through the void and destroyed the void, displaying a terrifying power. However, such a terrifying attack was easily resolved by the Yin-Yang Dao diagram. The power of Yin and Yang interwove. The Yin and Yang energy wove together. The Yin-Yang reincarnation fist that Gu Fei struck out had attracted the power of the Great Dao and evolved a kind of profound meaning of heaven and earth. The mighty fist force from the Yin-Yang Dao diagram broke through the thousands of chaotic divine lights and hit the shadow of the Heavenly Peng that was as huge as a mountain. Bam! The Yin-Yang fist force seemed to have hit a tangible object as the huge shadow of the Heavenly Peng was sent flying. How is this possible? Heavenly Peng ancient Fei spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying thousands of feet away. He was on the verge of going berserk. His opponent's cultivation level was not as high as his and his strength was not as strong as his, but he was still injured. This made Heavenly Peng ancient Fei both shocked and furious. It's impossible for you to defeat me in this place. Heavenly Peng ancient Fei roared angrily. His body emitted demonic light as ancient demonic runes appeared on his body. Then, the yuan qi of the entire heaven and earth changed rapidly. Beams of demonic light rushed over from the direction of the Chaos Dragon Cave. Every beam of demonic light was in the shape of a dragon and emitted an aura that made one's heart palpitate. This, Gu Fei was taken aback. This ancient Fei had actually attracted the power of heaven and earth to his body. As the dragon-shaped demonic light entered his body, Heavenly Peng ancient Fei's body actually emitted waves of dragon qi. Within the Chaos Dragon Cave, there was the aura of the extreme Dao True Dragon that could not be erased by the passage of time. This region was also affected. In this region, the remnant Dao charm of the extreme Dao True Dragon suppressed everything. Heavenly Peng ancient Fei had cultivated in the Chaos Dragon Cave for countless years. Naturally, he knew how to attract the power of heaven and earth to attack his opponent. This was the remnant power of the extreme Dao True Dragon that was triggered by Heavenly Peng ancient Fei. I'm going to shatter your great Tao divine form. Heavenly Peng Ancient Fei roared. He turned into a huge dragon and charged at Gu Fei. Bam! The yin-yang Dao diagram shook and was sent flying by the charging dragon. The extreme Dao True Dragon's great Dao suppressed everything, causing Gu Fei's yin-yang Dao diagram to be unable to circulate smoothly. Rumble! At this moment, dragon chi gushed out from the Chaos Dragon Cave. An even more terrifying power was awakening. This was the power of the extreme Dao True Dragon. Preposterous! Upon seeing this, Gu Fei did not hesitate and immediately retreated. He turned into a beam of divine light, broke through the sky and rushed into the distance. He wanted to rush out of this region. The other party was using the power of the extreme Dao True Dragon to suppress him. This made Gu Fei shocked and angry. This kind of power could not be resisted. If he did not retreat, his life would be in danger. Heavenly Peng Ancient Fei chased him for thousands of miles before turning back. This was because beyond this range, he would not be able to borrow the power of the extreme Dao True Dragon. Gu Fei used the void step and soon disappeared into the horizon. I didn't expect there to be such an existence in the demon race. Gu Fei stopped in a valley that looked like a paradise. He stood under a plum tree. He knew that the ancient Fei had not used his true strength yet. The great Dao of the extreme Dao True Dragon reigned supreme in this region. It suppressed other Dao powers. In such a place, Gu Fei's combat strength was affected. It was difficult for him to fully display the yin-yang reincarnation fist. This was only Gu Fei's first test. A storm was coming. To see the first advertisement, please go to. Please share. Target =_blank. Chapter 1447. Neither Gu Fei nor Tianpeng had used their full strength. Both were testing each other. Gu Fei was the last to retreat. He had not been defeated. This Chaos Dragon Cave was more terrifying than he had imagined. The great Dao of the extreme Dao True Dragon still had a great influence on this region. This was not a good thing for Gu Fei. Tianpeng could activate the great Dao power within a radius of 10,000 miles to suppress Gu Fei. This was the power of the extreme Dao True Dragon. The Dao energy of the extreme Dao True Dragon disturbed the power of heaven and earth in an area. Under the envelopment of the extreme Dao True Dragon's Dao energy, only the Dao of the extreme Dao True Dragon was respected, suppressing all other Dao energy. The Heavenly Peng Ancient Demon was already invincible within the Chaos Dragon Cave. Given Gu Fei's current cultivation and strength, it was difficult to contend with such power, unless he used the mountain and river cauldron or an extreme Dao sacred weapon like the purple gold divine sword. Tianpeng returned to the Chaos Dragon Cave. With such an ancient demon guarding it, it would not be easy for Gu Fei to obtain the dragon scale with the extreme Dao array pattern. However, Gu Fei was determined to obtain the dragon scale. The legendary gate of reincarnation from the mythological era was also very attractive to Gu Fei. If the legend was true, then the value of the gate of reincarnation was definitely comparable to an extreme Dao sacred weapon. Gu Fei did not want to miss out on such an item. The night in the untainted world was still filled with killing intent. In the silence, one or two beast roars could be heard from time to time. Countless creatures that lurked during the day had begun to move. The venomous bugs and snakes here were even more terrifying than those in the outside world. Some of them could even bite an immortal to death with a single bite. Gu Fei sat cross-legged on a mountain peak. As the mountain breeze blew, his long hair fluttered behind him. The recent series of battles had increased his cultivation again. The mighty realm was divided into 9 heavens. Only those who stood at the 5th heavens could be called the Emperor of Mighty Beings. Those who stood at the peak of the 9 heavens were the Emperor of Mighty Beings. Gu Fei was only at the 2nd heaven of Almighty, but with his physique, he could already challenge the Emperor of Emperors at the 9th heaven. Have I reached a bottleneck again? Gu Fei murmured to himself. He woke up from his meditative state. Looking into his body, he found that the chaotic energy in his dantian had grown to the size of a pigeon's egg. Although the ball of chaotic essence was small, it seemed to be nurturing a world of chaos within it. The power of yin and yang constantly gathered before being refined into chaotic essence. This process was very slow, but Gu Fei could feel the primal essence qi increasing bit by bit. Yin and yang transformed into primal chaos. Gu Fei's martial Tao true force was transforming from the most primitive power. The most primitive power was the strongest power, the source of all power. Gu Fei didn't cultivate a single power. He chose a more difficult path. The path he walked was more dangerous and full of thorns than ordinary martial artists. At this time, Gu Fei's yin and yang energy was exuberant. The Tao patterns imprinted on his bones gradually became clearer and the power of the great Tao was condensing. Imprinting the great Tao on one's body could allow one to achieve eternity. This was a martial artist's body tempering method. It could allow the martial body to coexist with the great Tao, making it immortal. This was the process of the indestructible martial body's birth. As long as Gu Fei's cultivation broke through to the third heaven of Almighty, he would have the confidence to challenge a half-saint. Martial artists who were successful in cultivation were invincible in the same realm. This was not a legend, but a reality. Gu Fei felt that his cultivation had reached a bottleneck. Perhaps he only needed a fierce battle to break through his current cultivation shackles. Placing oneself on the edge of life and death would stimulate the potential of the martial body, allowing the martial body to sublimate. This was a cultivation shortcut, but it required a great risk. It seems that a battle with that ancient demon is inevitable. Gu Fei stood up from the mountain peak and looked in the direction of the Chaos Dragon Cave. A powerful battle intent emanated from his body. He could feel the blood in his body boiling. Erebus was currently in the process of reconstructing his physical body, so he couldn't be of any help. However, he still had his saint-grade puppet avatar, as well as his extreme path holy weapon. If he used all his trump cards, it wouldn't be impossible for him to obtain that dragon scale. Gu Fei thought of various possibilities. Although the power of the supreme true dragon was hiding in the Chaos Dragon Cave, he still had a chance if he was well prepared. Right now, he needed a battle. For the next few days, Gu Fei appeared in the vicinity of the Chaos Dragon Cave. He was planning and imprinting Tao patterns on the mountains and rivers. He wanted to borrow the power of heaven and earth. Attacking the Chaos Dragon Cave was not a trivial matter. The reason why the Desolate Era demon race had been able to prosper and not disappear in the long years was because of the existence of the Chaos Dragon Cave. Since ancient times, no one had truly breached this forbidden ground of the Desolate Era demon race. What Gu Fei was about to do was simply too inconceivable. Even Gu Fei himself only had a 50% chance of success, not 100%. 7 or 8 days later, on a dark and windy night, Gu Fei buried the mountain and river cauldron into the ground. Then, he waited for an opportunity. More than half a month had passed and Gu Fei did not make a move. He was very patient. At this time, the great demon in the Chaos Dragon Cave gradually relaxed its tensed nerves. They guessed that the human powerhouse had retreated. However, no one knew that Gu Fei was waiting on the side. He would then attack the demons in the Chaos Dragon Cave to break the balance of power between the two sides. More than a month later, on an evening, a figure walked towards the direction of the Chaos Dragon Cave alone. It was a powerhouse of the human race. With every step he took, there was a surge of Tao beneath his feet. The powerful aura exuded from this powerhouse was felt by all the demons in the forbidden ground of the demon race. This person did not hide his aura. Wasn't that person defeated by an ancient powerhouse of my race? Why does he still dare to come here? Some demons felt that this aura was unique to the powerhouse of the human race that was defeated by Tianpeng a month ago. Whoosh! A figure sitting in the depths of the chaotic dragon cave immediately opened his eyes. 2 beams of divine light shot out from his eyes, each several feet long. Again? How reckless. After saying this, the ancient demon's figure instantly disappeared on the spot. At this time, all the demons in the Chaos Dragon Cave were shocked. They thought that this human powerhouse would not dare to come again. But now, this human powerhouse came again. Ever since Gu Fei entered the forbidden ground of the demon race, other forces in the Wildlands had their eyes on the Wildlands demon race, especially the Wildlands beast race. The Wildlands beast race knew what Gu Fei was looking for. The Wildlands demon race's dragon scale was not lost. In other words, Gu Fei was still eyeing the Chaos Dragon Cave. Today, all these guesses had come true. Gu Fei entered the Chaos Dragon Cave alone. Target =_blank. Chapter 1448. Gu Fei charging into the Dragon Cave alone caused the entire desolate demon race to be extremely nervous. Intruders shall die. A loud roar was heard. A powerful silhouette rushed over from afar. Demonic chi shot up to the sky. This was a powerful demon. His powerful aura caused the entire heaven and earth to tremble. Boom! The void trembled. The demon directly attacked Gu Fei. A green divine spear emitted a demonic light and pierced towards Gu Fei. On the surface of the spear, ancient demonic runes appeared. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. He didn't stop and continued to walk forward. However, he punched out with the power of extreme yang blossoming on his fist. Clang! When Gu Fei's fist collided with the demonic chi spear, a metallic clang was heard. The spear was immediately broken into several pieces and flew back to the demon. What? The great demon's shock was no small matter. One had to know that his spear was an ancient weapon. It wasn't something that ordinary divine weapons could compare to. But now, this ancient weapon was broken into several pieces by a single punch. This made the great demon feel as if he was in a dream. Everything was too surreal. However, what happened next made the demon scared out of his wits. After he blocked the pieces of the ancient weapon that were flying back to him, he found out that Yi Futian's fist had already arrived in front of him. Roar! The demon roared in anger. Demonic energy erupted from his body. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Gu Fei's fist was unstoppable. It was impossible for him to dodge. Bang! Gotcha! Gu Fei's punch landed on the Great Yao's chest and the sound of bones breaking immediately rang out from the Great Yao's body. His entire chest caved in, his chest sticking to his back. Gu Fei's punch had nearly pierced through his body. Die! Gu Fei exhaled and shouted. He shook his fist and a powerful force exploded from his fist. Bang! The great demon was immediately turned into a cloud of blood mist by his fist force. Even the great demon's origin soul was directly shattered by Gu Fei's sudden burst of fist force, and both his body and soul were destroyed. A greater demon with the cultivation and strength of the Dao's severing realm could not even withstand a single punch from this human, and was directly destroyed in body and soul. This scene shocked all the experts of the demon clan. Some great demons wanted to take action, but when they saw how formidable Gu Fei was, they shrunk back. However, among the demon race, there were great demons who were not afraid of death. A powerful wave of demonic power erupted in front of Gu Fei. 1,000 feet long dragon rode a gust of demonic wind and swept towards Gu Fei. Sand and pebbles flew in all directions. Gu Fei did not stop and directly rushed into the demonic wind. Soon, a shrill scream was heard from the demonic wind, and the demonic wind gradually dissipated. All the great demons were shocked. Gu Fei did not stop and instantly left the corpse of a dragon on the ground. There was a large hole in the dragon's head, and its origin soul was destroyed. Another great demon was easily killed by Gu Fei. Damn it! I'll fight you. A stone demon whose body emitted a dazzling golden light walked over from the direction of the chaotic dragon cave. Its huge body was 10 feet tall, and it gave off a strong sense of oppression. This time, Gu Fei stopped in his tracks. He was very surprised. He activated the martial path Heavenly Eye and immediately saw the source that was striding over. This stone demon was actually a metal element divine stone of the 5 elements. After a long time, it had gained sentience and cultivated the body of a greater demon. Boundless metal elemental energy emanated from this stone demon's body. This stone demon was far stronger than the 2 greater demons from before. The time needed for a divine stone to become a demon was absolutely unimaginable. It could easily be calculated in tens of thousands of years. This stone demon had probably cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years to grow to this stage. Die. With a few steps, the stone demon had already arrived in front of Gu Fei. It then directly punched down at Gu Fei. The fist was like a small mountain, and the void collapsed. The stone demon had a demon body that had cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years. It was innately strong, and it unexpectedly clashed head-on with Gu Fei. There were no tricks at all. Ha! Gu Fei shouted and also punched out. It was rare to meet such an opponent. He wanted to see if his opponent's 10,000-year demon body was stronger, or if his almighty martial body was stronger. The body of a martial artist was the strongest body in the human race. When the martial body was cultivated to the great completion realm, it could be said to be indestructible. It was even stronger than the physique of an innate divine beast. Gu Fei's martial body was still far from the great completion realm. However, the strength of the almighty martial body was enough to resist a half-saint weapon refined by a half-saint. Boom! The 2 fists of completely different sizes collided, but an incomparably shocking sound burst out. It was as if 2 ancient divine mountains had collided in an instant. Gu Fei withstood the stone demon's ferocious attack, but the ground beneath his feet caved in and undulated violently like ripples on water. With Gu Fei at the center, the shockwave spread out in all directions, causing the nearby mountains to crumble and dust to fly into the air. It was a chaotic scene. This place was less than 5,000 miles away from the chaotic dragon cave. The fluctuation here had long been sensed by the ancient demon in the chaotic dragon cave. However, for some reason, the ancient demon did not appear. At this moment, Gu Fei's fist collided with the stone demon's fist. The stone demon's fist was extremely heavy, and he felt as if his fist was pressing against 100,000 mountains. Good fella, the strength of the stone demon was so strong that even Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. If the stone demon's fist were to hit the body of an ordinary almighty, the opponent would have been killed in an instant. Unfortunately, the stone demon's opponent was Gu Fei. Roar! Gu Fei roared. The yin and yang true force in his body was vast and mighty. An even more powerful force erupted from his fist, and unexpectedly, the stone demon's mountain-like fist was slowly repelled. What? In the distance, all the great demons who witnessed this scene were dumbfounded. This human almighty actually suppressed the stone demon in terms of strength. How was this possible? This was too unbelievable. One had to know that the demon body of the stone demon had been cultivating for more than 100,000 years. Apart from that, before the stone demon gained sentience, its stone body had been nourished by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for countless years. This kind of demon body was definitely one of the strongest demon bodies in the world, but now, the stone demon's strength was actually inferior to this human almighty. Was this possible? The stone demon's body emitted a dazzling golden light. It roared again, and continuously exerted its strength. The entire heaven and earth collapsed, and pitch-black spatial cracks appeared. However, no matter how fierce the stone demon was, Gu Fei still stood there like an ancient sacred mountain, motionless and unshakable. Recommend? Fly? Speed? Medium? 1. Net? Target equals _blank. Chapter 1449. The rock demon was incomparably powerful. He was definitely an expert of the demon clan. His cultivation and strength were comparable to an ancient demon, especially with his metal element demon body. Even an ancient demon would not be able to hurt him. Whoosh! He had a powerful demon body, and his cultivation and strength were comparable to an ancient demon. Among the demon clan of the wilderness, there was no other existence like him. However, such an existence could not gain the upper hand against Gu Fei. His powerful demon body showed signs of being suppressed by Gu Fei's martial body. Roar! The rock demon roared angrily, and the whole world shook. A violent force erupted from his body, causing the void to tremble. His stone hair danced wildly, and his killing intent soared to the 9 heavens. Although he had gone all out, the rock demon did not reverse the situation. His fist, which was the size of a small mountain, was gradually forced back by the opponent's fist. How is this possible? The demons watching from afar were all shocked. No one could accept such an ending. The rock demon's strength was undeniable, but now he was gradually being suppressed by the human clan. Go and invite old ancestor Tian Peng. A greater demon shouted. Only an ancient demon would be able to fight against this human. His opponent was simply too powerful. Other than ancient demons, no one else could stop his advance. Ha! 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 Moreover, 2 great demon clan experts had already died in the hands of this human clan almighty. This human clan almighty could kill great demons in the almighty realm as easily as blowing off dust. Some demons immediately rushed to the sky and flew towards the chaotic dragon cave. They wanted to invite the ancient demon Heavenly Peng to deal with Gu Fei. When Gu Fei first entered the dragon cave, he was chased away by the power of the chaotic true dragon triggered by the ancient Fei Heavenly Peng. In the hearts of the demons, only the ancient Fei Heavenly Peng could kill this powerful human. Kill! Gu Fei shouted. An even more powerful force erupted from his fist. Then, the rock demon was sent flying hundreds of feet away by this force. The rock demon was extremely shocked. Golden blood flowed out of his golden fist. The rock demon's body had already formed flesh and blood. He was an incomparably powerful life form. The stone demon found it hard to believe that there was actually someone in this world that could injure his body. It had to be known that his body was as strong as a saint weapon. Even if a saint weapon were to attack his body, it would be difficult to truly injure him. However, the human in front of it had injured its strongest demon body with just one punch. This was something the stone demon could not accept. It was too unbelievable. Even after cultivating for hundreds of thousands of years, it was still not a match for this human. This caused the stone demon to be both shocked and furious. It was on the verge of going berserk. The metal elemental energy around its body surged violently, showing signs of going berserk. Rays of golden light circled around the stone demon's body, as dazzling as golden lightning. A dangerous aura emanated from the stone demon's body. However, Gu Fei was similarly shocked, because he had practically used his full strength in this punch of his. Even if it was a real piece of 5 elements godly metal, it would still be smashed into pieces by his punch. The body of the stone demon was very powerful. At the very least, it was the most powerful body that Gu Fei had encountered since he started cultivating. It was so powerful that even Gu Fei himself could not smash it into pieces. The martial body of the human race was definitely one of the most powerful bodies in the world. The body of the stone demon had already reached the point where it was comparable to the martial body of the human race. Golden Domain. The stone demon roared angrily. Countless demonic inscriptions immediately rushed out of its body. The demonic inscriptions were imprinted in the air, forming a golden world. The demonic inscriptions isolated the aura of the outside world, forming a part of the void. In this golden domain, the stone demon was the supreme demon god. Gu Fei did not make a move. He allowed the stone demon to form the golden domain. In an instant, he was trapped in a dazzling golden world. In this void, all that could be seen was golden light. Rays of golden light constantly flashed in this part of the void. They were so fast that it was almost impossible to see them with the naked eye. Swoosh! A golden ray of light rushed past Gu Fei. A corner of his sleeve was swept by this ray of light. In an instant, it turned into ashes and dissipated in the void. This, Gu Fei was shocked. These golden rays of light actually had such terrifying power. This time, he was a little careless. The void of the stone demon seemed to be very extraordinary. Humph! You are too confident. The stone demon's figure, which was shining with golden light, walked over from afar. A strong sense of oppression immediately appeared in this part of the void. Do you think that you can defeat me like this? Gu Fei smiled. His face was still indifferent, showing no emotion. It had to be said that the golden domain of the stone demon was very powerful. However, it was still not enough to suppress him with such power. Won't you know after you try? The stone demon didn't say much. He directly attacked. Countless golden rays of light that lingered around him immediately shot towards Gu Fei. The golden divine rainbows that covered the sky gave off terrifying ripples that made people's hearts palpitate. Every single divine rainbow was enough to kill a powerful being. They were extremely powerful. Gu Fei stood in the golden domain. He couldn't avoid it at all. Because in this golden domain, the golden rays of light that the stone demon shot out were everywhere. Humph! Gu Fei snorted. Then, his hands turned into yin and yang. He used the yin-yang reincarnation fist. A yin-yang diagram immediately emerged from his body. He propped up the yin-yang diagram and protected himself under it. The golden beams of light that pierced through from all directions instantly collided with the yin-yang Dao diagram. A yin-yang power surged out from the diagram, blocking all the golden beams of light that pierced through it. The power of yin and yang emanated from Gu Fei's fists. Yin and yang intertwined and evolved into a flawless fist intent. As his fists vibrated, countless golden rays of light collapsed. Circles of the power of yin and yang spread out from Gu Fei's fists. The place where he stood was impregnable. Not even a drop of water could enter. What? The stone demon was shocked when he saw this. Yi Futian's combat power was too amazing. He was able to resist such an attack. It had to be known that this was in his own domain. The power of yin and yang intertwined as if it was evolving into heaven and earth. It made Gu Fei untouchable. Even though he was in his opponent's domain, he could still move freely. I don't believe that I can't kill you. The stone demon began to fight desperately. The fluctuations of the golden demon power that emanated from his body reached its peak. Demon tattoos began to appear on his body. The power of the Great Path was condensing, and each demon tattoo was emitting a brilliant golden light. Then, it was branded into the void from the stone demon's body. The demon tattoo of the Great Path emitted an eternal demon light. It imprinted itself on Gu Fei. Each demon tattoo was a trace of the Great Path, and there was the power of the Great Path lingering around it. When Gu Fei saw this scene, he couldn't help but be surprised. This kind of method was not something that could be used by an ordinary cultivator of the Severing Path. To use the power of the Great Path to kill an opponent was really amazing. The demon tattoos came to kill, making Gu Fei feel a strong pressure. The power of the entire golden domain was triggered by countless demon tattoos of the Great Path. All of them rushed towards Gu Fei. The stone demon used his trump card, vowing to kill Gu Fei. How dare you? Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. The power of the Great Path couldn't be resisted. The yin-yang Dao diagram that he had evolved suffered a great impact. The power of yin and yang was constantly being dissolved, and the yin-yang Dao diagram gradually shrank. Soon, countless demon tattoos of the Great Path surrounded Gu Fei. The power of the Great Path was vast, and each demon tattoo was emitting a brilliant golden light. It triggered the power of the Great Path to refine Gu Fei. The vast and mighty strength that surged out from the yin-yang Dao diagram was suppressed. Gu Fei felt a sense of danger, but he remained fearless. Humph! You still won't die this time? When the stone demon saw that Gu Fei was suppressed, his confidence increased. This was his last resort. If he couldn't kill his opponent, then he would be in danger. This level is not enough. Gu Fei's voice was still calm, without the slightest hint of nervousness. He could also use the power of the Great Path, and his Dao tattoo was branded on his bones. The yin-yang Dao diagram that evolved from the yin-yang reincarnation fist could no longer resist the suppression of the demon tattoos of the Great Path. He had to shake his muscles and bones and condense his power of the Great Path. Within Gu Fei's body, there was the sound of wind and thunder. The Dao tattoo that was branded on his bones began to devour the power of yin and yang. Then, it gradually emitted a brilliant divine light. An aura of the Great Path surged out from Gu Fei's body. When the stone demon sensed this aura of the Great Path, his expression suddenly changed. He knew that he was in trouble. At this time, the divine tattoos of the Great Path began to appear on Gu Fei's body. These were the Dao tattoo that he had cultivated. Each Dao tattoo was branded into his flesh and bones. The power of the Great Path surged, and the rhythm of the Great Path lingered. Gu Fei's entire body seemed to have become the carrier of the Great Path, as if he had fused with it. The Great Path is with me. How can you suppress me? Gu Fei seemed to have become the incarnation of the Great Path. The power of the yin-yang reincarnation fist surged out, and an even more powerful yin-yang Dao diagram emerged from his body. Rumble, the two powers of the Great Path collided, and the demon tattoos of the Great Path could no longer advance. They were blocked by the yin-yang Dao diagram. Gu Fei circulated his power of the Great Path and turned it into traces of the Great Path to resist the stone demon's demon tattoos. At this time, Gu Fei's entire body and mind had entered a mysterious state. At this time, he displayed the peak of his power. Eat my fist. On Gu Fei's fist, the Dao tattoo emerged. He punched out, and the entire golden domain trembled. An extremely powerful fist force erupted from his fist. Wherever the fist force passed, it destroyed everything. A large number of demon tattoos of the Great Path were blasted away. This was an invincible fist will. It pressed forward as if it could destroy everything. Target =_blank. Chapter 1450. Gu Fei and the Golem battled. Both sides used their strongest strength, but Gu Fei had the upper hand. With a single punch, he broke the seal of the Golem's Great Path. The yin-yang reincarnation fist manifested the Great Path of yin and yang. Gu Fei's combat strength was unparalleled. He forcefully broke through the seal of the Golem's Great Path. With the imprint of the Great Path on his body, Gu Fei was like the carrier of the Great Path. Nothing could touch him. He took the initiative to attack the Golem. His fists shook the entire gold domain. The entire gold domain was cracked by Gu Fei's fist force. The Golem also suffered a great impact. Its body trembled. How is this possible? The Golem roared. He knew that he had lost. His opponent's combat strength was too strong. Although he was unwilling, he had to admit that he was no match for his opponent. Even after using the power of the Great Path, he still lost. Bang! Gu Fei sent the Golem flying with a punch. There was no suspense. Even in the Golem's domain, he was still invincible. The Great Path divine patterns appeared on his body. Every move he made was imbued with the power of the Great Path. Every punch and kick could shatter the void. After sending the Golem flying with a punch, Gu Fei directly tore the gold domain apart and stepped out. Above the mountain, a large amount of golden light shot out. A figure, like a peerless god of war, bathed in the golden light, walked out from the void. This is The demons watching from afar were all dumbfounded when they saw that person. The person who walked out from the golem's domain was not the golem. Didn't that mean that the golem was already dead? This place was not far from the Chaos Dragon Cave. However, the demons who went to invite Heavenly Peng had not returned yet. Heavenly Peng did not appear. What's going on? Why hasn't old ancestor Heavenly Peng arrived yet? The great demons were uneasy. Gu Fei had even defeated the stone demon. Was there anyone else in the entire desolate demon race that could compete with this human? Unless the Heavenly Peng ancient demon took action, no one could stop Gu Fei. Moreover, Gu Fei came prepared this time. Even if the Heavenly Peng ancient demon took action, Gu Fei wouldn't retreat so easily. Gu Fei was determined to obtain the dragon scales in the Chaos Dragon Cave. At this time, He Tian was in Gu Fei's inner world reconstructing his body, so he had not yet recovered to his peak state. If he had He Tian's help, things might be a lot smoother. Roar! A furious roar shook the mountains and rivers. A towering figure appeared high up in the sky. The rock demon's body emitted a boundless demonic aura. It was extremely ferocious. However, there were drops of golden blood dripping down from the sky. He was punched by Gu Fei. Cracks appeared on his powerful demonic body, and golden blood seeped out from the cracks. If it was any other great demon, they would have been killed by Gu Fei's punch. One had to admit that the rock demon's demonic body was really strong. Even Gu Fei was secretly shocked by such a strong demonic body. The Rock Emperor is actually injured? How is this possible? Someone as strong as the Rock Emperor was really defeated. The rock demon was blessed by the heavens. After cultivating to become a great demon, he was far stronger than the average great demon. He was the strongest demon emperor in the desolate demon race apart from the Wildlands demon lord and the two ancient demons. The great demon's hearts turned cold. If the rock emperor wasn't a match for him, then they definitely wouldn't be a match for this human. There was only one outcome for them if they went against this human, and that was death. The Dao patterns that appeared on Gu Fei's body activated the power of the great Dao. Dao rhymes circled around him. When he punched out, the power of the great Dao surged around his fist. The metal elemental power on the Rock Emperor's body surged, and the cracks on his body healed quickly. Golden blood flowed back into his body. He flipped his right hand, and a stone saber appeared in his hand. Swish! The Rock Emperor waved the golden stone saber in his hand, and a dazzling golden saber light rushed out from the stone saber. It was thousands of feet long, and it was aimed at Gu Fei. Bam! Gu Fei punched out, and it met the golden saber light directly. The ferocious fist force smashed through the void, and it pierced through the heaven and earth. The invincible fist intent was unleashed. The golden saber light was shattered by Gu Fei's fist. Gu Fei was unstoppable. After his fist shattered the saber light, his fist force didn't diminish, and it continued to smash towards the Rock Emperor. The Rock Emperor's cultivation was strong, and it wasn't something an ordinary demon emperor could compare with. The golden stone saber in his hand had golden Dao patterns on it. Clang! The stone saber and Gu Fei's fist clashed, and a metallic sound was heard. Gu Fei actually used his fist to fight against the Rock Emperor's demonic saber. All the demons watching from afar were dumbfounded. This human's physical body was actually so strong. The Rock Emperor's demonic saber was branded with Dao patterns, and it was definitely made of saint-tier material. Using one's physical body to fight against the stone saber was definitely a crazy thing to do. Gu Fei and the Rock Emperor started fighting again. The two of them moved quickly in the sky. Although the Rock Emperor's body was huge, it was extremely fast when he moved. The size of the two of them was not proportional. It was like a golden giant fighting against a normal human. Although Gu Fei's body was much smaller than the Rock Emperor's, he was able to burst out with great power, and he was able to suppress the Rock Emperor, forcing him to retreat continuously. Buzz! The golden stone saber hummed and shot out thousands of saber lights. The heaven and earth seemed to be split in half. Within the saber light, there were Tao patterns faintly visible. Roar! The Rock Emperor roared. This was his full strength. The power of his body was vast, and the power of the metal element caused the whole world to shake. Humph! Gu Fei's right hand seemed to be holding a divine sun, and his left hand was holding a bright moon. The power of yin and yang intertwined. The reincarnation fist art displayed the invincible fist will. The power of the sun exploded from his right fist, and it was like a divine sun rising into the sky. It collided with the saber light that was slashing down. The two powerful forces collided, and a blinding divine light burst out. All the demons couldn't open their eyes. The space between Gu Fei and the Rock Emperor started to be destroyed, and it turned into chaos. The two powerful forces destroyed everything. It was too terrifying. Gu Fei also felt that it was very strenuous. The Rock Emperor was much stronger than he had imagined. The shocking attack of the stone saber actually made him feel danger. The monstrous fist force was blocked. If the Tao patterns were imprinted on his body, he would probably be injured too. With the Tao patterns imprinted on his body, Gu Fei's fist had Tao patterns. He condensed his Tao power, and he could fight against the Rock Emperor's stone saber. The two of them started an intense battle in the chaos. Buzz! The stone saber vibrated repeatedly. The golden Tao patterns imprinted on the saber body emitted a dazzling golden light. Every slash seemed to be able to destroy everything in the world. Gu Fei's fists kept colliding with the stone saber. With the demon saber in hand, the Rock Emperor's combat power soared. Gu Fei couldn't suppress the Rock Emperor for a while. The great demons watching from afar were both surprised and delighted. The Stone Emperor was an old antique that had cultivated for more than 100,000 years, after all. His demon the Arch-Saber was able to block the powerful human race's almighty. However, the ancient demon, old ancestor Heavenly Peng, didn't show up for a long time. This made Gu Fei a little apprehensive. The Heavenly Peng ancient demon was extremely powerful. His cultivation had probably reached the half-sage realm long ago. Moreover, this ancient demon could draw the power of the extreme Tao True Dragon in the Chaos Dragon Cave for his own use. Gu Fei was fearless, but he was apprehensive about the power of the extreme Tao True Dragon in the Chaos Dragon Cave. That kind of power wasn't something he could contend with. I'm done playing with you. Gu Fei used the Heaven Ascension secret art. His combat power instantly increased by 10 times. A domineering and terrifying aura spread out from his body, shocking the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Rumble, the blood in Gu Fei's body circulated rapidly. There was a muffled sound of wind and thunder. With just one punch, the demon the Arch-Saber in the Rock Emperor's hand was sent flying. The saber was covered with cracks and was almost shattered. Swish! Gu Fei instantly disappeared from where he was. In the next moment, he appeared beside the Rock Emperor. He grabbed the Rock Emperor's right arm and pulled hard. The Rock Emperor immediately let out an earth-shattering roar. His entire arm was torn off by Gu Fei. Golden blood spurted out. He was no match for Gu Fei at all. How is this possible? Everyone was stunned. How did the situation change so drastically in such a short period of time? How did this human get so strong all of a sudden? What's going on? Is this human powerhouse pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? Gu Fei's sudden change in aura and the terrifying combat power he displayed shocked all the big demons. Without any suspense, the Rock Emperor was defeated. In fact, he was utterly defeated. It turned out that this human had been playing with him all along. He didn't take him seriously at all. Only now did he reveal his true strength. This made the Rock Emperor feel like all his hopes were dashed. Gu Fei didn't kill him. He threw the Rock Emperor 10,000 feet away with one hand and used the Void Step. It was as if he merged with the void and disappeared instantly. Boom! Very soon, a terrifying wave of energy erupted from the Chaos Dragon Cave. Huge dragons rushed out from the huge cave that was spewing chaotic essence. Those were not real dragons. They were just illusions formed by dragon chi. The dragon chi was vast and mighty. A terrifying power that made one's heart palpitate was awakened. The Chaos Dragon Cave was bottomless. It was pitch black inside. Boundless dragon chi rushed out from the bottom. In the depths of the chaos, it was as if a real dragon had been awakened. Ah! Good that you came. I was afraid that you wouldn't come. Since you are here, don't leave. The ancient voice of the heavenly Peng ancient demon resounded in the Chaos Dragon Cave. At the bottom of the Chaos Dragon Cave, divine light flashed and a divine rainbow cut through the darkness. Over there, the shadows of dragons were circling. A human figure was rushing left and right, trying to rush out. However, he was stopped by the eruption of endless dragon chi. The Chaos Dragon Cave's extreme Tao pattern had been activated. Target =_ blank. Chapter 1451. Gu Fei displayed one of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Tao, the Heaven Ascension mystic art. His combat strength instantly increased tenfold, easily defeating the Stone Emperor whose cultivation and strength were second only to the ancient Fei. After that, Gu Fei charged into the Chaos Dragon Cavern while he was in the Heaven Ascension state, triggering the terrifying array within. Ha! You managed to escape last time, but this time, I'll make sure you never return. The ancient Fei's voice came from the Chaos Dragon Cavern. He triggered the true dragon power of the entire Chaos Dragon Cavern to suppress Gu Fei. Rumble, the entire Chaos Dragon Cavern shook. Demonic runes of the extreme Tao appeared in the Chaos Dragon Cavern, emitting wisps of extreme Tao aura. Roar! Gu Fei roared repeatedly. The yin-yang transmigration fist shook the heavens and earth. Every punch would cause the entire Chaos Dragon Cavern to tremble. The ferocity of the fist force shocked even the ancient Fei. This is one of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Tao, the Heaven Ascension mystic art. The ancient Fei had lived for countless years. His knowledge was extraordinary. This kind of mystic art that could instantly increase a cultivator's combat strength tenfold seemed to be the Heaven Ascension mystic art. However, the extreme Tao power within the Chaos Dragon Cavern was awakening. This made Gu Fei feel danger. Streams of chaotic dragon chi rushed up from below, nearly tearing apart the mighty martial body. Wang! The void let out a rumbling sound. A yin-yang Tao diagram appeared on Gu Fei's body. The vast yin-yang Tao power repelled the surrounding chaotic dragon chi. His hands turned into the yin-yang eyes of the yin-yang Tao diagram. The extreme yang and extreme yin power circulated rapidly as though they were experiencing reincarnation. This was the profoundness of the yin-yang transmigration fist. This combat technique had already touched upon the Tao. It could be said to be a manifestation of the great Tao. It had already surpassed the technique. This guy, the ancient Fei, could not help but be shocked and angered by this scene. This human mighty figure was too heaven-defying. He was only at the second firmament of mighty figure, but he had already comprehended such a combat technique. This human mighty figure could already be considered a peerless genius. If such a person were to mature, he would definitely be a great threat to the demon race. The ancient Fei had to kill Gu Fei. Boom! The heavenly Peng ancient demon used all his strength to trigger the extreme true dragon power within the Chaos Dragon lair. The entire void seemed to have turned into a piece of primal chaos. The Chaos Dragon lair emitted a terrifying wave that seemed like it could split the heavens. Roar! A dragon roar resounded from the depths of the primal Chaos Dragon cave. Countless ancient demonic runes condensed and a terrifying dragon shadow appeared in the depths of the primal Chaos Dragon cave. Gu Fei felt a heart-palpitating aura, as if he was being stared at by a peerless ferocious beast, and his scalp went numb. Die! The voice of the heavenly Peng ancient demon sounded once again. The terrifying dragon shadow in the depths of the Chaos Dragon lair immediately soared into the sky and lunged towards Gu Fei. Could it be that there is still a true dragon hiding in the Chaos Dragon cave? Gu Fei was startled. A vast and boundless dragon chi surged up from below. The entire Chaos Dragon cave was shaking, and one after another ancient demon marks were emitting a dazzling demon light. If it wasn't for these ancient demon marks, the Chaos Dragon cave would have collapsed long ago. A trace of sage aura was emitted from the dragon shadow. Although it wasn't an extreme sage aura, it was enough to cause Gu Fei's expression to change. Saint-class power, boom! Just as the dragon shadow was about to collide with Gu Fei, a hazy figure suddenly rushed out from his body and punched out. Bam! With just a single punch, the dragon shadow was dispersed by the figure that suddenly rushed out from Gu Fei's body. A surge of sage aura spread throughout the Chaos Dragon cave. What? Two cold lights lit up in the depths of the pitch-black Chaos Dragon cave. That was the gaze of a great demon. The heavenly Peng ancient demon looked at this scene in disbelief. He was dumbfounded. The figure that rushed out from Gu Fei's body condensed in the void. The dragon shadow completely dissipated in the void, and the ancient demon marks were collapsing. That mysterious person's punch had displayed the power of a sage. Only the power of a sage could contend against the power of a sage. What made the heavenly Peng ancient demon dumbfounded was that the hazy figure revealed its true appearance. The mysterious person that resolved the crisis with a single punch was actually the same as the human expert. How can there be two? The heavenly Peng ancient demon could no longer maintain his composure. He knew that the desolate demon race was about to face a serious calamity. A sage had actually barged into the Chaos Dragon cave. Sage was an extremely ancient name. It was so ancient that the heavenly Peng ancient demon had almost forgotten about it. It was impossible for a sage to appear in this world. This violated the laws of heaven and earth after the great desolate world. Hand over the dragon scale and everything will be over. Otherwise, the Gu Fei that dispersed the dragon shadow spoke. The other Gu Fei, who had been fighting with the heavenly Peng ancient demon for a while, turned into a wisp of green chi and entered the saint-class Gu Fei's body. Three pure ones. The heavenly Peng ancient demon was shocked to see this scene from the depths of the Chaos Dragon cave. It seemed like the other party had already mastered the 9 secrets of the Immortal Tao, a secret technique that was known to be invincible in ancient times. As it turned out, Gu Fei did not barge into the Chaos Dragon cave with his true body. The Chaos Dragon cave was a place where a true dragon of the extreme Tao had appeared. This place had the aura of a true dragon and was the sacred ground of the desolate demon race. Since ancient times, it was unknown how many great demons had cultivated in this place, leaving behind countless demon marks that were imprinted on every corner of the Chaos Dragon cave. Just now, the heavenly Peng ancient demon had only activated a killing array left behind by an ancient demon. The power of a true dragon was not so easily activated and used. To use the power of an extreme Tao, it required a process. Just like how Gu Fei had to make all sorts of preparations to use the mountain and river cauldron before he could successfully activate a wisp of the extreme Tao sage aura of the mountain and river cauldron. The power of an extreme Tao was still brewing in the depths of the Chaos Dragon cave. However, Gu Fei was not foolish enough to let this power gather without making a move. You want the treasure of my race? Not unless you walk over my dead body. The heavenly Peng ancient demon was very determined. It was impossible for him to obediently hand over the dragon scale left behind by a true dragon of the extreme Tao. The dragon scale contained a major secret of the demon race. The dragon scale could not fall into the hands of experts of other races. Since that's the case, I'll go get it myself. Without hesitation, Gu Fei used an immortal Tao divine art. His entire body turned into a phantom as he pounced downwards. This was his Saint Tier puppet clone. It was a battle tool refined by a great sage of the human race. It could display the power of a saint-tier expert. If Gu Fei's Yuan spirit was strong enough, he could make this saint-tier clone display its peak power. Such power was enough to compete with a true sage. This puppet clone was an immortal Dao sacred body refined by a great sage of the human race. It could display all sorts of supreme immortal Dao arts. Gu Fei's pounce was extremely fast. Kill. Gu Fei conjured a huge hand towards the heavenly Peng ancient demon seal in the depths of the Chaos Dragon Cave. Saint-tier immortal Dao power shook the entire Chaos Dragon Cave. Within the Chaos Dragon Cave, the countless demonic marks left behind by the predecessors of the demon race lit up. The condensed Great Dao demonic power sealed this part of the void. It was these Great Dao demonic power that prevented Gu Fei from erasing the Chaos Dragon Cave from the wildlands with a single palm strike. Meanwhile, Gu Fei's true body was a full 3,000 kilometers away from the Chaos Dragon Cave. An ancient cauldron was floating there. Earth veins that looked like true dragons were gathering towards the cauldron of mountains and rivers from all directions. Suppressed by the ancient cauldron, the earth around the Chaos Dragon Cave began to change. Rumble. At this moment, a saint-tier power rippled out from the Chaos Dragon Cave. Deep underground, Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged on the cauldron of mountains and rivers, suddenly opened his eyes. It's time. Gu Fei's true body began to draw upon the power of the cauldron of mountains and rivers. The cauldron began to devour the earth vein essence energy that was gathering from all directions. Wang! The cauldron of mountains and rivers shuddered. The mouth of the cauldron quickly transformed into a black hole that devoured the earth vein essence energy that was gathering from all directions. A powerful aura that could shake the heavens gradually emanated from the cauldron of mountains and rivers. Gu Fei was using the endless earth vein essence energy to stimulate the extreme power of the cauldron of mountains and rivers. Just as Gu Fei was about to stimulate the extreme power of the cauldron of mountains and rivers, Gu Fei's saint-tier avatar had already charged into the depths of the Chaos Dragon Cave. Boom! The huge hand formed by the immortal Dao slammed down. Countless demonic runes crumbled under the pressure of the huge hand. The entire void was shaking and a huge upheaval occurred. Countless demonic runes were activated. Saint-tier auras erupted from the depths of the Chaos Dragon Cave. It was as though many ancient sages of the demon race were awakening. More than a dozen powerful saint-tier auras rushed out from the depths of the Chaos Dragon Cave. These were the great Dao imprints left behind by the sages of the demon race. Now, they were all awakened by the power of Gu Fei's saint-tier avatar. Humph! A cold laugh came from the depths of the chaos. Heavenly Peng stood in the middle of a huge array. Dragon shadows circled around him. Dragon Qi was vast and mighty. The huge hand formed by Gu Fei's saint-tier avatar obliterated a large number of demon race Dao runes. It pressed down on Heavenly Peng. The power of the immortal Dao destroyed everything. However, just as the huge hand formed by the supreme Dao technique was about to slam down on Heavenly Peng's head, 9 dragon shadows rushed out from his body. Boom! The ancient array beneath Heavenly Peng's feet emitted a demonic light that illuminated the dark sky. The power of the ancient array instantly erupted. 9 dragon shadows rushed into the sky like real dragons. They actually blocked the huge hand that was slamming down from the sky. Rumble, the ancient array revolved. Countless ancient runes were emitting resplendent demonic light. The power of the great Dao was condensing into dragon shadows that soared into the sky to resist against Gu Fei's saint-tier avatar. This was an ancient killing array of the demon race. It emitted a terrifying and peerless killing intent. The killing intent emitted by the array caused Gu Fei's saint-tier avatar to turn serious. Target =_blank. Chapter 1452. Chapter 1460, Battle against Tianpeng Ancient Demon, Rumble. The demon race killing array under Tianpeng Ancient Demon's feet was in operation. There seemed to be a starry sky emerging and stars were descending, emitting a peerless killing intent. Dragon shadows hovered in the starry sky formed by the demon clan's killing array. Dragon chi spread in all directions. Every dragon's shadow was like a real dragon. Gu Fei's sacred level clone struck out with a palm strike, but it was blocked by the 9 dragon shadows. The power of the immortal Dao and the Yao Qi clashed, creating visible ripples in the void. The Chaos Dragon Cave's internal space was incomparably stable due to the existence of the extreme Dao demon marks. Even Saint-Tier energy could not penetrate the internal space of the Chaos Dragon Cave. Boom! In the end, with a loud bang, the giant palm formed by Gu Fei collapsed and the 9 dragon shadows also dissipated in the void. Boundless destructive energy swept out in all directions. However, this energy was quickly neutralized and did not have any effect on the Chaos Dragon Cave. If this was the outside world, 2 Saint-Tier energy clashing with each other would cause an explosion that was enough to destroy an entire region. Even the heavens and earth would be pierced through. However, the extreme Dao demon marks appeared in the Chaos Dragon Cave, completely neutralizing the destructive energy waves from the collision of the 2 Saint-Tier energies. Gu Fei was sent flying and his Saint-Tier incarnation was impacted. Tian Peng Ancient Demon, who was standing in the starry sky, trembled continuously. Although he was in the formation, he was still shaken by Gu Fei's power. Great! Tian Peng Ancient Demon roared. The strength of his opponent had exceeded his expectations. Moreover, it did not seem like his real body had descended. It was an incarnation of a Saint-Tier incarnation. This ancient demon had lived for countless years and his knowledge was extraordinary. The strength of Gu Fei's incarnation had stimulated the heavenly rock ancient fiend's fighting spirit. This was the strongest opponent he had encountered in countless years. If it wasn't for the protection of the ancient array, he would have been annihilated by that attack. The true power of a Saint-Tier wasn't something a half-Saint-Tier could contend against. Even a quasi-sage wouldn't be able to withstand the palm strike of Gu Fei's incarnation. Buzz! The void trembled. Heavenly Peng Ancient Fei exuded a monstrous demonic aura. His aura blended with the array beneath his feet. The entire demon race array seemed to be bestowed with life, as though a powerful life form had awakened. Boom! The void trembled and a starry sky seemed to appear around the Heavenly Peng Ancient Fei. Stars shone brilliantly and looked extremely real. Kill! Gu Fei let out a loud roar and swooped down from the sky. 9 rays of immortal light rushed out from his body and coiled around him. The aura of the immortal Dao filled the sky and earth. The powerful pressure was like 100,000 ancient divine mountains descending from the sky, causing the entire demon race grand array to tremble and shake the starry sky that the grand array had evolved. It's just an incarnation. How can it be so powerful? In the grand array, Heavenly Peng Ancient Fei was shocked. The enemy in front of him was much more powerful and terrifying than he had imagined. If it wasn't for the various preparations left behind by the previous generations of demon race in the Chaos Dragon Cave, the Wildland demon race would have been slaughtered by this person. This incarnation was too powerful. Even if the Wildland demon lord returned, he would definitely not be a match for it. 10,000 years in a single glance, Gu Fei used a kind of immortal Dao technique. His divine eyes emitted an unfathomable wave. Then, the time in the void seemed to be pushed by an invisible hand. The speed of the flow of time instantly increased by many times. Under the gaze of Gu Fei's divine eyes, the essence of the grand array was dissipating rapidly, as though 10,000 years had passed. This is, Heavenly Peng Ancient Fei was shocked. He could feel the essence of the great Dao condensed by the demon race grand array was dissipating rapidly. This wasn't a good thing. Law of time? It was too unbelievable. The supreme technique that Gu Fei used contained the law of time. It could actually accelerate the flow of time. Such a great technique could only be used by a Saint-Tier expert because it was too heaven-defying. It was simply a forbidden technique that ignored the normal laws of heaven and earth. It was enough to throw the world into chaos. If the law of time was controlled, it would be an extremely terrifying thing. Since it could make time flow, it could also be reversed and returned to the past. However, the price of disrupting the law of heaven and earth was huge. Moreover, even if one could return to the past, it would be difficult to change what had already happened. However, the future could be changed because the events of the future had yet to happen. The supreme technique that Gu Fei used was to bring forward the events of the future. In an instant, more than half of the essence of the ancient array was dissipated. After 10,000 years, the ancient array would be damaged, causing the essence to dissipate. The power of the ancient array would naturally be greatly reduced and it would be difficult for it to display its full power. Heavenly Peng Ancient Fei was shocked and furious. He tried his best to activate the Grand Array. The dim runes of the Grand Array lit up again, emitting a dazzling demonic light and condensing the power of the Great Tao. With this, he managed to resist the power of time that was emitted from Gu Fei's eyes. At this moment, Gu Fei tore apart the void and charged into the starry sky that the Grand Array had evolved. He made his move forcefully. 9 rays of immortal light rushed out from his body and pierced towards Heavenly Peng Ancient Fei in the starry sky. "How dare you barge in?" The Heavenly Peng Ancient Monster's spirit was immediately shaken. Then, he activated the formation. Stars condensed around him and smashed towards the 9 divine lights of the immortal path that pierced through. Rumble, great stars streaked across the sky, giving off terrifying ripples. They were like real stars, and they gave off an overwhelming pressure. Boom! 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 The 9 rays of immortal light contained the power of the Great Tao. They pierced through more than 10 huge stars and caused the entire starry sky to shake violently. Like 9 inextinguishable rays of immortal light, they charged towards Heavenly Peng Ancient Fei. Every ray of immortal light emitted terrifying waves and Great Tao runes could be vaguely seen. Swoosh! Dragon-shaped ancient runes appeared on Heavenly Peng Ancient Fei's body. Then, the dragon-shaped runes turned into dragon shadows, like the birth of a true dragon. They charged towards the 9 rays of immortal light that pierced through. The 9 dragon shadows drew the power of the true dragon. Dragon roars seemed to resound in the sky and the power that was emitted shook the heavens and earth, shocking the surroundings. The 9 rays of immortal light and the 9 dragon shadows collided in an instant. Then, the 9 rays of immortal light and the 9 dragon shadows were annihilated in an instant. After a moment of stillness, the entire starry sky began to collapse. The destructive power silently spread in all directions. The phenomenon that the ancient demon formation had evolved was dissipating. Target =_blank.